Chapter 531. We walk through the room, and I take in the scenes around me. Many more bars and restaurants catch my eye, serving all kinds of food and drinks. There are tables where people are sitting down playing cards, each player trying to hit numbers closest to 21 without going over while still beating the dealer. I even pass a station where a man with long black curly hair sells circular rocks from 3 different bins. 2 hunters are sitting in front of him, trying to split open the hard stones with metal devices provided. But nothing but more gray stone is inside as I walk past. It catches my interest. But even while using my all-seeing eye, I can't tell the difference between the rocks. It isn't until we round another bend, and the booth is almost completely out of sight, that one of the hunters, cracking open stones, finds a bright crystal inside one and celebrates as the man behind the counter gives them a token in exchange. Everything in this room seems to really be based entirely on luck. Just like the woman at the bar we left said, I see hunters getting drunk, some collapsing on the ground and being taken away to one of the back rooms by waiters that patrol the room, and others celebrating their winnings and buying exit cards to leave through one of the 2 exit doors in the back. All we need is 1 more token each. But that doesn't mean I want to risk anything unnecessarily. As we continue to walk through, one of the booths at the far side of the room is making the most noise and has the most people surrounding it. It is a large open table that lit up with lights behind us when we were first ordering our meals. The roulette table I passed right when I entered this room. There are over half a dozen hunters surrounding the table as we approach, and one hunter is talking to the thin table manager behind the counter. 2 hunters in high-grade gear stand at the back of the table silently looking down at the others. It is clear they're a cut above the rest. Both of them are over level 700. One has short, spiky blonde hair with an extreme lightning summoning skill just like mine. The other is very muscular, has his head shaved bald, staring ahead with his sharp blue eyes, and I read his status to find he has an extreme grade water summoning skill. Both of these hunters have mana control levels far higher than a level 800 or even a level 900 monster. I get a quick look at their wristbands and see they're both from the Apex region. The lightning user's name is Trax, and the water wielder is Callum. Trax points to one of the lower level hunters sitting at the table and says something to him, and the hunter nods with a scared look in his eyes, turning to the table manager and coming to an agreement with him quickly. He takes one of 3 balls that are held out in the table manager's open palm and moves toward the game area of the table. The hunter's hands are shaking as he steps up to the roulette wheel, and the man behind the counter spins it. On the wrist of the shaking hunter's hand, I see that he is also from the Apex region, just like the 2 strong hunters standing over him. But his mana control is nowhere near theirs. It doesn't even surpass my own perceived level 600 control. This makes me very curious. Moments ago, the wheel was all gray without any markings on it at all. But now that it has begun spinning, half of the wheel is red and the other half is green. On its surface, there are small ridges that are just wide enough for the ball to land in. I count 18 green ridges and 19 red ones. My best guess is green is good and red is bad, but I am still not sure what is on the line. All I can do is watch and find out. The manager speaks. Please, make your spin. The hunter takes a deep breath in and out, then spins the small ball around the upper ring of the spinning device in the opposite direction that the red and green wheel is spinning. It rotates around the wooden wheel a few times, slowly with each rotation, and the manager speaks up as a small hole in the center of the table appears. Your bet has been placed on the high-risk roll. Please insert your right arm up to the shoulder in the machine. The man's arm is shaking even more now than it was when he spun the wheel, but he closes his eyes and shoves it inside anyway. There is a clicking sound that locks his arm in place, and the whole table silently watches the small white ball spin around and around on the wheel. The tension increases every rotation. A woman, who happens to be another hunter from the Apex region, with long white hair and worried green eyes, sits next to the man that just placed his bet. Everyone's watching the ball spin and spin, and all other distractions from around the room fade away as the ball curves down and hits the green slot right on the edge of where the colors collide on the table. Everyone's breath is held, but gasps fill the air as the ball bounces out and falls into the red area just a single slot away. It rolls around inside the red slot, losing momentum as it tries to roll out, but within seconds, it settles completely, and everyone stares at the wheel as it continues to spin around the table in a hypnotic fashion. I feel a surge of mana come from beneath the table and a metallic sound of gears turning. Then the hunter's arm that is beneath the table jolts, and he lets out a scream. The lock holding him in place releases, and he pulls out a stump where his arm used to be. My eyes widen, but everyone else at the table just looks saddened, like they knew that would happen. The woman with white hair turns to him and immediately begins using her single skill on the affected area. Soft heal, legendary grade. I watch both her and the injured hunter drink multiple C-grade mana potions taken from a pouch on their sides, and the missing limb starts to slowly grow back. The lightning user points down at another hunter at the table to take his place while he heals and speaks in a commanding tone. You are next. He is all out of bets. He jingles 3 black tokens around in his hand, pointing to his partner next to him. I have enough for me, but now we need a room for Gallum. We're the stars of the show here. We need to be fully rested for tomorrow. Without question, the next hunter places a bet and goes through the same process as the other hunter just did. He chooses from 3 balls in the manager's hand labeled 1, 2, and 3. Every time he picks the 3, and the same split green and red table appears. This hunter is far luckier than the last. His first 2 spins land on green, and there is a light show to celebrate. When he wins, he is allowed to take out his arm from the contraption each time, and he wins a black token, but doesn't keep them for himself. Every time he wins, he hands the tokens over to the lightning user. He plays one more time. However, his last round doesn't go as well as the others. Just like the hunter before him, the ball lands in a red slot on the wheel, and he loses his arm because of it. Mana surges and gears shift. The hunter yells out in agony, but Trax shrugs while looking down at the tokens in his hand. He turns to the white-haired woman that is almost done healing the first man. Heal him up too. 5 is enough for us. At least we can get a suite. The lounge may be a bit too risky to test our own luck at any of these games. You'll be able to make enough to pass this round by healing other suckers. He smirks, then places the 5 tokens down on the table, speaking to the manager while ignoring the second bleeding hunter as he covers his wound. An exit card for a designer suite, please. That will be all. The thin man behind the table just smiles and accepts the coins, shuffling beneath the table, then handing the man a silver rectangular card. They walk off from the table together without saying another word. The woman lets the first hunter rest up. After a few minutes, it looks like he is completely healed up, in a physical sense. The arm that was lost is completely back, but he can barely open his eyes. He looks fatigued beyond belief and exhausted too. I am unsure exactly why, but my best guess is that the healing skill being used isn't as efficient as Abby's, so it has side effects. Or the hunter receiving the heal isn't able to handle the use of so much mana in such a short period of time. Whatever the reason may be, it doesn't matter much to me. I just want to figure out how this game is played. She starts healing the second injured hunter while I approach the table to get a closer look at the plays. A random hunter from the Silka region steps up to bet next, and they pick ball number 1. He whispers to himself, I only need 1 more. My luck has gotten me this far. I just need to land 1 more win, and I am out of here. He jingles 2 black coins in his hand that apparently he has won from other games today. This man is in exactly the same position as me, but I still wouldn't risk betting on this table. Even if I do have a skill that can grow a limb back like it is nothing, that still isn't a skill I want to advertise having to everyone around me. I doubt Ray Anderson, hunter from the Bedrock region, ever had the ability to grow back an arm in an instant. I have to watch how this game is played and figure out a way to win while also not blowing my cover. The manager begins the game. When the wheel spins, there are only 3 slots that glow red and 6 slots that glow green exactly opposite on the other side. In between these red and green, there are still 28 grayed out slots with no markings. When he spins the wheel, the hole he has to place his arm into is only small enough to place a single finger. After the ball stops spinning, it lands on a gray slot. There are no ringing bells and no punishments. Nothing happens, so the hunter plays again. The second spin, the same result occurs. After a few spins and a single small bounce, the ball lands in a gray slot, and no prize is given nor are any punishments received. On his third run, the hunter chooses the ball with a 2 on it. When the wheel lights up, 9 slots are red and 10 are green. The remaining 18 are grayed out. The hole in the table fits his hand up to his wrist. He gulps and spins the ball around the wooden machine. After a tense 20 seconds, the ball bounces once in the gray right next to the line of green slots. Before the ball even settles, I can see a bit of anger rising up on his face and feel the activation of wind magic swelling inside of him. With his free hand, a small concentrated gust is summoned, and the ball rolls up and out of the gray slot and into the green one. It was such a minuscule amount of magic, and only my fine-tuned senses were able to detect it. I highly doubt the man behind the counter saw it. The hunter believes this is the case too when he doesn't react, so he jumps up in the air with a smile on his face celebrating his win. However, the lights don't flash, and the moment he jumps out of his seat there is a burst of mana under the table, and a yell of pain follows. The manager speaks up. Our system detected magic that directly affected the results of the game. Cheating is not permitted. This is an automatic loss. His eyes widen, and he looks around the room, but doesn't know what to do other than stop the bleeding with his shirt. He swears under his breath, and his face turns red. The woman that was helping the other 2 hunters before looks pretty tired herself. But the 2 men she helped from her own region are both fast asleep slumped on chairs next to her, in far worse shape. She rolls her eyes and speaks up to the hunter. It was a good try. I'll heal you for a token. You are going to need that hand of yours later. What do you say, Deal? He nervously looks around, holding 2 tokens in his good hand and gritting his teeth. Fine, you are right. It is worth it. Deal! He tosses her a token and places the other in his pocket while giving her the stump of a wrist to start healing. While he does, others start walking up to the table and playing with the ball labeled one. But many walk away when they see the bloody result of losing. Ember turns to me, disinterested in what is going on around us. Not a very good game. This one's going to be hard to hack. You'll be playing with real luck here. I stare at the spinning wheel as another person plays deep in thought for a few minutes. Then an idea hits me. You know what? I think it might not be impossible to beat. I walk up to the table next and look the manager in the eyes. Ball number 1. That is what I'd like to pick. He lets me take it from his palm and he spins the wheel. I hold the ball in my hand and try to focus using my mythic grade swordsmanship skill on the ball, focusing on only the green slots as a target. But it doesn't activate as I assumed it would. The manager speaks up as I think deeply to myself. Please, make your spin. The 6 green slots glow as I watch them spin around the wheel. However, the 3 red slots rotate and glow into my vision on the other side of the wheel too. I take a deep breath in and out and try to concentrate, pretending this ball is my sword again, and the faint thread leading toward the green slots on the spinning wheel flickers. But it doesn't stay solid in my mind's eye. I guess I'll need a little more than that. I bite my bottom lip and reach into a fake item box on my waist to reach into my item storage and touch my sword with my opposite hand. The instant I do, Mythic Grade dual wielding activates, and I am able to see the same thin thread with far more precision in my mind's eye than before. Using an actual sword accustomed to this skill in one hand makes it far easier to visualize this ball as a weapon, and the green slots as the enemy I am trying to hit. A swirling line of probability shows me exactly how fast and hard I need to push this ball to make it land where I want it to. I am not imbuing the ball with mana and not directly affecting the game itself. It is just an advanced perception boost. Technically, it is a legal spin. If using mana to increase my accuracy is against the rules, then it is worth losing a finger to test things out. I take another deep breath in and out, then release the ball to spin around the wooden table at exactly the rate at which the thread from my Mythic Grade skill predicts a perfect shot on my target. Once I stand back up, I pull my hand from my item box and place the finger I am betting with into the table. Even now, there is silence as the ball rotates around the table. As the ball curves down, it bounces once and lands directly into the center of the green slots. Nothing happens for a moment, so I prepare to have a finger taken off. But to my surprise, the lights ring out and the manager behind the table smiles while presenting me a token as my hand is released. Congratulations on your win, sir. I accept the coin, then speak up again with a grin. I'd like to do another. Ball number 1, please. Very well. He immediately stops the wheel from spinning and hands me the ball to spin it again. I place my hand into my item storage to touch my sword, activate dual wielding, then do it all over again. The lights flash, Ember laughs. I accept my token, ask to play a third time, and the man from before that lost his hand is fully healed. He looks tired and pissed off about my winnings, so he walks away with a scowl. Two waiters in suits walk up to the table next and don't say a word. They just watch the table closely. It is pretty odd that they're watching so close, and it makes me a bit cautious of winning again, although I kind of wanted a designer suite of my own. And to share the trick I am using with Ember, it is better safe than sorry. I aim with dual wielding again, but make sure to place the ball trajectory into the dead gray space between green and red. The men in suits surprisingly don't seem to care once I let go. They just pick up the two passed-out hunters on the seats next to the healer woman and take them away. I let out a sigh and shake my head, as it seems they weren't watching me directly after all. Ember opens a telepathy link with me after my ball lands where I aimed. What was that? Did you lose on purpose? Or is your strategy not perfect? I click my tongue and reply through our link. I lost in case those men in suits were onto me. I guess I lost a token for no good reason. My strategy is perfect. He smiles while watching another random hunter step up to the game after watching me win 2 out of 3 games, spinning the wheel with false hope. Well, then tell me how it is done. You have 4 tokens, and I have 2. That is enough for 2 basic rooms if we split them. If I win 3 more games here, we can probably learn a lot more about this place if we use the extra tokens to ask questions. I nod. Then explain what I did while a hunter goes on a 3-game in a row gray slot losing streak, and walks off the table shaking his head. Ember borrows a sea-gray dagger that I pull from my storage out of my fake item box and places it on his waist, then steps up to the game. I share my dual-wielding skill with him, and over the next 3 games, he places one hand on the dagger and the other throws 3 perfect shots directly into the green range, defying the odds of the game repeatedly. Lights flash, tokens are received, and neither the manager nor the other players at the table have any clue what is going on. We've both hit our table limits, so we start to walk off in the direction we just arrived from before anyone gets overly suspicious. However, a voice from the white-haired healer woman stops us in our tracks. Hey, you two, how'd you do that? I turn and shrug. I don't know, we just got lucky, I guess. Her eyebrows scrunch, and the manager behind the counter's eyes are still wide in awe as she gets up from the table and follows us. No, really, that is impossible. You managed 2 out of 3. She turns to Ember, and you hit every shot you made. It is like you were aiming for the green. I count my coins in front of her, and Ember counts his. Neither of us reply to her for a moment, but I speak up as she continues to follow us through the room. Yeah, if we could game the system, we would have. It is too bad I didn't hit 3. I would have been sleeping in a suite tonight. I shake my head and smile. I don't actually care what room I get to spend the night in considering I've had enough sleep recently to last me a few more weeks if I need to. It would just be illogical to stop where I did. So it's a good comment to throw her off the scent. The white-haired woman eyes our tokens, not speaking for a few seconds after my comment, but eventually responds. You know, that is not how exit cards work. Both of you could stay in the same suite if you wanted. 2 are allowed in designer suites. Only 1 is allowed in the basic room. I raise an eyebrow and look back. Really? She nods, holding up a token of her own. If you want, we can all pitch in on a 10-token lounge. Up to 4 people are allowed in that one. It seems you don't know much about these exams yet, if this is still a mystery to you. I can pay in information to make up for what I am lacking in tokens. What do you think? Chapter 532. I shake my head and turn to Ember. Only 5 tokens for a 2-person suite. So we could have stopped after I won that first spin. Then, I turn back to the white-haired woman that continues to follow us through the room. Why should we trust you? You could easily sit by that table and earn 2 more tokens in no time at all if you wanted. I do another scan of her status to confirm what I saw before was true. She may have a unique healing skill, but she is level 501, just over the minimum barrier to entry for this exam. We keep walking forward, even faster now, and I notice her heavy breaths and pale complexion even more than I did when she was sitting at the table. She replies, "I'd be in horrible shape tomorrow if I continue at this rate. I healed up other Apex applicants before you even came by the table. It is not like I can use healing magic forever." Ember and I stop walking and turn toward her. Then I reply, "So what? You didn't have to heal any of them in the first place. It is your own region's applicants taking advantage of you. That is not my problem." She lets out a defeated sigh. True. I turn to look at a few other interesting games I could attempt to play for just one more token instead of wasting my time here. But the healer comes up close to me and whispers, "I can tell you more about this exam than any of the proctors here are authorized to say." She smirks, and green mist from my lie detector skill shows me that she is telling the truth about this. I am from the Apex region after all. This is where the exam is taking place. This development catches my attention, and I forget about the flashing lights and other games to play in this room to focus on her as she backs up from my ear. Well, if you put it like that, I guess I'd be missing out if I say no. She shows no malice, isn't exceptionally strong like the other hunter applicants here, and has a good reason for not wanting to wear herself out by healing random people like I proposed. I've never met anyone claiming to be from the Apex region. Talking to her will cost a whole lot less than it would the woman at the bar, and maybe I can get some extra information out of her that isn't related directly to the exams while I am at it. Ember chimes in. "I think it is a good idea. We have plenty of time to kill." I put my hand out toward her and nod. "Fine, let's do it. I am Ray, and this is Emery. We're from the Bedrock region. Nice to meet you." She places her hand forward too, like she is going to shake mine, but her expression shifts a bit once she hears where we're from. However, she just shakes my hand and doesn't comment on it. "I am Natalie, or just Nat is fine. Nice to meet you too." She shakes Ember's hand next, and we turn again and continue walking back to that bar with the water-wielding woman in the back corner of the room. The bartender's eyes meet mine once we get closer, and when I place my 4 tokens down on the counter, 5 from Ember follow, and a single from Natalie. I speak up. "One all-inclusive lounge from your secret menu, please." She smiles and accepts the coins, then pulls out a gold rectangular card. "Here you go. Remember, you can add a 4th member at any time before the morning check-in if you wish." I nod and take the card. "Thanks." When we turn and start walking toward the exits at the back of the room, Natalie speaks up. "We have to link the exit card to our bracelet IDs before it will let us through." She taps the gold card against my bracelet, and my hunter name pops up at the top of the card. She taps it against Ember's next, and his fake ID name pops up. Natalie does it third, and her name shows up below both of ours. There is a single slot left open below all of them. I hold the card as we continue to walk toward the exit doors, but raise a question. "Natso, if you know so much about this exam, then what do we do next? Leave through these doors to a resting area? Then what? Just wait? Do another one of these wacky challenges? Or what? Honestly, this isn't a very good test of our capabilities as monster hunters." As we approach, one of the exit doors slides open on its own, and a hallway is visible behind it. She replies as we walk through, "Well, everything here is a series of minor tests, even if it might not seem like it. Think of this room as the pre-exam trials. The curved hallway we walk through looks like a semicircle. The floor, walls, and ceiling are made of a very high-quality white and gray marble. It seems the other exit door on the other side of the room would have led us here to the same center point. It is a single bronze door with a scannable keypad on the front of it. There is no doorknob." Natalie speaks up again. "Most applicants are probably very tired from trekking tens of kilometers through the white void outside, and possibly even fighting other applicants they found along the way." I nod while bringing my wrist up to have my wristband hit the scanner on the door while she continues. "In addition to that, the only way to get a room to rest in for tomorrow's test was to play in their twisted games or make deals with other hunters." The door opens with a click, and a bright 26 appears on my wristband the moment it does. Ember puts his wristband on the door too, and his lights up to say 27. Nat does it last, and hers glows 28. We all walk through the bronze door into a new hallway that leads straight ahead. There are many doors on both sides of the hall. They all say basic room above them. Occasionally, I see a small bronze card on the door, but the majority of them are vacant. We pass about 50 rooms until we make it to the end of the hall where there is a silver door with the same scanner. Nat continues to talk while each of us scans our wristbands and walks through to the next hallway. As you witnessed earlier at that roulette table, some people know how to game the system. The higher level hunters from the Apex region knew this event was taking place. So, a few less talented hunters were chosen as sacrifices to give them an early lead. I am one of the designated healers. I wasn't originally going to run in the B-class exams this year, but I was chosen to do so as fodder for the chosen elites in my class. Interesting. I think about the cockiness and arrogance those two hunters had, taking the tokens from their fellow regional hunters, but shrug it off. They're pretty strong, though. It makes sense. Nat sighs. Yeah, a few more years with the Apex region, and I'll have my time as an elite, too. We silently continue walking down the next hall that is lined with more doors on both sides labeled designer suites. Only a few of them have silver cards on them. One of the cards I notice has the names Trax and Callum as the two we were just talking about. But I don't mention it as we make it to the golden door at the end of the hall and scan our way through. This final hall has less than 10 total rooms, and none of them are taken yet. We walk to the end of the hall and see a big black door with a scanner just like the last ones. Each of us tries to get through, but there are no clicks or even reactions from our wristbands. So, I turn left and place the golden card against the room nearest the end of the hall. It clicks into place, and there is a miniature pulse of mana that ripples through the door. Then a scanner materializes below the card. I place my wristband against it and the door clicks open. Ember and Nat do the same thing, registering their entry as we walk in. I am hit with a rush of mana-dense air, similar to that of the suites at the Moon Bar in Valor City. It feels like fresh mana to cultivate, and heal faster is being flooded through the room. Each breath is many times as dense with mana than it is outside. It isn't impressive to me or Ember, as we've been in circumstances with hundreds of times more mana-dense air than this. But it is still relaxing. Natalie, on the other hand, walks forward with eyes wide full of awe, taking deep breaths and fluttering her hands around like she has never felt anything like this before. The door clicks shut behind us, and I take in the view of the lounge. There are many tables and couches, white carpets, fine art on the wall, and a stuffed fridge and cabinet with mana-imbued food to eat. Plus, an assortment of HP and MP potions lined up against a wall. There are 4 separate master bedrooms for each person that is allowed in the suite, and there is a timer above the door that we just walked in from that reads 15 hours, 49 minutes, and 2 seconds. Natalie immediately walks over to the food and potions once she has had her fill admiring the room, then starts eating and drinking as much healing supplements as she can. A full minute goes by before she stops, and I see the color come back in her face as she collapses back onto one of the sofas in the middle of the room with a satisfied look on her face. Ember and I examine the complimentary food and items, but nothing looks appealing or even high-grade enough to pocket for future use. We sit down on the couch across from her, and I ask a question. Well, now that we're here, I want to know what information about the exams you said you have that are so valuable not even the proctors can share. She nods and sits up, looking back at the food and potions, then back to us. You two sure are weird. Not even a single MP potion. Or at least a taste of food. This is the kind of high-grade goods you can't find anywhere other than nationwide association events. We're not even treated with stuff like this during Apex region training. I shrug, thinking about how it is probably true that average citizens or even high C-grade hunters would never get to feel these luxuries. However, I've been living at a much higher standard of living ever since I ventured into Valor City months back. The highest grade of goods provided here doesn't come anywhere close to the items I can produce myself. I speak up again. That doesn't answer the question I was asking. What do we need to know about these exams? You said you'd make up for your difference in tokens, so I want to hear everything you know. My expression turns stern, and she reacts to this with hands raised. Hey, sorry. I just assumed it wasn't that urgent. She points to the clock on the wall. First things first. That is how much time is left until the first stage of exams even starts. Hunters are going to be wandering in from all edges of this exam site for hours and will spend even more time playing games. I nod, and she continues. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the trial exam, a time for proctors to observe you in your natural state. Will you give in to temptations? Do you have unusual skills or a knack for luck? These are what are being observed today. Things that don't usually come out in battles and life or death situations. Nat stands up from the couch and smiles. Also, it is a time for some hunters to socialize and make allies. Usually, we see Silka, Bedrock, and often a few Raya region applicants trying to get on the good sides of the elites from Vice, Viridian, or Apex. But honestly, I didn't have time to observe many people today. I was worried I would get eliminated early from overexhaustion healing my own region's people. I think to myself, putting together the hidden meaning behind her words. This means the Vice, Viridian, and Apex regions are usually the top performers, and the Silka, Bedrock, and Raya regions do poorly. She didn't even mention the Talton or Phantom regions in this example, so I can assume they do even worse. However, now is not the time to fixate on this. I am more interested in the exams themselves. Why would it be in their best interest to make friendly connections with other regions during the exams? Aren't there only a limited number of slots for people that pass? And your home regions get benefits from passing, so wouldn't it be best to align only with your own? She nods. True, but there are often events later on where regions have to work together. Out in the real world, there are missions where we have to all work together under the association. So many of these scenarios will be simulated and tested in well. She thinks to herself while looking up at the ceiling. I think that will be in the third stage of the exam this year. The sim tests are pretty interesting. I've only practiced in them a few times. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? You know what the stages of the exams will be? Now, this is the kind of info I am actually interested in. Tell me, what do you know? She smiles and starts walking back and forth through the room to soak up as much mana as she can. Color is still streaming back into her face more and more every second. We had a few briefings and information leaks from the director before we left. I know for certain there's going to be a written exam, basic physical testing, and grouped teaming simulations in the first 3 stages. The 4th and 5th, I only have a few guesses for. There were some hints and clues released, and I am sure some of the higher-ranked Apex elites know the actual nature of those stages. But I don't. I hear the last 2 stages are where all of the regional directors will be watching us live. There is most likely some kind of massive group event planned. She looks back at the clock at the top of the door. I can explain exactly what will happen in the first 3 stages for you now if you want. Beyond that is all a guessing game. We'll have to wait and see. She turns back to Ember and me sitting in a relaxed manner on the couch. I nod and reply. Good. Start talking. Let's hear what we're in for. Chapter 5, 33. Natalie begins to explain everything she knows about the B-class exams while continuing to pace around the mana-dense air in the room. She explains that most years, there are 12 people accepted as applicants that pass the exams. It is very normal for the Apex region to take 4 to 6 of these slots, while the Viridian and Vice region take the other 6 to 8 remaining. All of these regions have submitted 12 applicants each, the maximum available. None of the other regions hit the maximum that she knows of. The other 5 regions usually try to aim to squeeze in 1 or 2 passing slots with their most talented hunters every few years. The Bedrock region I came from only submitted 8, and that would have been 6 naturally if Ember and I didn't show up last minute. For the exams themselves, there is always a very unique grading system used. Her best guess is that this year the wristbands will play a large role in grading applicants. The first stage after today will be a written exam, and will most likely be paired with general physical tests to see our natural intellect and combat ability. Natalie recounts many of the training exercises she has been through over the last few months while living in the Apex region. Everything she is telling me seems like very basic procedure, making me realize again how overqualified Ember and I really are for this exam. Still, I note down everything she says. Being overprepared isn't a bad thing. Finally, once she starts talking about the third stage, this piques my interest. The white-haired healer describes a contraption that she is trained in, similar to a device I've used back in Vice City when I first visited the capital with a private guild from my hometown. There were special mana-shielded rooms that provided high-grade gear to train with other hunters and not worry about being injured. However, the descriptions that Natalie gives make the simulated room she used to train in sound like a step far above anything I've ever seen before. She was able to fight simulated monsters of varying levels, and in a small room, it would feel like a vast dungeon all controlled by someone outside the room. Once her explanation is finished, I notice the pale complexion in her skin return, sweat form on her face, and a wave of exhaustion wash over her eyes. She stumbles, but catches herself on the edge of a sofa. Anyway, that is about everything I know. The sim stations usually hold about 4 people each. Some of the big ones can do 6. So, that is something to keep in mind. Maybe you were looking out for other hunters while back in the game room. If not, we already have a room here. There is no rule that states you can't go back out and make connections. All you need is your activated wristband to move in and out of the rooms now. I raise an eyebrow at her last remark, but see she is not in any shape for more questions. I could give her a full regen potion right now, and she'd most likely be as good as new. But I am still not too sure I can trust this woman as my ally. She is some random healer from the Apex region after all. I can't just assume that it is out of the realm of possibility. This is all a part of the high-level Apex soldier's plan. She could just be a plant to hold us back even more. Despite these thoughts, I reply in a friendly tone. Thanks. I think you've paid with more than enough information. I appreciate it. She lets out a relieved smile and walks over to one of the master bedrooms, scanning her wristwatch on the door and walking inside. She speaks as the door closes. Thank you too. I wouldn't have had the resources to rest up for tomorrow without you. It clicks closed and I turn to Ember immediately. I am going back out there. If what she said about allies is true, I might as well make some other friends. It is not like we need to rest up like everyone else. Ember shrugs. Suit yourself. I am going to stay in here and keep an eye on her. I leave the lounge and make my way through the marble hallways, scanning my wristband on every doorway gold, silver, and bronze until I make it back into the gaming room with a new outlook on the events taking place before my eyes. I see every booth in the room as a personality test. And the eyes of all of the high B-class proctors watching every applicant's move as a surveillance system that logs the data of everyone's trials. I don't feel any recording crystals or advanced surveillance like there is in Valor City, but there are over 24 level 700 plus proctors in the room with their natural perception seeping through the room, so not much can really be missed. Even with all the eyes, I am still determined to learn more about this event and make some connections while I have the free time to kill. I wander around the room observing hunters win jackpots and outsmart proctors, while others lose limbs, and even get poisoned and dragged away into unmarked rooms by waiters waiting nearby. Many people from the same regions regroup after finding their way through the White Plain outside, and on rare occasions, some regions mingle. To my surprise, the longer I wait, I actually see some hunters that were taken away get released from the private rooms the waiters brought them to. Some look fully healed, while others still appear exhausted and injured. My guess is private deals are being made, possibly at the cost of tokens, or maybe nothing at all. It is possibly all part of the exam, testing risk management, but not actually killing prized, talented future B-class hunters over a simple mistake in a pre-exam trial. The more hunters I see leave, the more I assume it is the latter, but I don't want to go into those unmarked private rooms myself to find out. After a good amount of time wandering and observing, I decide to start playing a few more games. I know I'll easily win without any real risk. There is a drinking game where the applicant at a bar has to choose between extremely strong alcoholic beverages from platters of labeled intensity. Of course, the higher the alcoholic potency, the less you have to drink to acquire a coin. Many leave this bar staggering, but everyone that does has at least one black token in their hand when they do. I take on the challenge and drink 9 of their strongest drinks in under a minute without batting an eye. By the time the liquid even makes it to my stomach, it has already been completely neutralized, like I am drinking water. I leave this booth with 3 black tokens and a baffled bartender. There is one other food stand at the other end of the room that I haven't been to yet, and I decide I might as well stick to what I am good at. It is a similar game to the one I played when I first entered this room, where one of the plates they offer has a high chance of some kind of toxin inside it. There are a few applicants sleeping headfirst in their food sat at the table in front of a chef, so my best guess is it is some kind of sleeping drug. I clear 3 of their hardest plates in just a few minutes and feel the toxins in my body being dispersed in 2 of them. I receive another 3 tokens for completing this challenge. If there were more food or drink booths, I'd do them in a heartbeat. My body burns through this sustenance almost instantly, so I hardly feel like I've even eaten anything. After my many long months of mana control and chi training, I am more used to consuming pure energy than food itself, while I need some vitamins, minerals, and water to survive. Food itself has become less and less important to me. Today is one of the first meals I've eaten in weeks. I let out a sigh while jingling the coins in my hand, looking through the crowds of people in search of a new game to successfully cheat or something interesting. But everything left feels like pure luck to me. Playing these games isn't really worth trying. I walk past the geode cracking game again and see a random hunter open one of the stones to find bright red crystals inside. Without warning, guards bring him away to a back room even though he looks healthy and fine. I am happy I didn't test my luck on this one earlier. I still have no idea how it is played, though my eye does catch a familiar spear-wielding woman from the Talton region sat alone at an empty table holding 2 tokens in her hand, clearly deep in thought about something. She has been in this room since before I even initially showed up. Either her luck hasn't been good, or she is a very cautious player. Her wristband isn't lit up, and she hasn't talked to anyone this whole time I've been wandering around. So I am sure these 2 tokens are all she has at the moment and doesn't have a room. While my identity as Jay wants to see the Talton region do well, and I'd help them if they asked, Ray Anderson from the Bedrock region has nothing to do with them. I'd offer her a place in my lounge, but that may come off as far too forward. She wouldn't make the connection that her doing better in these exams means that there will be more funding for her region, and as a result of that, they could buy more goods from me. So, instead, as I walk by, I flip a single token in the air toward her. Hey, catch. I had an extra. I show 5 coins in my open hand as she catches the one I throw. Her expression is a bit confused, but she looks me in the eyes and nods with a serious gaze. Thank you. This kindness won't go unnoticed. I smile and continue walking through the room. She immediately gets up behind me and buys a basic room exit card at the nearest vendor with her tokens, while I look for others that it would benefit to help out in the long run. I remember the 2 water-wielding guards from the Vice region that I saw when I first walked in here, but after another walk around the room, I find that they too are gone. They must have already saved up enough tokens and moved on. The longer I wait around, the less impressive the crowd in this room becomes. There is no one left that remotely compares to the strength and level of those 2 Apex elites from before, and it makes me wonder if there are others of that strength level, or even higher in the 25 applicants that made it into the suites and lounges before me. While making my walk back to the back of the room to call it quits, I pass a card game table with chairs hooked up to higher-powered electric chairs. I see a few players lose on my way over, and the mana-imbued charge that comes out of that chair has mana control nearing a level 850 monster. Any normal hunter would be paralyzed and burned to a crisp by this attack. Many are dragged away and given health potions on the spot to heal even before being taken to a back room. If your hand goes over 21 or the dealer's hand is higher than the player's, the chair shocks whoever is on the seat. However, if the player has a higher number than the dealer, the player wins a token. It seems like a very simple game, and the fact that I am a lightning type adds to the believability that being shocked by this chair wouldn't hurt me. I whisper under my breath as I see the exit sign close by, and sit between 2 level 531 and level 560 hunters in the seat that is still hot from the hunter who was shocked within an inch of his life. All right, one more game, then I am out. I hear a very recognizable voice reply to my mumbles from across the tables. Yeah, right? You should have said that an hour ago when you cleared out that roulette wheel. The same man that was healed by Natalie for a token sits a few seats away at the card table, nervously tapping his feet and holding 2 tokens in his hands. I smirk and shove my hand in my pocket while doing a scan of his status to find he is level 602 and has an extreme wind summoning skill. His overall mana control isn't too bad. It is up to par for a level 600. He isn't falsely power leveled. I pull out a token and hold it up between us. You are from the Silka region, aren't you? He nods while the dealer behind the counter starts to shuffle up the deck to get ready for the next round of play. The dirty blonde-haired wind user replies to me in an annoyed tone. Yeah, and you are from the Bedrock, aren't you? What does that matter to you? We're both from weak regions, so there is no point to rub it in that you already managed to get a room out of here. He points to my wristband, and everyone else's attention at the table shifts to the bright 26 on my wrist. I shrug, understanding that he has had a rough day and not wanting to ruin the potential chance I have here for making a strong connection from another region. So I brush off his remarks and ignore everyone's stares, rolling the black token across the table and replying, "How about you rest up for tomorrow? Us weaker regions have to stick together if we're going to put any number on the board, right?" He catches the coin with a surprised look on his face. Really? I reply while pulling out 4 more coins from my pocket and jingling them around before putting them away again. I've got plenty of them to throw away. Don't think too much of it. Just a friendly jester from the Bedrock region. The name's Ray, by the way. He pushes the coins forward at the dealer behind the counters and quickly yells out, "1 basic room, please. Get me out of here." The dealer accepts his tokens and gives him a bronze card. Then the man turns back to me. "I am Dane. Thanks, man." He wipes sweat from his forehead and runs toward the back of the room while everyone else at the table starts asking me for a spare token, too. I ignore all of them, as their mana control hardly even reaches Natalie's level, and their advanced grade elements won't make the cut if we have to do any team events later. The dealer quickly shuts this down once he senses the disinterest I am taking in the other offers, and calls for those who are interested in playing to stay and those not to leave the table at once. 2 leave, and 4 people, not including me, stay at the table to play. The first round of hands gets 2 people shot, very brutally. One is dragged away immediately, but the other somehow manages to stay upright. But it is clear he is badly injured from the charge. Only 1 person wins this round. He is the hunter to my right, who hits exactly 21, while myself and the player a few seats to my left tie the dealer with a 19. We don't get shocked, and don't get a token. However, it does count as an attempt at the table game, so I only have 2 tries left, the second round. The 3 of us remaining at the table all win when the dealer busts by making his hand go over 21, hitting 24 total and paying all of us out a full token. After this win, 2 players leave, and it is only me and 1 other sitting at the table once the dealer spreads out the final round. I am happy with a 20, and the hunter next to me is satisfied by his 19. However, when the dealer flips his card and draws another to hit, he reaches 21 and beats both of our hands. The instant the card is placed down, electric mana imbued shock courses through both of our veins. To me, it feels like a delicate static tickle, even without activating any defenses or special mana blocking skills. The shock of a non-double ranked up monster doesn't affect me at all. The man next to me shows a whole different reaction as his hair stands straight up and he falls to the floor off his seat. I accept my loss, as this was really just a game based on pure luck, and walk away from the table like nothing happened with the same number of tokens I had when I approached in the first place. With 5 tokens in hand, I make my way back to the exit, but stop by the bar with the blue-haired bartender one last time to ask her one thing. "Hey, your secret menu option, the second one. The part where it says any item I desire, are there any limitations to this?" She smiles and responds, "Welcome back so soon. It looks like you have gotten quite busy today. You are one of the applicants I've had my eye on the most so far." She pauses and takes out the secret menu again for me to look at it and points down at the second option that reads, 2 tokens, choose a magic item you desire. Hand me 2 tokens and ask for what you'd like. If it is not in stock, I can provide a refund immediately. I nod, then push 2 tokens across the table and think carefully about what I'd like. Once she accepts the black coins I speak, I want a teleport crystal that brings me back here to the Apex region. Her eyes widen for a moment, then she looks up at the sky and waits again, like she is listening to someone speak, then finally looks back down at me and looks me in the eyes. Your request will be granted. Please wait a moment. She places the black token beneath the table, and a few moments later one of the side room doors opens. A low-level waiter in a tuxedo walks in with a black box and places it on the bar counter, then walks away quickly to leave us be. The bartender opens up the box to show the glimmering transport crystal inside, then closes it and pushes it forward to me. I grab the box and she speaks up. Is there anything else I can help you with before the exams begin? I think for a moment, then respond while pushing another black coin forward. What will the contents of the exams be? I want an explanation of all of the stages. She smiles and pushes the coin back toward me. Unfortunately, I am not permitted to answer questions of this nature. I push the coin forward again. Will tokens be valuable later on in this exam? She smiles and accepts the token. No, tokens will only be used in this trial portion of the exam. Once the testing begins, they will be worthless. I push the 2 tokens I have remaining forward and smile. Well, in that case, I want another transport crystal, just like the one I bought that leads here to the Apex region. She listens in and looks up at the ceiling again and shakes her head while pushing the coins back to me. I am afraid we're currently out of the item you desire. I think to myself for a few more seconds, then push the tokens forward. Well, then how about a lightning stone? The highest grade you have. High B grade. Even a grade if you have it. Don't worry about me being able to handle it with my current mana control. I am just thinking of this as a future investment. I might as well take advantage of this while I can. She nods again and accepts the coins while listening to something in her inner ear again, then nods and responds. Very well, your request will be granted. The same procedure takes place, and a waiter comes by with a clear containment case and a static charged bright yellow lightning stone floating inside it. I do a scan of the box, and it feels like this really is a high B grade, borderline low A grade element stone. If I had to guess, it was farmed from some monster in the 900 to 950 range. There are no monsters that I know of like this in the Vice City Labyrinth, so it gets me very curious about where it has come from. I accept the item and turn away with the 2 boxes in my hands. Thanks again. Looks like this time I've really gotten everything I can out of this room. The bartender watches me leave all the way to the exit door. I feel her curious eyes on my back until it shuts behind me. After a series of clicks and opening door locks, I finally make it back to the lounge to be greeted by Ember with his feet up, lying back on the couch. I throw both the items into my item storage through the fake item box on my waist, then lie on the couch next to Ember and tell him about the events that happened in the game room while I was away. My eyes move to the clock above the door when I am done, but I still see almost 12 hours left on the timer. We both decide to lie back and relax until the time is up. It has been a very busy month. Between training, fulfilling orders, and dealing with new businesses and citizens coming to the Crimson City, back in Sector 2. Just sitting back in this mana-dense room with nothing on my mind but a single task ahead is pretty relaxing. I let out a sigh and close my eyes. All right, I am fully prepared. B, class exams, bring it on. We relax in the mana-dense room, as intended all throughout the night. Ember and I discuss a few things about training and random crafting ideas through our telepathy link from time to time. But for the majority of it, we really do sit in silence and relax while absorbing some of the fresh mana in the air. Once the timer on the door hits, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, a loud constant ringing sound vibrates throughout the room, and all of the master bedroom doors open wide automatically. On the panel where the timer stops, a new message. Stage 1 now begins. Flashes in bold white text. Natalie comes walking out from where she was resting with a startled look on her face, like she just woke up. At the same time, there is a series of loud knocks at the lounge's front door that leads out into the hall. Chapter 534. We all walk over to the door as the knocking gets louder. I reach forward and open it to see a low-level waiter holding the golden exit card that is on the back of the door. He looks us over for a moment before speaking. Ray, Emery, Natalie, right this way. Stage 1 of the exams will now begin. I wish you the best of luck. He slips the golden card into a small black box, similar to the one I put my ID into when I first met one of the guards outside of this compound when I arrived. It disappears inside, and he turns to the black door at the back of the hall to scan a wristband in the scanner at the door. Unlike yesterday, when all of us tried ours, the door clicks open and a bright white room shows itself within. We walk out into the hall, and when peering in the opposite direction, I can see the gold and silver doors wide open, with countless other men and women in tuxedos greeting dozens of hunters at their doors. Everyone is escorted to the end of the hall, and through the black door, into the mana-shielded white room. It is enormous. The room stretches out over 300 meters in every direction, and inside, there are small cubicles separated by another layer of extremely dense mana shielding. A strong silver door with a screen displaying a number is on every cube. The attendants escort each of us to the cube with our numbers on them. Ember is assigned to the cube right next to mine, and Natalie's is next to his. However, once we walk inside, and the silver door clicks shut, the outside world completely disappears from my senses. To see through these walls, I'd need to use mana control with precision that rivals a level 1500 monster. While it is very possible, I feel heavy surveillance auras in this room, and decide it is best not to let out any suspicious mana radiation of my own, if I don't have to. A few minutes go by in the silence of the tiny white cube, as I assume all of the other applicants are brought into the room, and escorted into their cubes as well. Then, a voice echoes through the small space, while a pure white table and chair come out of the floor as if they're made of liquid mana. Your written exam now begins. You have 3 hours to complete this test. If the timer runs out and you have not filled in all of the answers, this will be accepted as your final score. You may not leave this room until the testing is complete. The liquid mana consolidates. Then a digital screen becomes visible on the center of the table. I walk over and have a seat and look down at the screen. It has 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds, counting down, along with all the details about the hunter's ID they have in their system. I look down at the first question on the test, and I raise an eyebrow. After expending 0.1% of your total mana control in a single training session, what is the optimal rest time and procedure that should be taken before another serious session of this intensity commences? There is an empty blank space beneath the question, and as soon as my eyes finish scanning the text, a thin white pen made of the same material as the chair and table materializes out from the desk. I grab it and think to myself while I look at the back skip next. Options beneath the text. I try to picture what most of the applicants here possess in total mana control to visualize what kind of training I did back then. The average strong hunter here has between 100 minus 300 million total MCP. So, the amount of mana being used during training wouldn't be more than 100 to 300 KMP in a single session. From my own experience, it feels as if the data is not very solid to compare. I have regeneration skills, a teammate with an instant fatigue curing ability that lets me train endlessly, and too many unique scenarios to count. My mind races trying to come up with an answer here. I am unsure if a day is too long or too short. The same goes for a week or even a month. I decide to skip it and come back. What is the maximum level monster a team of 5 level 500 association hunters should attempt to subjugate? I scratch my head and think about this one too for a moment, but skip it and move on to the next one. What is the hierarchy of command in the association between the ranks of elite to regional director? I skip again, as I have no knowledge of this topic either. Skip, skip, skip over and over. I skip through niche questions that want descriptive and direct answers about topics. I'd really only know if I were trained classically by members of the higher-ups in the association. There are a few about why and how dungeon breaks form that I managed to get lucky on, along with identifying what kind of item drops fall from certain kinds of monsters. However, these questions hardly make up more than 20% of the total. I continue to skip through the questions I have no idea about, and make it to the 100th question, where at the bottom of the page it reads, Finish. Over half of the time is left over on the counter while I spam the back button and start filling in answers to the questions I left blank. The knowledge I have about the inner workings of the association is very minimal. That is about 30% of the test questions. I am able to logically deduce certain answers, but others are just niche knowledge that can't be learned. A solid portion of the test, over 10%, actually deals with the average cost of magical goods. I aced this section without a problem. However, the remaining 40% is filled with questions asking about random scenarios, like the average level that hunters should fight up to when in teams, or an explanation of why fire types should never challenge water, or ice types of similar strength. I can fudge answers that seem to be correct, but it all seems far too rigid, like they want me to recite an answer that a teacher has given me. From my actual battle experience in countless fights against the odds, I've found that many of these scenarios can be flipped right on their head. While it may be the safest way to train recruits on a massive scale, this kind of brainwashing to play it safe and not push the limits of each hunter's individual understanding of their abilities irks me quite a bit. It is like they're making mindless rule-following soldiers that all think the same. These ideas bleed through into my answers quite a bit on some of the scenarios that are asked about. They give the freedom to write abstract answers, so that is exactly what I give, explaining how it is very dependent on what skills each teammate has and their base stats as well. Just because a monster may be higher level than the hunter, or even have a massive mana control advantage, sometimes the hunter has a better understanding of the landscape and can use the dungeon mass to their advantage. Other times, they may have a speed or agility edge and can wear the monster out. Many hunters create unique styles and even have high-grade gear that outclasses high-grade monsters too. As I really get into answering these final skipped questions, I lose myself in the fun of it and basically write, "It depends," just in a much longer thought-out way on almost half of the questions in this exam. If an experienced hunter were to read through my answers, they really are far better explanations to these scenarios than any of the boring exact technical answers I know the screen in front of me wants me to write down. Once I sit back and finish the final one, the timer on the top of the screen reads out 0 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. I click Finish and let out a sigh. Well, either they accept these answers, or I have a lot of catching up to do on the physical exams. I chuckle to myself, then sit in silence as the counter falls down to 0 and the screen disappears. There is a light dinging sound, and the chair beneath me and table before me start to dissolve and fall back into the floor while the silver door behind me clicks open, and I am greeted by a new attendant in a black tuxedo. Right this way. I walk out the door and follow him to see dozens of other applicants following their guides through the rows of white cubes. Some look happy, others stressed, and some don't show any emotion at all. Many look down at their wristbands, and this prompts me to do the same. I watch the 26 on the face of it change into a 59. My eyes scan around the room more, and I see Ember's number read. When I see Natalie's band read 7, I get the feeling that a high number isn't exactly a good thing. It appears my long-winded answers weren't appreciated by a machine. We're all led to the back of the room, away from the back door we entered through. I manage to get in line next to Ember, and he nudges me with a grin. Should have studied more, don't you think? I roll my eyes and comment back. Hey, you didn't do too hot yourself. Both of us are smiling and joking about it, while Natalie looks back at us with a confused stare. What is up with you two? I thought you were capable hunters. She even looks annoyed, like she has wasted her time and energy investing in us. But I couldn't care less if she is upset. There is nothing I could do about it. Plus, the physical exams are where we'll shine. Nat tries to get in another word, but one of the guides motions for her to be quiet, while the door at the back of the room opens up with a click and a wave of mana-dense air comes out. We're all led into the room, and the door closes behind us. The ceiling is higher, the walls stretch out even further, and I can hardly believe how massive this mana-shielded room is. It is easily 5 times as large as the last one, with shielding around the walls that is higher grade than even what was salvaged from the Valor City towers. I can feel there is a divider in the center of the room that has been artificially placed there to block off the other side. It is made of high B-grade shielding at best, meaning they're probably going to tear it down after this exam is over. I can feel the presence of a few proctors on the other side of this wall, and various kinds of magical gear that must be used for the physical exams. It must have cost a fortune to make this place. The guides separate us into two groups. In one group, everyone with wristbands that show 30 or below is situated. In the other, where Ember and I stand, there are 36 of us that have numbers above 30. The highest I can see is a large tank with advanced earth magic and an extreme strength skill from the Maya region with a 66 on his wrist. I murmur to Ember, "See, I didn't do the worst." There are others in the crowd that whisper to themselves when all of the attendants that brought us here step away from us. A single man's voice rings out above everyone else. "Good morning, hunters. I hope you all had a good rest and managed to test your luck and make it this far already. There were only 10 of you that had to be sent home during the pre-trials. 66 remain, and we'll hopefully all be seeing you in the final round." The speaker steps forward, and I recognize his face. It is that same wind user that was over level 900 with the golden collar I met at the gate of this entire fortress. He speaks again while hovering in the air on a gust of wind and looking at all of us with the vast white empty room behind him. "Your tests have been graded automatically by our in-house machine to get your basic results for Stage 1. It has 99% accuracy, but further grading of the raw answers will be looked over by our staff to make sure nothing was missed while you continue to Stage 2. He smiles and turns his body to the low-quality mana shielding at the back of the room with a single door in it. Now, if you have perception sharp enough, you know that behind this wall is where the basic physical exam will take place. He pauses while everyone listens carefully. I want everyone in Group A, applicants numbered 1 to 30, to line up single file in front of the door. Those of you in Group B, 31 and over, may stay here and talk amongst yourselves. Once Group A is finished and has moved on, we'll set up the tests again for you." His tone and even facial expression toward us in the second group is dismissive, and looks like he can't be bothered to even look like he cares. His attention shifts to the rest of Group A. All of the Apex region's 12 recruits are in this group, even the ones that were dragged away from the counter during the pre-trials at the roulette table. In addition to the 2 outliers, Trax and Callum, that I can feel radiating mana control from here, there are 3 others that are over level 700 in their group that come in close second to these 2. Many from the Vice and Viridian regions are in this top 30 too. I see the 2 water guards from Vice City at spot 16 and 17. Then the last person I recognize before they all walk away from us to the back of the room is that blonde man from the Silka region. He has managed to slip in at spot 29. Here, back in Group B, many people begin to socialize and ask each other about the questions on the test to see what they got right or wrong. The only person I recognize is the Tultan region woman. Everyone else doesn't stand out much to me. However, 4 men in black robes with considerable high mana control do stand out, as I haven't seen them at all before during the game rooms even. 2 of them wear heavy hoods that make shadows over their faces, while the other 2 just straight up wear black masks. Their wristbands show that they're from the Phantom region. This is the first time I've heard of or seen anyone from this place, and they sure do dress the part to match their name. I let out a sigh and watch the line of the top 30 slowly begin to move. It appears as though they're being tested individually, one by one. Each test takes over 10 minutes, so we're going to be here for a while. I decide to just sit down on the mana shield floor and wait. Ember sits down next to me and does the same. Then, an unexpected guest comes and sits next to me on the opposite side. It is the woman from the Tultan region carrying the spear and wearing the armor I upgraded for her by hand just a few days ago. But she has no idea it was me. She speaks up while sitting down and putting out a hand with a 65 on the wristband, and I shake it. "My name is Marcy, by the way." Looks like they don't teach that nonsense that was on the test from wherever you are from in the Bedrock region either. I smirk and respond, "Yeah, I guess not." I look down at her watch, then continue to introduce myself and ask a question. "I am Ray, by the way. I've never met anyone from the Talton region before. What brings you all the way out here for the exams?" Chapter 535. Well, if it was solely up to me, I wouldn't be at these exams at all. I am doing it for the safety and well-being of my home region. I raise an eyebrow at her words, and she continues. Every region has to enroll at least one applicant per year to stay in the good faith of the association and continue receiving its aid and protection. It begins to make sense why none of the other strong hunters from that region are here. I recall seeing dozens of worthy applicants strong enough to enter these exams in the Talton jungle. She leans in closer to me. If by chance I do manage to pass the exams this year, I am not accepting a license. I am just here to show up and do my part. Makes sense. I guess we're all here at the B-class exams for our own reasons. I scan her status again to double-check my findings, as I remember them from when I did a brief scan of her in the Talton region and find interesting results. The armor with mythic grade body hardening, and spear with a plus 300% strength buff, plus all of the other boosts appear to be used and even have grown slightly. Even in the past few days since I left, it seems she has trained and tested out this gear against some high-level adversaries. She has advanced grade mana manipulation and a legendary grade body hardening skill. Despite being in the mid-level 600s S, her skill upgrades aren't optimized. It seems like she either used an upgrade crystal before level 600 and wasn't able to increase her mana manipulation to extreme grade, or it automatically prioritized her body hardening skill. I think about ways this could be optimized in the future and wonder how her mana manipulation skill works without access to any other elements. I want to see it in action. While pondering this thought, the line of Group A applicants moves on, and I introduce her to Ember under his false identity of Emery, and we both explain our fake backstory. For the most part, I think Marcy believes us, but there is a fire burning beneath her eyes that sees this whole exam a lot differently than everyone else here. I can't quite tell what is on her mind, but decide not to pry and keep the conversation very surface level. The line doesn't move too slowly, but it doesn't move fast either. It takes over a full 2 hours for everyone to make it through before the wind magic proctor with the golden collar comes out of the door and floats above us to speak again. Group B, please line up in single file according to your corresponding numbers. Stage 2, the physical exam will now begin. We do as he says and line up. Ember and I agree that we will both go a bit above and beyond during these tests to make up for the lack of information we had in the previous stage. The goal is still to pass these exams and get as close to the upper management of the association as possible. I watch applicant 31 enter the door in the wall first, and the line slowly begins to move. Ember is about a dozen people ahead of me in line. It takes another hour and a half before it is his turn to enter. Once he leaves behind those closed doors, it takes almost another 2 hours for my turn to finally come. As the doors automatically open, I am greeted by the same collared proctor on the other side. Once the door closes, he speaks up with a confident smile. I remember you. His eyes lower down to a silver tablet in his hand, then down to my wristband. Number 59? I would have guessed you would rank much higher from your performance at the front gate. Top 20? Or maybe even top 15 was my initial guess. He shrugs. Well, there is still plenty of tests to raise those ranks. The written exam is weighted as a large portion of this exam, but there is still a chance for you if you are exceptional in the following stages. Please, follow me this way. I do as he says, and follow him toward a series of magic mechanical devices I see lined up across the massive room. It is over 500 meters to the back wall where another door rests, and the room itself is at least a kilometer wide. It is split into a few sections, but he brings me to a large black cube that is heavily bolted into the ground first. It seems very familiar, and it doesn't click in my head what this device is until he tells me. This will be a standard strength test. Use as much armor, running start, or mana as you wish. The only valid attacks on this machine will be a direct punch or kick. Please do take your time. He motions for me to make an attack on the cube, then steps back. I remember using one of these devices back in Valor City before being accepted into the fight arena. It will give a numbered score estimating my strength. Back then, I had far less control over my power, but now I am very capable of doing so, and can make this device light up to whichever number I wish, with very low written test scores. If I want any chance of making it into the top 12, I am going to need to up my game quite a bit. I step up to the black cube and get ready to punch it in its center. I picture the mana control of the two strongest applicants in this whole exam. the lightning and water users from the Apex region, and tone my own strength down just a small amount. I want to give a good score, but don't want to make it obvious that I am the strongest hunter in this whole event. That would raise a lot more red flags than I want, once I can picture the perfect strength of a level 750 monster in my mind. I lunge forward and cover my fist in equivalent mana shielding imbued with lightning magic to match it. A loud mana-on-mana twang echoes throughout the room as the instructor grins and looks down at his silver tablet where my number score must be. He looks up at me with a more appreciative expression now, while he points to the next strength test. That is more like it. I knew you were strong. The next test is a long, curved metal bar that is connected to the floor. The instructor tells me to pull it upward as hard as I can. It appears to be testing grip strength and leg strength, not only pure power of a strike. The next test is a large crystal orb on a table. Whenever the orb turns green, I am told to send as much mana as possible into it through my fingertips in as dense wavelengths as I can. Between each green light, I am provided a high-grade mana potion to regenerate my MP if needed. I accept, even though it is not necessary. Next, I am timed running a 100m dash and a 2 kilometers run as well, starting on one end of the room the long way and touching the far wall before coming back. The final test is a reaction time and accuracy test. I have to dodge floating mechanical magic metal orbs that attack me at faster and faster speeds. Dodging the incoming attackers turns the orb from plain metal colored to green. Once the orbs turn green, I am allowed to attack them back. For this portion of the test, I am allowed to take out my daggers, and I send small lightning crescents at the orbs to hit them with very fine accuracy. I don't miss a single target, and I hold total concentration to suppress all of the wind magic in my blade to make sure I only use one element at a time. The proctor resets this test a total of 3 times. On the second round, I feel the orbs get much faster and more unpredictable. Despite this, I don't let a single one hit me and don't allow any of them to escape. On the third round, however, I do feel the difficulty of a test like this is nearing levels that should not be possible for a hunter like me. So, I allow a few of the orbs to graze me instead of upping my speed to levels I didn't show were possible during the raw testing earlier. Still, my movements are near perfect. Every time I am grazed, I only allow them to get near non-vital areas and position myself to always be perfectly aligned for a counterattack. Once the orbs turn green, I disarm all of the orbs, and the proctor claps slowly while walking over to me, keeping the silver tablet floating in the air with his wind magic. Very nice job. Only 3 other people managed to clear that difficulty level on the agility test with similar accuracy to your own. Not bad. The tablet comes floating over to him, and he notes down a few more things on it. Then, I watch the number on my wristband shift from 59 to 32 in a faint flash of white. He points to the exit door once it opens. It is a live updating ranking system. As I said before, the written test is weighted pretty heavily. Even though the system sees you are one of the highest graded on the physical, there is still a long way to go before you move all the way up the ranks. That is quite the impressive jump there. One of the other Bedrock applicants did pretty well on the physical too. He made it into the top 30 actually. He motions for me to leave. There is still plenty of stages left. Best of luck, Hunter. Then, he turns to the other side of the room to go and starts testing the next applicant, while I walk through the exit door. As it closes behind me and I take in the view of this room, I catch the presence of a hunter that is also very familiar, but not someone I was expecting to see at this stage of the event. An A-class hunter with a light magic skill greets me at the door. Welcome to stage 3 of the exams, Hunter Ray Anderson. My name is Rodrigo. I'll be the proctor that guides these next tests. Behind him, there is a wide open lounge. It looks similar to the gaming room from the pre-trials, but all of the hunters that accept drinks and order food at the bars and restaurants seem much less on edge than they did before. At the back wall, there are many large gold doors. Each of them is labeled 1 to 13, and it looks like 7 of them are already occupied, because I see names above them that correlate with the names that are shown on a projector on the ceiling. Every member's face from their ID and live ranking is shown for everyone in the room to observe. Many of these names are grouped together in teams of 4, 5, or 6 hunters. The groupings are all very close now. Some groups share a common region, but the most common pattern is that most groups are very close in ranking. One group is all Apex region elites, and they hold rankings 1 to 6, all to themselves. 3 other groups each contain all of the hunters with rankings between 7 and 21 as well. Rodrigo speaks up, and his words confirm my suspicions. For this next stage, you may create your own team because you will be facing a series of trials together. The minimum a team must have is 4 hunters, and the max can be 6. The recommendation is to have a versatile lineup to be prepared for any challenge that comes your way in the next stage. I hope you've mingled with your fellow hunters during the exam so far, because connections will be very helpful moving forward. He gives me a thin smile. It looks very professional and fake. However, I am fairly certain he knows exactly who he is talking to right now and is playing the part. To many hunters, this description is very vague and can't mean much, but thanks to my unexpected roommate in the pre-trials of this exam, this perfectly describes the simulation test she has already explained everything about and prepared me for. So, I reply and walk past him. Thanks for the advice. I'll do my best to make a team. Looks like being last in line doesn't come with any good perks. I chuckle to myself and spot Ember and Natalie talking to each other on a long red couch that creates a wide semicircle near the back of the room. Ember's wristband says 24 and Natalie's reads 30. She looks pale and weak, similar to how she did after she'd healed up an entire team of hunters in the pre-trials. My best guess is that she healed the Apex Region's applicants that were injured during the agility tests of the physical, and then they left her to form their own elite team once they were finished. Considering she was ranked 7 before Stage 2, it seems the physical aspect of these exams isn't her strong suit at all. However, considering the recommendation Rodrigo gave me at the door that we should have a versatile team for the next upcoming event, I see a promising future teammate in front of me. While I walk over to the 2 of them, I begin to brainstorm who else I should try to bring on to this potential squad for the 3 remaining slots. Chapter 5, 36. As I walk closer to the 2 of them, I realize there are plenty of other hunters surrounding them. Ember is the one being approached the most. I overhear many of them trying to get him to join their team. Upon closer inspection, I find that he has by far the lowest number still in this room. Everyone else sub 30 has already formed a team and is behind a closed door. Some ask Natalie to join as well. But many are fixated on Ember as he is clearly a strong asset to their team. As I arrive, I let a moderate mana aura leak out from my body and sit beside them, looking at all the random applicants shiver from the mana vibrating through them. I speak up. If we've never talked before this stage, get lost. We already have a team picked out. Go find teammates in your own league. It is a bit rude, but I get my message across perfectly, and the leeches scramble, left behind after the weaker applicants go off and group in their own teams, giving up on the possibility of snagging an easy target. I see the wind user from the Silka region that Nat healed and I gave a free black token to earlier. His wristband reads 31. I am surprised he hasn't found a team yet. Considering he was 29 before, his physical scores must have been pretty decent to still be near the mid-range. I wave to him. Dane, right? Still looking for a team. His eyes perk up when he walks over. Yeah, I am still looking for a team. I thought I might be better off waiting it out than picking the first team that'd accept me. He looks up at the ceiling, and I follow his gaze to study the teams that are already up there more thoroughly. It seems teams of 6 are most prevalent in the higher-skilled hunters, near the midsection. There are more teams of 5 and 4. I don't know if this is an advantage or a disadvantage yet, but I know I'd rather be on a smaller team with people I have some history with, rather than a team of complete randoms. One of the teams of 4 up on the board is the entirety of the Phantom region showing, the 4 of them in a single team. This is why I've decided to pick this man from the Silka region. I gave him a token in the pre-trials. He seems competent, but also this will come with a sense of loyalty, because he may feel partially indebted to me from before. We have 4 people right here, but I want to let all of my options run out before making a final decision and approaching one of those numbered golden doors. Dane shakes Ember's hand, and they formally meet. Natalie recognizes him in an instant, realizing he is the one that paid her to heal him in the pre-trials. I speak up while more people begin to form into teams, and additional applicants walk in after finishing the physical exams. Dane, you are a wind type, right? Does that mean you are capable of long-range attacks? He raises an eyebrow, most likely wondering how I knew this, but I point down to his wristband that shows he is a Class 3 wind type according to the Silka's grading system. Yeah, I can be your long-range attacker. I nod, remembering some questions in the written portion of the exam referencing the main structures of hunting squads. There should be a support type, whether that is a healer or buff user, long-range attackers, close-range damage dealers, and lastly, some kind of defensive tank to distract and keep larger enemies occupied and protect the damage dealers. Although this isn't how I would usually hunt at all, I usually just go in solo and take every role for myself. There is a very good chance this is what the exam proctors are looking for when we're forming teams. I nod and reply. Good, you'll be our long range then. I turn to Natalie. Obviously, you'll be our support. Then turn to Ember. Emery, you and I will be the damage dealers. You'll be close range. As you fight with your fists, I'll be mid-range. He nods, then Nat chimes in. What about a tank? We'll lose points in the long run if we don't have one of these. None of us look strong enough or defense-focused enough to fill in this role. Dane raises an eyebrow. Lose points? What do you mean? They haven't even explained the rules of this test yet. Nat smirks but doesn't say anything. Ember speaks for her. Just trust her. She hasn't been wrong yet. I nod, thinking to myself how she successfully predicted over 75% of the equipment that was used during the physical test. It is true. I just wish she would have known the answers to that written. I wouldn't have flunked it so hard. As soon as I say this, a huge man with armor and a heavy shield comes walking out of the physical room with a 41 on his wristband. It said 63 before, so he definitely performed well. Nat looks over and points at him. How about that guy? 41 isn't bad. He increased over 20 ranks. I am sure he is strong. There are only 3 other applicants after him. We might as well get a tank while we still can. It appears a few other teams look toward him too, as he walks through the lounge after Rodrigo gives him a brief introduction. Dane even speaks up. I can go over and talk to him if you want. I shake my head. I have the perfect applicant in mind. Let's wait. The next hunter comes out about 15 minutes later, and he is a long sword user with fire magic and very low mana control for his level from the Raya region, ranked 61. No one jumps to recruit him, but he does settle with another team filled with other rank 50 and above applicants. More people are getting restless and just decide on their teams before it is too late. Random groups of 4 to 6 are formed, filling doors 8, 9, and 10. There aren't many people left in the lounge when the next hunter emerges from the physical exam room and a bright 33 glows on her wristband. I smile, knowing Marcy performed extremely well on the physical exams to rank just 1 point away from me, considering our written test scores must have been pretty close. Once Rodrigo finishes explaining the basics to her, she looks around the room, takes a glance at the leaderboards on the ceiling, then ignores every hunter that pesters her on her walk over to us. She then looks at all of our wristbands and speaks up. Well, looks like your team is the only reasonable option for me here. I reply as the disappointed looks of other hunters multiply behind her. Welcome to the team. We have our tank. While I could snag a 6th member from any of the others in the lounge, and I am sure they'd accept, this team of 5 will suffice. It feels like I know everyone well enough individually that if I take the role as team leader, they'll all work together once the trials begin. Everyone else understands that I am the common link between them and that this is what will work best. We walk over to door 11 to scan our wristbands. The door clicks open, and as soon as we're all inside, it clicks shut, leaving us in a small 10-meter by 10-meter white mana-shielded room with a silver door on the back wall. Above us, a ceiling projector shows the 11th team has been formed, with all of our names in it, then shows 2 team slots still available to be made with all of the solo applicants in a straight line with their ID pictures next to their ranking, waiting for them to form a group. A single line of text appears beneath the ranking board. Please wait for all applicants to form teams and enter their rooms. Stage 3 of the exams will begin shortly. At the same time, the floor begins to move, and it feels just like it did when we were in those white cubes during the written exam. A total of 5 beds come out of the ground, and dozens of crates filled with food, weapons, potions, and various magic items that are graded high C. There are even some near middle B grade. Most of them are health and mana potions, while others are weapons like swords, daggers, bows, spears, armor, shields, and all kinds of things necessary for a team to use on an extensive dungeon expedition. There is no description that pops up, or instructions about how to use this gear, or even why it has been given to us. The only thing we can do is wait. We all introduce ourselves to one another, and there is a good amount of interest in Marcy's origin from the Talton region. Natalie is especially surprised, but Dane takes it in a much more nonchalant manner. We each tell each other our levels, fighting styles, general skills, and what to expect when working together. Then each of us looks through the gear provided to see if anything is to our liking. Ember and I are the only ones that don't sift through it much, as everything here is basically useless to us, but the others are captivated by the B-grade items and swap out weak pieces of armor and gear that will raise their stats a few percentage points here and there. It takes another 15 minutes before another team is formed. My best guess is because they were waiting for the final applicant to come out of physical testing. Just half a minute after this team is formed, the final team comes together and lights up on the screen on the ceiling. It flashes white, then the screen is split in half. One side still shows the 13 teams and their applicants all together, and the other half shows a large live image of Rodrigo standing in the center of the empty lounge outside. He stares ahead and speaks. "Welcome, everyone, to the 3rd stage of your B-class exams." The moment he speaks, all of our attention moves to the ceiling. For this portion of the exams, you will all be partaking in extensive testing within the Apex region simulation rooms. He points toward the side of the screen where all of our team names are, and it zooms in to show that there is a big 0 next to each person's individual name. You will be scored with a simple point system during this event. The simulation rooms will test various facets of what it means to be an association hunter: your strengths, weaknesses, cognitive function under stress, and ability to work as a team under pressure and even in your natural element. This is just the surface of what we're looking for today. He pauses and smiles as it looks like someone is speaking in his ear. Then, a new screen appears above the silver door in our room. It is split in half. The top says 0 hours, 55 minutes, and 0 seconds, and the bottom says 24 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Rodrigo speaks again. There will be 24 trials. Each will last 55 minutes, and 5 minutes of rest within the safety room you stand in now will be allotted between events. He nods. Then the top counter changes and displays a 5-minute clock, 0 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds. It begins to tick down as he continues to speak, and the clock below it moves as well, showing 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. A few seconds later, you are all required to participate in the first trial. You may bring any magical items that are on your person or that have been provided in this room. There is no such thing as cheating. Whatever resources you find or strategies that make themselves known are encouraged for you to use. However, we strongly advise against killing your fellow applicants. Rodrigo takes a deep breath in and out, then continues. Every trial completed in the allotted time will grant every person on your team a single point. Not every trial after the first needs all applicants to be present inside the simulation room to be passed. There may be times when some applicants want to rest, and others can carry on completing trials for the team to conserve energy. Applicants that are not present in the simulation room when a trial is completed will still receive a point for the completed trial. The clocks on the wall continue to count down. I see it drop below the 3.5-minute mark as Rodrigo continues. If a trial is completed before the time limit allotted, the next will not start until the timer runs to 0. All team members may rest during this time. In addition to the 1 point per completion, the team that completes any given trial first out of all 13 teams will receive an extra 1 bonus point per applicant present. This bonus point will only be given to the members present in the simulation room during the trial. He points to the leaderboard again, and it automatically scrolls through all of the 0 markings next to everyone's name. Lastly, an MVP point will be awarded to the single applicant that contributes the most during each individual trial. Rodrigo pauses for a moment and lets all this information sink in while the clock on the wall ticks past the 2-minute remaining mark. You've all formed teams with fellow regional allies, as well as applicants from regions unknown. Maybe you are already a well-oiled team, or maybe this is the first time you've ever fought together. Today is not only about working together as a team to push each other toward a common goal, it is also about doing this and still showing your individual skills and ability to stand out amongst the crowd. He pauses again, and the reality of this test's true nature sinks in. The clock on the wall falls below 1 minute, showing 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 59 seconds, and the silver door clicks open. A wave of hot mana pours out, and the visual of a lush green jungle meets my eyes. It looks like there is a portal to a whole new world right behind this silver door. I can already sense ranked up monsters inside roaming the dense trees for what feels like kilometers ahead. If I wasn't told that this was a simulation room, I would believe it was a real B-grade dungeon. The clock above the door continues to tick down, and Rodrigo speaks again. The door will close once the timer hits 0, so enter while you still can. It shall open once the trial is complete. It is time for the third stage of the exams to begin. What will you choose? The satisfaction of bringing your peers around you to success together, or will you sacrifice those around you to achieve personal glory above all else? I wish you luck in your journey over the next 24 hours, applicants. Remember, there are no rules and no wrong answers. Do what you believe is right. Let the trials begin. Chapter 537. We all walk forward into the jungle environment through the silver door. Once it clicks behind us, the exit disappears, and it feels like we're inside a normal dungeon. However, there are a few major differences. Floating high in the sky is a visible timer now counting down from 55 minutes. Below, it is a large blue holographic text prompt. A party of B-class hunters failed to subjugate a dungeon break. They've been separated into multiple areas after splitting up to defeat this dungeon. Save the 3 remaining survivors and clear the break. 4 massive holograms pop up in the distance. 3 of them are yellow exclamation points, scattered far out into the jungle, pinpointing where each of the hunters are, and the 4th is a red arrow with boss room hovering above it. When I scan the dungeon using enemy detection, I do sense enemies in here, but they feel much different than normal monsters. There is enough mana inside them to trigger my perception, but there is a visible holographic LV 668 hovering above the head of the closest one I find in my mind's eye. That is not from my inspect skill. It is visible to anyone that looks at it. When I try to fully appraise the creature, nothing shows up. It just feels like a huge energy blob of pure mana being manifested into the form of a monster. Everyone in the squad takes in the view and reads the message in the sky. Before we can even devise a plan, the monster closest to us starts to make itself known. I yell out to make sure everyone's prepared. Incoming, lizard monster 12 o'clock. We take this out together, then come up with a plan. Immediately, everyone gets into position. Marcy begins to glow with mana and runs up ahead of us, activating her armor set and imbuing large amounts of energy into her spear. While scanning the jungle ahead, Dane jumps into the air and takes out 2 thin curved swords imbued with windstones and hovers in the air while Natalie runs back to stand beneath him and stay alert. Ember and I stay put, right behind Marcy, and wait for the monster to show itself from beneath the thick trees. I pull out my daggers and let the lightning magic crackle on them, and Ember ignites his fists with a low sizzle of flames. We all move forward slowly as the cracking of sticks and presence of a strong aura grow closer. A 6-meter-long green-skinned lizard with massive beady eyes and a long red tongue comes flying out from the trees. The moment Marcy jumps up to make the first contact with it, a layer of dense stone is summoned all over its body. Her spear tip hits its underbelly, and a layer of pink mana shielding forms around her in a semicircle to block the shattering stone as she pierces through to land a hit. Wind blades come curving in from behind, as Dane lets out an attack at the now exposed monster's underbelly too, while Marcy steps back and pulls out her spear. I curve to her right while Ember curves around her left. The wind blades create a wide-open X-shaped gash, far deeper than the spear wielder's hit, because the monster's outer shielding has already been shattered. I aim for its neck with my blades, while Ember lets fire erupt from his fists to attack right where the weak spot Dane and Marcy already created is. The creature's body explodes in a ball of fire, and its head rolls to the artificial dungeon floor as its long red tongue crackles with static electricity, still reacting to the clean slice I followed through with to its neck in a matter of milliseconds. Our opponent that out-leveled every one of us dissolves into thin air, and its holographic tag disappears into the air. The flesh I cut through felt real, but the lack of any system notifications after the kill convinces me this is truly not a legitimate monster. It is somehow a lifelike manifestation of what a monster would feel like. The Apex region has their hands on tech that can replicate the mana shielding and skills of monsters for training scenarios like this. We all float to the ground, then put our weapons to our sides, and Natalie speaks up. That was very impressive. Just know, moving forward, even though this is a simulation, the monsters might as well be real. You can get seriously injured just the same as any real monster attack in a legitimate dungeon. I am not sure what parameters they're set to. Sometimes, they're programmed to stop the simulation once the hunter inside looks like they're in critical condition. However, I wouldn't be surprised if they took this safety feature off for the exams. I can see she is a bit wide-eyed and frazzled by the display we just put on, so I just nod in reply. Thanks for the heads up. I've never been in one of these before, so I'll just assume everything is real. Similar remarks come from Dane and Marcy, as they've never tried tech like this either, and just assumed it was real too. We all discuss the mission at hand and come up with scenarios of how to fulfill it efficiently. Dane and Natalie both agree that the safest way for this mission to be completed is to go to each hunter checkpoint that needs to be saved one by one as a full team. In the prompt itself, it said that these hunters split up and couldn't handle the dungeons. Ember and Marcy have different opinions about it. They believe that we're all stronger than whatever hunters came here before us in this scenario. If we want to have any chance of winning the fastest pace prize, we need to split up and rescue them in 3 groups. I consider both options, but speak up with my own idea in mind. What if we just go straight for the boss room? There are a few confused looks at me, but then they consider what I've said in more depth. I grin, turning to Natalie. I don't know how these simulation rooms work, but if this were a real break, the smartest thing to do would be to focus on taking out the boss monster. The whole dungeon would collapse, and all excess dungeon mass would be automatically teleported to safety. I shrug. We wouldn't have to prioritize one hunter over another to save first, and we wouldn't have to risk splitting up into groups to save time and sacrifice our own safety. Marcy chimes in. I like that idea better. Even if it is not what the test wants us to do, it is what the right thing to do in the actual scenario would be. Nat thinks hard but can't come to a conclusion, whispering to herself. I don't know. I don't know if the sim room is programmed to work like that. Before anyone talks us out of it, I jump in the air, stepping on small yellow platforms of lightning magic and point toward the red arrow at the back. Come on. I am the reason we're all on a team together. At least humor me. I want to see what happens. Let's fly there. It'll save us even more time. Emberfire steps up to follow, while Marcy uses pink platforms of mana to follow. And Dane floats up with wind. Natalie lets out a sigh, manifesting mana beneath her feet and following upward. Fine, but we're going to use my safer strategies in the next tests if this backfires. We soar over the trees, and occasionally large green lizards jump up into the air toward us, but we fly way too high for any of them to actually hit us with attacks or engage in battle. Less than 3 minutes later, we pass right by one of the yellow exclamation points less than 500 meters away to our right. The next one passes less than a kilometer away on our left. Then the last is far out about 2 kilometers in the opposite direction of the boss room. We hover down to the simulated dark gray portal and jump through. They all follow my lead. An enormous tree, with leaves that stretch over 5 meters long, is all there is in the boss room. And a huge camouflage lizard, over twice the size of the first one we fought, is what we're meant to fight. It has a body-hardening perk to it as well, and its tongue sharpens to punch holes through whatever it makes contact with. There is a large blue LV-690 over its head as we fight. While either Ember or myself could easily end this battle in a single strike, we let our teammates shine, and leave any special moves for emergencies. It really only adds an extra minute or so onto the battle. Dane has extremely proficient accuracy from long range and works well with Marcy, as she is able to shatter its armor for brief moments of time whenever she attacks. Using these distractions, Ember and I chip away at its vitals. Natalie waits and stays out of attack range, feeling a bit out of place until the battle is over. The massive lizard falls from its tree and disappears before hitting the ground. Soon after, the boss room disappears around us too, and a loud ringing sound fills the room as our surroundings turn white. Then, a silver door opens in front of us with blue text hovering over it. Congratulations. 0 hours, 25 minutes, and 56 seconds remaining. Trial 1 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in 3rd place. Better luck next time. Please rest until your next trial begins. We walk through the silver door and find ourselves back in the resting room we came from. The leaderboard comes into my vision as the door behind me closes, and I see that the team of Apex members 1 to 6 came in first, finishing the trial 10 minutes faster than us. Another team finished about 4 minutes after them. Marcy and Dane celebrate, then go off to drink mana potions and water from the stash supplied. Natalie looks a little confused and somewhat upset at the situation, while she looks up at the leaderboard to see her region mates must have used a similar strategy. I speak out loud what she is thinking. They either thought the same thing as me and were just much faster to jump right to it, or they're just that much better than us. I think about how fast and strong tracks in Kalam are and try to picture it in my head. If they really stepped on it, I'd believe either scenario was possible. However, my best bet is they went straight for the boss room too. That is what any competent hunter of their caliber would do. I wouldn't be surprised if they had separate simulation training for the elites of their class. That may be why Natalie thinks this way by default. She replies, "Sorry I doubted you." Maybe taking the creative approach is necessary if a weaker team like us is going to score any points. I shrug. Who says we're weak? 3rd place isn't really that bad for round 1. We still have 23 trials to go. There is room for improvement. I just need to get a better feel for how these simulations work. Over the next 30 minutes, more and more teams complete the trial and get their points on the board. Once the timer rings, only 11 out of 13 teams have completed the challenge. Many hunters have 1 point. All the MVPs from each team have 2, and the Apex team, Team 1, all have 2 points other than Trax, who has 3. Once the timer hits 0, it resets to 5 minutes just like it did when Rodrigo was speaking. And once it hits 1 minute, the door opens again. I see a desert landscape before me at dusk, and we all walk through to begin the next challenge. Clear the 2 dungeon breaks and protect the village by helping them fix their automated defense system. Shines bright in the sky, and I see 2 bright red dungeon breaks on either side of a valley. Dozens of monsters are pouring out from the breaks, charging toward the village down below. There are almost 100 simulated people in the village, and none of them are even close to strong enough to face the level 400 to 550 monsters charging toward them. I stare forward for a moment, letting out a pulse of mana to observe what is going on in far more depth, then think of a way to solve this as fast as possible while the time ticks down above us in the sky. Emery, you take out that break. Go straight for the boss room. I'll handle the monsters that squeeze out. I turn to the other red dungeon portal. Marcy, Dane, you 2 on that one. Do the same. Head straight for the boss room. Clear it as fast as you can without looking back or stopping for pointless fights. The 3 of them head off to my left and right, not hesitating at all. Nat, you come with me. We're going to see what is going on in this village. We fly forward and are already making progress before the timer in the sky even ticks down a full minute. We soar past the charging monsters below and get to the town before they do to meet with scared townspeople at the flimsy wooden front gate. There are maybe 30 houses in this whole village max, and 2 enormous humanoid robots out front that appear to be powered down. A middle-aged townswoman calls out to us for help. Adventurers, you've come to save us. Our mechanic has fallen ill, and we need someone to find the activation crystals for our defense system before it is too late. We come to a halt and float down to the ground in front of them, and I take in the situation, then reply, "Okay, How can we find the crystals? She lets out a sigh and covers her face with her hands. If I knew, the machines would be up and running as we speak. We need you to fend off the monsters and help us search the town. I heard some adventurers have a sixth sense for this kind of thing. She looks up at me with her eyes wide, and I do a full scan of the town but find nothing out of the ordinary like she is describing. If it were this easy, anyone with half-developed mana senses could figure out this quest in an instant. There must be other clues. A boy in overalls peeks his head through the crowd beneath the woman's arm. Old man Robert works in the red house on the south edge of town. Or no, was it the yellow one? He scratches his head, and I let out a sigh. An old woman tells her story of where the man worked sometimes too. Then another kid chimes in and says somewhere else. I turn to Natalie and roll my eyes. We may just have to start looking around the old-fashioned way on this one. Then I hear a teenage boy speak from deep in the crowd. If he'd just wake up for a minute or two, maybe he'd tell us where those crystals were. He is the only one that knows where the crystals are. At the same time, a wave of monsters from the dungeons up on either side of this valley comes charging toward us about 500 meters away. The townspeople begin to panic and scream. But I immediately turn to the boy and speak to him while grabbing his collar. You said the old man was asleep? He is sick, right? Where is he? His eyes are wide, watching the approaching wave of monsters from a distance. But he stutters out a reply. He is at the town doctor, but there is nothing they can do. He won't wake up. I turn to Natalie as she is also staring at the stampede coming our way with miniature beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. You want to win a round, Nat. Go follow this kid to the doctors and heal that mechanic. If he wakes up, he'll be able to fix those robots himself. Nat's eyes lighten up as she realizes my plan. I pull out my daggers, then turn toward the monsters coming our way. In the meantime, I'll handle these. Trust me. I run forward, and the white-haired healer follows the boy back into the town full of panicking villagers. As the timer in the sky ticks down, arcs of lightning fill the valley, and I decapitate all of the ranked-up beasts that get in my path. I push my suppressed mana control to its limit, and even move slightly faster than I did during the agility trials during the physical exam to make sure no monsters get by. This is definitely a 2 or 3 hunter job, but I am the only one left capable of doing it, so pushing my perceived limits is what has to be done. About 7 full minutes pass before the monsters from one dungeon completely disappear while I am fighting them. Then, no more than 4 minutes later, 2 enormous metal robots join me in the fight to protect the town using mana-powered lasers to mow down the ranked-up monsters with deadly precision. I look behind me to see Natalie waving with one hand while using the other, glowing bright white on the back of an old man carrying a set of tools and all kinds of colorful gems. Even from here, they don't give off any mana aura at all. They're just for show. However, my idea of healing the only man that could fix these things worked. I delegated all of the tasks and we wasted no time at all for this trial. Another 3.5 minutes pass, then the next dungeon break is cleared and the monsters coming out dissipate into the air. Congratulations! 0 hours 36 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. Trial 2 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Natalie Sterling. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants. Please rest until your next trial begins. The whole desert scene fades away, and we're left in a white room again with an open silver door leading back to the resting area. Marcy and Dane are both sweating hard and out of breath, while Natalie looks somewhat pale from healing the mechanic. However, the room fills with excitement once we look at the leaderboard on the ceiling and everyone realizes we just won a round. Despite not being the strongest, smartest, or from the regions that have hidden information about these exams and guided toward victory, there is still a chance for us to rack up some serious points during this event if we play our cards right. Chapter 538. It takes more than 5 extra minutes for the Apex Elites team to finish up this trial. According to Natalie, there is a more battle-equipped healer on their main squad. He is their tank with an extreme strength skill, but also has a similar healing ability that must have healed the mechanic in the same way Nat did. To get a time like that, however, Their bit of lag time behind us must have been the need to allocate more hunters to defending the village from rogue monsters. One team must have been sent to clear both dungeons individually, while the other stayed behind in the valley to fend off the dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters attacking. I keep this bit of information to myself as it takes another 15 minutes for any other teams to finish this round. Once the timer runs out, there are even 4 total teams that don't finish and miss out on the basic completion points. Even after the long rest we're allotted, I can tell that the stamina of my teammates is not going to last forever. Ember and I may be able to play these games for hours, or even days on end without having to rest. At the rate that I see the other 3 restoring their MP and even HP after a simple round like this, I realize soon I'll be doing some of these rounds solo with Ember. This becomes more and more clear as the rounds go on. Trial 3 begins, and we're put in a large, open, icy cave environment. Hundreds of level 500 to 550 ice golems attack us, and a few dozen between level 600 to 650 in total spawn. Once all of the lower mobs are defeated, there is no boss room or clear exit to this large icy lair. There is only a prompt reading: defeat all of the enemies 126 in the sky. There are multiple waves, and the next waves only begin once the previous are cleared entirely. We take about 40 minutes to clear all 6 waves, and once the trial is complete, we come in 4th place. Ember wins the MVP point, as he must have gotten the most final blows on the golems. The 4th trial is a similar event, with a clear goal and no way to really cheat it. We have to escort 3 carriages through a mountainous region and protect them from enormous monkey creatures that wield fire magic. We also come in 4th place this round, and I win the MVP point, but I'm unsure how we could have won either of the last 2 events. The team of elites from the Apex region has somehow won every event so far, other than the one we managed to squeeze a victory. I come to the conclusion that they're definitely working with more information than us. However, it may just be that they're strategically positioning their most capable hunters to complete the tasks. I believe this is the case, because when they come in 1st place and win the bonus points, not all 6 of them are always rewarded. It is only a select few, meaning they've already begun to leave hunters behind during certain trials. It is clear that both Dane and Natalie are nearing their limits after the labor-intensive trials we're completing. Dane has been giving it his all, launching hundreds of long-range attacks and contributing a lot to our battles. But he can't continue at this rate. Natalie healed up Marcy's arms after the Ice Golem dungeon, as she was frozen pretty badly from continued exposure, while Dane got caught up in a large fire attack during the escort mission. Marcy is holding up fine after the heal, but Dane and Natalie are considerably weak. Both Ember and I are still not showing any signs of wear. They stay behind during the 5th round, and I assure them we'll pass it and get them points. Since the 2nd round, where we managed to luck out on a 1st place win, the Apex region team has been hoarding all of the 1st place bonus points since. While out of the 66 applicants on the board, I am in the top 10 because of my MVP points and extra points for the 2nd trial. I still want to try to get ahead of some of these Apex region hunters. It is not like they've done anything in particular to make me want to defeat them. Top 12 is all I really need to place in. I am just feeling competitive and see a challenge in front of me that I want to accomplish. My guess is I'll have a better chance at doing so once we get to the later trials, and even these elite hunters must get tired at some point. The 5th, 6th, and 7th trials go similarly to the last 2. They're dungeon breaks, having to save stranded hunters at checkpoints and protecting villages from hordes of monsters. Dane joins us for the 7th trial after he has rested up, but it is one of the most intense ones we've faced so far. The 7th is another multi-wave trial, and some of the waves even consist of multiple level 675+ monsters. Ember and I push our speed and striking power to the max, clearing out waves of ogres, serpents, orcs, giant scorpions, and even some unique humanoid monsters. Dane is overwhelmed by the ruthlessness, strength, and pure power of some of the monsters after a few stages go by. He is hit hard by a few attacks and stays high in the sky to wait out the rest of the waves while we continue to battle it out. We come in 3rd place for this stage, but surprisingly, only 5 total teams even passed this trial. This makes Dane feel much better about having to sit out the strongest waves. Marcy holds up very well, But after 7 hours of straight fighting monsters at and above her level, even she begins to get fatigued and exhausted, especially from the healing procedure done after the 7th trial to mend some of her deep gashes and burns. Dane is healed up too, but falls asleep to fully heal once the process is complete. Every time Nat heals, her own fatigue grows too, but she understands this is part of being a team player. While the HP potions provided can heal standard injuries and slowly heal flesh wounds, some of the larger injuries being tanked would take many days to heal, or even longer if not for our healer. No one on the team would be taking the risks in battle if not for this insurance. Moving on to the 8th round, I can tell Marcy is getting tired, but we agree this will be her last one. Then she'll take a rest. I don't know how you two manage to narrowly miss injuries over and over and keep using so much mana in your attacks while not getting fatigued. But I guess it is best not to question it, and just be glad you are on my side. As she says this, I realize Ember and I have been outputting hundreds of thousands of MP over the last few trials, like it is nothing. I remember back to one of the exam questions about how much rest time a hunter needs after exerting 0.1% of their mana control, and if this were my true control that I am showing her, right about now would be when I'd start feeling the effects of using up so much mana. However, I shrug it off. We've been through worse. Don't worry about us. Once the door opens and we walk through, the three of us are stranded on a desert island. The sky is covered in clouds and there is fog that hovers over the sea in all directions, limiting our vision to a few dozen meters ahead at most. Text pops up in the sky next to a timer. Memorize the pattern of safe stones to make it all the way to the final island. You have 55 minutes to make 100 steps. You must travel from step to step in order to complete this trial. Go back to the start as many times as you wish, but if you step on a danger stone, you have failed to complete this trial. As soon as we read this, massive rocks float up in the ocean in rows of 3. 2 of the rocks are red while 1 is green on every step. Is this some kind of joke? I whisper out loud. The rock all the way to my right is green on the first row of 3. And I can see clearly that about 10 meters ahead of it, in the next row of 3, the middle rock is green. I shrug and jump up in the air to land out in the ocean on top of the furthest right rock. Nothing changes. Then I motion for Marcy and Ember to follow. They do. And once both their feet touch the rock, all 3 in the first row turn green. However, when I look further out into the ocean, all of the other rocks that were lit up red or green in the distance turn gray and dull. Well, it was the middle one. I am sure of it. I jump another 10 meters off to the middle rock on the second set, and once Ember and Marcy follow, the second set of 3 gray rocks turn green. Interesting. I don't remember what the third set looked like at all, and neither do either of my teammates. Marcy speaks up. Well, it said we can restart as many times as we want, right? I nod. Right? We all fly back to the starting island, and once our feet hit the sand again, the rocks reset. 100 sets of 3 massive boulders trail off into the ocean. 2 are red on each one, and 1 is green. I stare off into the sea, thinking about how exactly we'll remember this pattern in such a short period of time. A few minutes have already passed, and every second we wait will only add up to make this problem harder. It is possible if we concentrate hard and split it up by taking 33 to 34 each, flying over the entire puzzle and memorizing as much as we can that could work. But there must be another way. Marcy proposes exactly what I was thinking, and Ember agrees that it is possible. But there must be an easier and faster way to complete this challenge. The corner of my lips curl upward as I shove my hand into my fake item box and pull out a bright blue recording crystal. Emery, you are right. I think we have a much more efficient option right here. I imbue mana into the gem, then float up in the air with lightning crackling beneath my feet, while the recording crystal records a lifelike image of whatever I pointed at. I turn back to the 2 still standing on the island. Stay here. I'll be right back. With the crystal pointed down at the rocks, I lightning step high above every one of them until I make it back to the final island we're supposed to reach. Considering we haven't stepped on the first rock yet, the green and red patterns showing which rock is safe to jump on are still visible on all of them. There is no need to memorize the pattern anymore now that I have a perfect picture of the answers in front of me. Once I get back, I set the recording to play, and we hop from rock to rock with confidence, turning every one of them green, making it across the entire maze in less than 10 minutes. Once we all step foot on the final island, and all of the rocks are glowing green, the simulation around us disappears, and the silver door appears with a message above it. Congratulations! 0 hours, 44 minutes, and 52 seconds remaining. Trial 8 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. I can't help but wave an excited fist at the door. Take that, Apex region. 1 step closer. We just need to do that a few more times, Ember chuckles. You really want to win this thing now? I thought top 12 was all we were aiming for. I shrug and walk through. It can't hurt to win in this event. Thanks to that written exam, we're still pretty far behind. I say we get a little more serious. I turn back and nod. It is time we start using our ranked up buffs. No more conserving energy. Through our telepathy link, I send a message to Ember, explaining that what I meant is we should start using a little more of our power, because based on Marcy's body language, she is about to take a break too, by saying we should start using our buffs. If there is anyone watching us through the surveillance system, this will be a proper explanation for any odd jumps in power. If it is just going to be Ember and me completing trials alone for a few hours while the rest of my teammates rest, we might as well make the most of it. As the silver door closes behind us and we make it back to the resting room, Marcy pops open another MP potion and sits on her bed, staring across the room with a puzzled look. Who are you two, really? Chapter 5, 39. Ember and I look at her cautiously, not answering, so she elaborates. I've been to the Bedrock region plenty of times for private missions. I've never seen hunters like you. Your stamina, mentality, even fighting instincts. Something is up. That blue crystal that took videos of everything it saw. How'd you even get your hands on one of those? I've only ever seen association officials use those. There is another long pause. However, this time I do reply while looking her in the eyes. I don't think any of these questions need to be answered. How would you like it if I started digging into your past? I can tell she is really just curious, but based on the heavy aura of foreign mana in the room, I can tell everything we're doing and saying is being watched and analyzed. So, to nip this conversation in the bud, I decide to take a risk and open my telepathy link with her. You want to cause some havoc, right? The stronger nations are used to always controlling winning spots with their elite hunters in the B-class exams. Her pupils shift, and I can tell she is very confused about the voice in her head. So I speak again. I don't feel comfortable talking about this where others can listen. This is telepathy, a special perk I acquired after. Actually, I won't elaborate. All you need to know is that it is how I coordinate attacks so flawlessly with Emery. I'd appreciate it if you kept it a secret from the association as well. She nods once, and I peer over to Dane and Natalie, then to Ember and continue through my link. What if a few extra applicants won this year's exams? Wouldn't it be fun to place higher than the chosen elites from the Apex region and reject their honorary B-class license anyway? She replies through the link. Well, if you put it like that, a scenario like that would be satisfying. I grin as she nods once, then replies out loud to split the perceived awkward silence in the room to make the conversation seem natural to anyone listening in through a surveillance system. Right? I guess I don't know much about you, and you don't know me. Let's just do our best to win this thing. Ember stands up and lets out a long sigh while stretching his arms. Well, I am glad that is settled. I wonder if any other teams are going to figure this trial out. It takes over 30 minutes for the Apex Regions team to finally complete the trial, and after them, only 2 other teams even manage to finish before the time runs out. Marcy decides to rest while Ember and I continue the trials. While she is up to do more, it would be best to have her and all the others fully rested by morning to help with the later trials at full strength. Once Trial 9 starts, it seems clear that many teams are taking a similar strategy, We get another standard dungeon collapse trial, and Ember and I speed off through the sky to the end of it without waiting at all. We disregard any hunters that need saving and plunge right into the boss room. There is a huge humanoid tusked giant creature with many minions that spawn inside. However, we aim straight for the vitals and don't have any teammates or baggage to protect. We can go in straight for the kill without having to think about the recoil of our attacks hitting anyone at close range. The monster's counterattacks miss us by mere millimeters. It looks like we've nearly died, but both of us know that even if these attacks hit us, it wouldn't feel like anything more than a pinprick. Congratulations! 0 hours, 50 minutes, and 47 seconds remaining. Trial 9 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. Surprisingly, only 7 out of the 13 teams even complete this trial. We rest in the room again and take on Trial 10 alone too, while our teammates all sleep and recover from their long day of testing and trials. There is a wide open desert with a single boulder at its center that stretches about 2 kilometers in distance. The prompt reads, split this boulder in 2. Ember and I both verbally agree to use our ranked up buffs. But in reality, we're just lessening the barrier of our mana suppression and letting out more mana to send off stronger attacks. Congratulations! 0 hours, 42 minutes, and 18 seconds remaining. Trial 10 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Emery Carter. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. Ember wins the MVP point for having more explosive attacks. Fire is far more destructive against rock than electricity is. Again, only 5 of the 13 teams complete this trial completely. As the night goes on, fewer and fewer teams complete full trials. While the first few trials it was 13 for 13. Now we're lucky if even half complete them. Some teams are up against the wire on time, completing the trials with just seconds to go. 8 more trials go by. The only other team that completes them all is the Apex Region team, while the 3 teams consisting of Vice and Viridian Hunters constantly place high in the rankings. They are not as consistent as the Apex Elites team. The 3 first place wins from us on rounds 8, 9, and 10 in a row were merely luck, as there are more puzzle events that require different elements like water to put out fires or healers to bring villagers back to perfect health. While I could use water magic of my own, or even use self-regen potions on the villagers, it isn't worth exposing our identities for a few points. We still manage to win 2 more out of the 8 events that pass through the night, and do end up completing every one of them, which gives our team an overwhelming advantage above many of the others. Between Nat, Dane, and Marcy, every few rounds when they feel up to it, they join us to complete challenges together. However, as the rounds go on, the challenges only get harder and stronger monster spawn. Under the facade of mine and Ember's ranked up buffs, we're easily able to dispatch these higher level trials. Though, it is clear many teams are not even supposed to be able to complete these nearing the end. As everyone gets progressively more tired, the trials get more difficult. Some of the monster waves have level 700 to 750 plus monsters. They're tough, but not impossible. It is supposed to be this way. Even so, we make it a point to clear every one of them to gain extra points for everyone. From this alone, as we move on to the 19th round, everyone on our team is in the top 15 of this stage's point leaderboard. Ember and I are both in the top 5, outranking a few of the Apex members that haven't had the opportunity to gain MVP points as often, and some that have taken rests while their teammates complete rounds and get first place points without them. Some of the other teams from the Vice and Viridian regions have single hunters that are being pushed up the ranks for claiming MVP every round. It is a smart strategy to gain personal points if you are much stronger than the rest of your team. We complete the rest of the trials, and the completion rate falls lower and lower. By the 23rd and 24th trial, there is only 2 teams that are finishing. It is me and Ember, along with the 2 elites from the Apex region. Their stamina and drive is impressive as well. We go back and forth on winning the first place prize with them on the final few rounds. However, Overall, they've won far more in the earlier rounds to maintain their early lead. On the final leaderboard, Ray Anderson is in third place, and Emery Carter is in fourth. Scattered within the top 15, the rest of our teammates still stay, carried by the basic completion points awarded that many teams failed to receive on every round. Marcy has accepted the fact that there is something very off about us, but doesn't care as long as she is benefiting from it in the end. Natalie, on the other hand, gets increasingly confused as every time we walk out from the silver door with another stage completion, neither of us ever need heals, and don't even touch the gear on the walls. Unlike Marcy, I don't feel confident talking to Nat through my telepathy link to explain what I need to. She is still from the Apex region. It feels a bit too closely related and loyal to the top brass of the association for me to be sharing any secrets. Occasionally, we'll drink mana potions to restore MP after long battles, but usually I am just consuming mana from the simulation room itself to restore myself while battling. All hunters with mana control awakened are capable of absorbing the mana in their environment to a certain extent. With the occasional MP potion I take from my storage for show as well, it all seems very convincing to me. To Natalie, however, something is very wrong. I can see the confusion growing on her face every trial. But as she also watches her own points rise from our efforts, she doesn't say a word and continues to heal Marcy and Dane when they come back after long battles. While Dane is about half as active in trials overall by the end of it, he still gives it his all and does whatever I say with no questions asked while inside the sim room. He doesn't seem curious or cautious at all about the seemingly never-ending stamina we have. His eyes only show gratefulness. The final 24 HR countdown hits 0, and the third stage of the B-class exams is over. Rodrigo's face reappears on the ceiling next to the now updated leaderboard, with everyone's name and ranking on it. Congratulations, hunters. You've all completed the third stage of the exams. If you are still worn out or in critical condition from these trials, do not worry. There will be a total rejuvenation and private room allotted to any hunters that wish before you all move on to the fourth stage. I hear a mechanical shifting sound behind the silver door that the simulations just took place inside. It sounds as if the room itself is being moved away. Then, the entire resting room that we're standing in shakes too, and it feels like we're being moved around in space by a huge machine. I am tempted to use my all-seeing eye to see through the shielding around us, but I refrain from doing so. Rodrigo continues. Your wristbands have now been updated with the weighted scores of the third stage. Do not fret if you feel your score does not appropriately reflect your performance in the exam so far. In the fourth stage, you will be able to show off your solo abilities in a grand event starting in 16 hours. Be prepared to fight and take advantage of our amenities. He pauses, then grins just slightly. As you move to this next room, sabotages and fighting are permitted in the public areas, but not in private labeled rooms. Please, no killing before stage 4 begins. I will have to intervene if you take things too far. More information will be provided closer to the time the events of the fourth stage begin. The silver door clicks open, and at the same time, the numbers on our wristbands update. A final word from Rodrigo echoes through our ears as his face and the leaderboard disappears from the ceiling of the resting room. Allies will not be helpful to you during the fourth stage, but it would be wise for you not to break your bonds if you want any chance of prevailing in the fifth. There is a moment of silence as we think about his final words, but I waste no time to look down at my wristband to see 14. Then I peer over at Embers, and it reads 10. Natalie says 17. Danes reads 18. And Marcy says 19. We all jumped up in ranks a lot from performing well during this stage. This increase in rank is just what I needed to cancel out those test results of the first round. With 2 more stages to go, I only need to raise 2 more ranks to reach my goal. I whisper out loud to Ember. Looks like you already made it into the top 12. Not bad. We walk through the door into a very large circular room with nothing inside. The walls are bright white and mana shielded, just like the rest of this fortress. Its diameter is 100 m at most, and the ceiling is high, about 10 m. But nowhere close to as massive as the training rooms we were standing in during the second stage physical tests. Once all 5 of us step out, the silver door shuts behind us, and I hear the same mechanical shifting sound, like the room is moving away and being replaced with something else behind it. There are at least 75 doors on the outer edges of this room, but only a few of them open, and more teams come walking out. While our team looks a bit tired and fatigued, others come out looking far worse. Some are missing limbs, others are still covered in blood and deep unhealed wounds, while some teams even carry out sleeping or passed out members into the room before the doors shut. The mechanical sound of moving parts outside of the humming shielding gets much louder once everyone is in this room. The numbers 1 to 66 light up on all of the doors on the outer rim of this massive circular room. A screen appears on the ceiling of this room now and reads out a single sentence. Please relocate to your private suite to receive a full rejuvenation before the 4th stage. Another timer counting down from 16 hours is visible below it, and no other instructions are given. I look to Ember, and he looks to me with a nod and speaks. I guess, see you in the next stage, or whenever we meet again. I nod. I guess so. He walks off to the room numbered 10. Marcy looks at me with the same serious look she has been giving me ever since I talked to her with telepathy the first time. Thanks for being a good teammate. I hope we aren't enemies in the next round like that Proctor said. She turns to walk toward her door in the opposite direction that Ember walked and says a final line without turning to me. If we are, I won't hold back. I smirk. Fine, me neither. Then, Dane speaks next, and I see a very unexpected notification ping in my ear. Thank you for the boost in ranking. It may actually be possible for me to go home to the Silka region with good news and extra funding. It'll just take 6 more ranks. Whatever you need, I am there for you, Ray. He looks up to me with a wide smile, and I see his status and geolocation in my Rising Emperor's domain as clear as day. For some reason, a link of loyalty was formed with this applicant from the Silka region. It wasn't my intention, but it can't hurt to maintain this bond. I smile and place out a hand for a shake. Of course. Maybe when all of this is over, you can show me around your home region. He grabs my hand and shakes it, then thanks me profusely again before leaving to enter the door next to the one Marcy just left to. The only person left near me is Natalie, and her eyebrows are still scrunched with confusion, with her hands on her hips, looking me right in the eyes. She is about to ask me something, but we're interrupted by a loud yell from across the room. You traitor! I can't believe you! An Apex hunter giving up simulation tactics to help the Bedrock region. One of them even made it into the top 12 already because of your lapse in judgment. I am going to kill you. My head turns to the noise, and I see all 6 members of the Apex region's elite team storming our way with angry looks on their faces. Trax, the one who yelled, has a bright 1 on his wristband. He is leading their group and is crackling head to toe in violent electricity. Chapter 540. The team of elites walks over to us like they own the place and completely ignore me, all staring at Natalie. Trax yells again. You are a disgrace. We should have never picked you up from the Viridian region. He raises a fist, and lightning crackles around it. His words interest me. I assumed Nat was from the Apex region, but it seems there is some information I was lacking. My eyebrows raise as the water user puts his hand in front of the spiky-haired lightning mage. You know how protective the director is about healers. Careful, Trax. His fist crackles, and he stares ahead at her, then grunts out a reply through gritted teeth. I know, but she is definitely not the one he is looking for. That is clear after today. His eyes track over to a tank in silver armor with a 6 on his wristband. Plus, Mac has the same skill as her. If anyone manifests that ability, it'll be him. I don't think the director will mind me taking out the garbage. I don't know why you sold out to these low-grade hunters, but now this year's exam results may be tarnished if I don't do anything about it. Callum, the water mage of nearly equal strength to Trax, lowers his hand and nods. Do as you wish? I just thought a fair warning was in order. Trax grins and stares Nat in the eyes while replying. Your consideration is appreciated, but I'll make my own decisions. He lunges forward with what feels like a full-powered attack, aiming straight for Nat's chest. I think to myself, while the scene plays out in slow motion, thanks to my real perception. While Natalie technically did give us information that would help in these exams during the pre-trials, none of it was really that helpful. We were a bit more prepared for the tasks ahead, but if we followed her advice on the simulation tests, we'd be in much worse shape than we are now. It is not like she gave us secret answers on the written exam or some way to cheat the physical either. Everything they're mad about was not Nat's fault at all. If anything, it is my fault. Trax is actually thinking pretty clearly. There is no possible way normal recruits from the Bedrock region would have passed the tests like we just did. All of the other recruits that came with us were either prematurely eliminated in the pre-trials or aren't even in the top 30 right now. However, reacting in such a drastic manner without any solid proof is quite disturbing. I let out a sigh and lunge forward. Activating my own lightning magic, there is a powerful twang of mana as Trax's fist slams into my open palm centimeters before impact aimed at Nat's heart. Arcs of electricity surge through the air, and a shockwave of energy radiates through everyone. Nat falls backward from the blast but grabs onto my free arm to stabilize herself before standing to her feet and shaking her head to rid herself of the shock and understand the situation. I feel another pulse of electricity surge through me with the mana control output of a level 850 to 900 monster as the angry eyes of the man who threw this attack stare into mine. I finally release his fist from my hand and he yells out again. It is you. You and that Emery guy. It was you two that were stealing our points. Just another one of the Bedrock leeches. 14th. You are in 14th place now. Are you kidding me? You weren't even in the top 30 after the written or physical exams. There is no way you racked up enough points to pass without this one whispering the answers in your ear. He turns to Nat. I never even liked you in the first place. This is all because you were taken from your home to support the Apex region's future, isn't it? Some kind of selfish revenge. He turns back to me, and I feel a probing sensation of Trax's aura go through me to try and figure out how strong my mana control is. With the divine limiter on, my output still feels like a level 600 to 700 at best. He feels this and yells again. It is because he is a lightning user too, isn't it? The only other applicant with this element in the exam. You wanted to take away from the rarity of my ability. He turns back to Nat. That was it, wasn't it? I understand now. She looks shocked, with her mouth open, and stutters out a reply. No, I thought my duty was done. I did what I was asked to get you through the pre-trials. My teammates made it this far themselves. If anything, they're the ones helping me. That is enough. I don't buy it. From what I can sense, there is no possible way he could put up a fight against me in the sim rooms without extra information. There is just no way. Natalie has been nothing but nice to me, and with added information that she has most likely been working for the Apex region for some reason that has to do with their director searching for a healing ability, the questions in my head only grow. One thing is for sure, though. It comes out of my mouth as I take a step closer to Trax. Hey, believe her. She didn't tell me anything. The B-class exams don't revolve around you, buddy. His eyes widen at my remark, and I feel a very intense power surge behind his eyes. His pupils turn yellow, and a wave of electricity bursts out to cover his entire body in the same bright yellow color as he responds. Actually, you are wrong. I will be the next A-class hunter and train with the director himself. These exams do in fact revolve around me, and you are all merely stepping stones to my rise in fame as the association's strongest hunter. A twisted smile forms across his face, and he replies. There can only be one lightning mage that will be known across the 8 regions. That will be me. He lunges toward me with speed and power far faster than what he showed before. His energy output with this ranked up buff activated nears that of a level 1000 monster. The energy being multiplied throughout his body artificially increases his mana control momentarily to create an attack that is far deadlier than I expected. His speed has also drastically increased, far greater than that of a double ranked up monster. It feels almost like I am facing that lightning wolf in the Vice City Labyrinth's 40th floor boss room. He is not as powerful, but definitely shows the speed and agility of a level 1200 monster. With an ability like this, it makes far more sense why they were able to clear the trials so fast. If he wasn't unfortunate enough to have met me in these exams, his previous words might actually be true. The strength and capabilities he shows are far greater than everyone here and could definitely be a candidate for an A-class hunter. However, with his fiery temper and attitude toward others, showing violent hostility without any concrete proof, and a god complex, that he is trying to push on everyone around him just for being pampered by the association, it really makes me want to bring him down a peg as a lightning-imbued fist comes rocketing toward my face. I do a scan of the room and find there are less than a dozen people left here. The rest have gone inside their rooms. While I could block his punch right now and beat him to the ground, that wouldn't be a feat Ray Anderson could do with the fractions of a second left to think of a plan against an unexpected punch. Then again, a few words from Rodrigo repeat in my mind from his speech before we all made it into this room. He said, "Killing will not be permitted. If anyone takes things too far, he will be made to intervene." I smirk, then slowly turn my eyes to meet Trax's gaze while he follows through with his punch. I don't lift a finger or even attempt to block it. His expression shifts for a moment, as my reflexes and perception of the situation shouldn't be this quick. At the same time, a circular panel in the center of the massive room opens up and a flash of light pours out. Wearing a golden collar, a blast of electricity and light magic follows. And I play along, letting myself get thrown back by the blast as Rodrigo blocks the lightning punch while in his ranked-up form. He yells out, "That is enough! I said you may sabotage and quarrel, but no lethal blows will be permitted." Trax looks at Rodrigo, and they both power down their buffs as I get to my feet pretending to act flustered. However, Trax lunges forward again. Rodrigo blocks him from moving forward at me with a single arm covered in light magic, but lets him yell out, "No, that wasn't a lethal blow at all. He saw it coming. His eyes. He was watching me throw that punch." Trax replays the imagery of my subtle smirk and eyes tracking his punch over and over in his mind, but his face turns pale as he murmurs under his breath. "At least I think. That is what I saw, right?" He looks down at his hands, then up at Rodrigo. "But if it was, you would have seen it too. An A-class hunter wouldn't miss a detail like that." Rodrigo stares at him with a serious expression. "This hunter didn't even see your attack coming. His pupils tracking your movements may be a survival response, but there was no effort made to block or move away from the blow, aimed for his vitals at speeds far faster than anything recorded in his physical exam, or even during the sim trials. That was in fact an intended lethal blow." Trax shakes himself out of his trance. "Right? Yeah, right? There is no way he could have seen that. He wasn't even top 30 in the written and physical, right? He is not even top 12 overall now. I don't know my own power sometimes." He smiles, chuckling a little, nodding, and reassuring himself of this fact while Rodrigo responds, staring at everyone here with stern expressions. "I don't care if it was an accident or not. I am just here to keep the peace. If you really want to kill each other that badly, save it for the tournament event in the next round." Everyone's eyes widen at this statement, as Rodrigo just dropped a major hint about the fourth stage. He jumps in the air as the circular hatch in the ceiling opens again. "No more talking. Get to your rejuvenation rooms and stop causing problems. You've had a stressful first 3 trials. Be glad you've made it this far. Heal up and mentally prepare yourself for the next stage." He watches us from above and doesn't disappear into the ceiling again until everyone walks back to their room. I walk in front of the door labeled 14, but turn around one last time to get a look at the large circular room as the silver door behind me opens. The angry gaze of the lightning mage is locked on me from across the room as he stands in front of his open door too. I lock eyes with him and give a convincing stare back, as it seems I've accidentally made quite the aggressive and strong rival to deal with in the upcoming rounds. Our death stare across the 100-meter room holds for about 5 full seconds before the ceiling turns green, and a new announcement rings out in the tone of a woman's voice I've never heard before. "Attention all applicants. Stage 1. Written test results have been reviewed by our proctors, and the machine-graded scores have been manually updated to include more creative solutions. There have been a few slight changes. Please review the updated rankings." I can hear and see that the same message is being played inside the room behind me. So even hunters inside their private suites are getting this update too. As the message flashes a few more times, then a display of the updated rankings appears in front of us. My emotionless stare turns into a smile, and Trax's turns to one of disbelief. Chapter 5, 41. The list of rankings on the ceiling shifts around. Some of the numbers above the silver doors in the room shift too, matching the hunter's updated rankings for those already inside. Many applicants move up and down 1 or 2 slots as they've managed to squeeze in a few points past their fellow applicants. I see Natalie's score actually get worse, moving from 17 to 19, while Dane's moves from 18 to 16, and Marcy shoots up the rankings all the way from 19 to 13. Ember moves up in the rankings 1 slot too, hitting 9. My grin grows as I see myself move all the way up to position number 5. The first 4 slots are still filled by Apex region elites, Trax and Callum taking first and second. It seems that portion of the written test where niche association hierarchy knowledge is still holding me back a little, but my in-depth explanations of scenarios and training tactics were enough for the experienced proctors to see that a majority of my answers were correct. Where the machine didn't, I call out across the room while taking a step back into the rejuvenation room. What was that about me not being in the top 12, huh? Looks like it was just a system error. My laugh echoes through the room as the perfect 1 to 6 rankings of the elites are broken up by a rogue no-name bedrock hunter. While the silver door begins to slide shut, Trax's angry yell echoes back. This is another trick. You've cheated again. I'll kill you in the next trial and prove you are nothing. You do not deserve to rank this high. Just wait. Wait until I get my hands on you without that class holding me back. I make a final glance of eye contact with him, looking forward to it. The door clicks shut, and a wave of hot soothing mana rushes into me from the floor and through all of the walls. It is at least 10 times as strong as the Golden Lounge in the pre-trials. It is very impressive, and would certainly speed up natural healing to a significant degree. However, based on some of the injuries I saw on the other applicants, they're going to need a bit more than just a mana bath to bring them back to 100%. I take a stroll of the small 10M by 10M room to find a bed, a large desk and chair, food, potions, and a complete wall of armor, pendants, weapons, and all kinds of unique-looking high C and low B grade gear. A message above the items in glowing holographic text reads out that I should help myself to whatever I desire. On the ceiling of the room, a 16-hour timer ticks down, and the live ranking still sits there without moving. After a quick scan of the items on the wall, I confirm there is still nothing worth taking. I walk over to the desk and comfortable-looking chair, then sit down and take a deep breath of the fresh mana flooding through my veins. A few hours pass as I fall into a peaceful trance-like state while absorbing just enough mana to not be abnormal. Then, my concentration is disrupted by a light dinging sound and a new text screen on the ceiling. A personal healer will arrive shortly. Any additional injuries will be rejuvenated now. Seconds later, the silver door at the back of the room opens, and I turn in its direction to find a level 9 94 woman with silky blonde hair that waves in the air below her waist. She has the same legendary grade, soft heal skill as both Natalie and that tank healer from earlier. However, this woman has the mana control of a hunter that has far surpassed the double ranked up status. It is surprising she hasn't hit level 1000 yet given the mana radiating off of her, but I have a few guesses as to why when the golden collar around her neck enters my field of vision, her eyes are a dull blue. It looks like there is no life behind them. However, she still smiles and keeps her body language graceful as she walks over and speaks in a steady tone. Please show me where any lasting fatigue or injuries may be after your trials. I will make sure you are able to fight at full capacity before the next stage. I stare forward for a moment, still looking her up and down as she comes to a halt in the middle of the room, staring back at me with a lifeless gaze. I shake my head. No thanks. I feel fine already. She doesn't move, still staring forward, and replies in the same tone. I insist. You may have injuries you are not aware of, Mr. Anderson. I stand up from my desk and look back at her. I said no thank you. I've already fully recovered. There are applicants that need your heals much more than me. She nods. They have already been assisted. You are next in line for a full heal. Please allow me to do my job. I need to make sure you are in your top fighting condition. That is all. I reply back with lightning flickering in my eyes. I don't know what your deal is, but I don't want whatever treatment you are offering to give. If you lay a finger on me, I'll be less ready for the next trial than if I am left to my own natural healing. Surprisingly, she nods and takes a step back. That is a satisfactory response. I find no visible injuries, and your mana control base appears to be stable. As she turns to leave through the door, she mumbles to herself, "You Bedrock applicants sure are difficult this year." The silver door clicks shut, and the messages disappear to leave me in a blank room again, with only the timer and rankings. Her odd behavior is one thing, but it leaves my mind as the fact that she left without much of an overreaction means she most likely wasn't trying to do anything devious. The thing that interests me most as more hours pass in the rejuvenation room is that woman's skill. Trax's words about the Apex Region's director and his obsession with healers stick in the back of my mind as I try to piece together this puzzle. I've come across other healers in my travels through cities when I do broad scans. While this soft heal skill is far more efficient than the surface heal, heap heal, self-heal, and various other lesser healing abilities I've found, it is not like it is a unique or overpowered skill like the restore skill Abby has. Whatever the director is looking for here, it is either way over my head and has something to do with this soft heal skill that I can't understand, or a far more likely option. The director is looking in a totally wrong direction. Whatever it is, my only hunch on the matter is thousands of kilometers away, underground cultivating chi beneath Valor City. Overthinking this matter any further won't be of use until I can figure out why the director is looking for a healer, and what the exact ability is he is looking for. Until then, I will focus on getting close enough to the higher-ups to actually have the ability to find this information myself. More hours pass, and eventually the timer on the ceiling hits the 1 hour remaining mark. While I am sure most people slept during this time, I sit in silence and wait. There is another soft ding that breaks my concentration, but this time the text on the ceiling is rather open-ended. Prepare to fight. You have 1 hour before the matches begin. It flashes a few times. Then I feel the entire room move, along with the mechanical moving parts, making it seem like the entire room is gliding on a long rail and constantly switching tracks. The ceiling text disappears. Then a large video screen of Rodrigo standing in the center of the circular white room we left 15 hours earlier appears. However, as it pans up, it is now clear that the ceiling of the room is gone. It has been replaced by a large blue transparent dome. There are a few hundred seats surrounding the entire room outside the dome. The audience seating is split into 8 sections, and I see a large throne sitting in the center of each section. There are a few people that I recognize, sitting in one golden seat with about a dozen C and B class hunters. Surrounding it is Brutus, the Vice Regent's director. A bright light is showing on him in his association armor and shimmering rings. Next to him, less than 20 meters away, is another throne made of glossy black rock. Director Malak, the director of the Bedrock region, sits there with a few of his B-class guards and quite a few C-class hunters. Across the ring in the curved seating, I even see the green-eyed woman with earth magic from the Talton region. She sits in a stone throne, but has not brought a single guard or hunter with her. The section of the audience around her is empty. My vision tracks over to an old man with gray hair on a silver throne. He has a strong build and noble stature with similar strength and armor to Brutus. He has over 20 guards around him, and I assume that this is the director of the Viridian region. Beside this, about 25 meters away, there is another region. There is a figure in black robes with 6 guards around him in masks and matching dark outfits. I can't see any of their faces, but I assume this is the Phantom region. Lastly, on the far edge of the ring, there are 2 more regions. One director is a young woman who hovers in the air above a white throne with wind magic, while the regional throne beside them is less than 10 meters away. It is led by a young man flickering with fire. Each of them has about 10 C-grade guards around them. These are the Silka and Raya regions. From the way they're positioned so close together in the seating, it seems like they're one. However, there is a clear distinction between their clothing, and there are 2 thrones. I cannot definitively tell which region is which. To my surprise, there is no throne for the Apex region visible either. The positioning of the camera pans back down to Rodrigo, who stands in the center of the room. Attention. applicants. The fourth stage of this year's B-Class exams will begin shortly. He pauses, and the screen on the ceiling of my room splits in half to show the ranking again as he continues. We will be holding a tournament to display each individual hunter's strengths and weaknesses in a solo match environment. The ranking boards with all the individual hunters' names start to move around and form groups of 2. Their faces show up next to their number in a long line. Underscore, 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 1, 66, 2, 65, 3, 64, 4, 63, 5, 62, 6, 61, 7, 68, 59, 9, 58, 10, 57, 11, 56, 12, 55, 13, 54, 14, 53, 52, 16, 51, 17, 50, 18, 49, 19, 48, 20, 47, 21, 46, 22, 45, 23, 44, 24, 43, 25, 42, 26, 41, 27, 40, 28, 39, 29, 38, 37, 31, 36, 32, 32, 35, 33, 34, underscore, 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 underscore. It seems the lowest rated applicants are matched up with the highest. Only one line comes up from each pairing, and it leads to 2 new blank spaces where the line from another pairing meets. The winner of each match moves on, making the chart look like a pyramid. There is a single blank space left for the pairing of 2 at the top of the chart for a final event. This will allow for the highest rated hunters to make it to the later rounds and won't have the most intense matchups first. This means it is already skewed in favor for the higher ranked hunters to do well in the tournament. Middle ranked hunters will be the only ones fighting fair matches. At the start, at least. This works in my favor, so I don't mind much. My eyes scan the numbers as Rodrigo continues to speak and explain. You will be fighting in 2-minute rounds. The winner will be decided by death or verbal submission. He smirks and holds up a pendant. Of course, you will be given a protection item that ensures your safety. This is given to make sure no valuable association hunters are unnecessarily killed, but also to make sure you don't hold back and show us everything you've got. He points up to the circular seating that wraps around the mana shielded fighting pit. If both parties are still standing after the 2 minutes are up, our 7 regional directors will vote on a winner. The camera pans up even further to show a solid black box with no doors or windows floating in the sky above the dome. And of course, our very own Apex region is overseeing the event itself. The video view pans back down to Rodrigo, and he continues. Every round you continue to fight will affect the live ranking on your wristband. If you win a match against an opponent of a higher ranking than your own, this will allow you to rise in the ranks. However, if you defeat an opponent at a far lower rank than your own, it won't affect your own ranking at all. He pauses and smiles. With that being said, all of the rankings are weighted. So, the stronger the opponent you manage to defeat, the more it will affect both of your scores following the match. He nods and waits in silence again before continuing. This 4th stage may be the final step in this year's B-Class exams for some of you, as only the top 20 will be moving on to the final stage of the exams. He steps forward and places a hand in the air. However, if you fail to reach this goal, your journey in the hunter world does not end here today. This is an opportunity for all of you to grow and make connections with all of the great regions, not just the ones you came to represent. Every regional director here will be watching you perform. If your abilities and style suit their needs, they may send private contracts to whoever catches their eye as long as Apex region deals are not already in place with the applicant in question. The video zooms out again to get the regional directors in shot again. With that being said, the prize for today's tournament, for those who believe they have a shot at winning it all, will be awarded a B-Class license no matter their results during the 5th stage. And in addition to this, a guaranteed lifetime contract with any region you desire. This includes a seat on the board of contracted Apex B class hunters and extends to every region here tonight. My gaze tightens at this statement, as this prize seems like it is meant for the Apex elites to win no matter what and receive their B class ID anyway. But it is still great incentive for other regions to give it their all. Rodrigo smiles and the split screen shifts to show the first matchup in the tournament event with a large timer counting down the minutes. Applicants, make sure to stock up on all of the gear you have available to you in your rejuvenation rooms. Any magic items you've brought with you today are fair play. These matches will be simulating real-life or death situations. Your opponents may not always be monsters with solved ways of defeating them. You will have to know how to react to situations well within the unknown, too. A small circle in the floor of the room pops out, and a silver pendant on a black string comes out with it. Please, place on your respawn items and prepare for the tournament to begin. Once it is your turn to fight, your door will open. I take the small silver necklace and appraise it to find Rodrigo's silver amulet as its name. It is very similar to the item that was used during the C-Class exams, imbued with the A-Class Hunter's respawn skill. I know it works. I've seen it in action before. When the hunter wearing the item hits a low enough HP threshold, they will be sent back to a set location away from danger and with restored health. However, I know the previous version of this item had its faults. They may have fixed it for a large event like this one, but I am definitely not going to trust my life to a magic item not made by myself or tested very carefully. I am only wearing it for show. I place the necklace on, and the visual of Rodrigo disappears, leaving only the tournament chart of future matches on the ceiling screen and a timer ticking down the remaining minutes before the first match. Chapter 5, 42. Once the timer reaches 5 minutes remaining, I begin to feel the room around me shift and rotate. The ceiling lights up green with a new message telling all applicants to move to the front half of their rooms and equip all items necessary to fight. I do as it says, and a wall comes out of the floor, cutting the room in half and leaving me staring at the silver door. Soon after, the mana shielding around the front half of the room falls away, revealing heavy-duty glass imbued with the same blue mana as the shielding that makes up the dome. Even the silver door fades away into a semi-transparent material. As I look around, the walls of the fight area are all made of the same see-through substance. Behind every door, there is another applicant in an identical room, ready to fight. The timer counting down hits 0, and a new timer floats in the air, set at 2 minutes, while 2 doors of applicants open up. Once they both step out, the 2-minute timer begins. However, it is paused at 0 hours 1 minute and 58 seconds after a bright flash of lightning fills the arena. Rodrigo's voice fills the room. In the fight between Applicant 1 and Applicant 66, Trax, from the Apex region, has moved on to the next round. There are a few laughs that ring out from the audience above, but the next match starts almost immediately after. And the same result occurs. The clock is stopped mere seconds after it starts, following a massive blue flash of mana and a barrage of water jets. In the fight between Applicant 2 and Applicant 65, Callum, from the Apex region, has moved on to the next round. The following 2 rounds are the same as a fire and wind user from the Apex region. Both demolish their opponents in seconds. Then, my turn comes, and the transparent mana shield door opens up to put me in the fight ring with Applicant 62. He is sweating all over and holding a long silver sword along with armor that I am positive came from the resting room rack that we were both just offered items from. He is level 516, and on his wristband, I see he is from the Raya region. I let out a sigh and pull my daggers from my waist, sending a single crescent of lightning magic his way faster than he can see. It collides with his midsection before he can even block it, and the timer above our heads stops as a flash of white light teleports him away. In the fight between Applicant 5 and Applicant 62, Ray, from the Bedrock region, has moved on to the next round. At this announcement, I feel many eyes from the audience above turn to look at me as I walk back to my transparent room. Director Malak is smiling wide and clapping for my victory while the Vice and Viridian directors both look at each other, then stare at my back until I am in my room again. The tension clears once the next match begins. It is over very quickly, just like the others. It takes no time at all to make it to Ember's match. In the fight between Applicant 9 and Applicant 58, Emery, from the Bedrock region, has moved on to the next round. The same reaction takes place when he wins his match in a single punch of hot fire. While these matchups are very unfair, placing the strongest against the weakest to start, this blue barrier still allows for hunters outside the ring to feel the power of mana being used inside. Although they aren't full fights, every match right now is giving both the regional directors and all the other fighters in the tournament a taste of what they can do. The only notable matches I see next are the two Vice region fighters ranked 10 and 11. They too quickly dispatch their enemies. A few more matches go by until Marcy wins hers too without any issue. At slot 13, she faces one of the remaining Bedrock applicants at rank 54 and finishes the match with a single strike of her spear. Dane at 16 defeats 51 with ease, but the two have an actual exchange of blows. The match takes over 20 seconds to complete. He is up against one of the members from the Phantom region. Using an extreme speed skill along with advanced wind magic and many speed and perception boosting items, the applicant dressed in black robes is quite the tough adversary. The two of them fly around the dome and send wind slashes at each other. But Dane's extreme grade skill, along with slightly higher mana control, allows him to win the battle by pure strength. His wind blades shatter the Phantom region applicant's blades every time they collide, and eventually he lands a few clean shots that bring him the victory. Even so, as he walks back to his room, he is breathing quite heavily. There is a single region clapping for him as Rodrigo announces him as the victor. It is the young woman that sits on the white throne. Before, I couldn't tell if she was the director of the Raya region or Silka, but if she is rooting Dane on, then my guess is this woman is the director of the Silka region. As I observe her much closer, her eyes, hair color, and facial features share traits with Dane, but it must be a coincidence. Before I think of this too much, the next match begins, and applicant 17 defeats 50, another applicant from the Phantom region, in a match that also takes more than just a single blow. Their brawl goes similarly, with 17 just scraping out a victory because of a difference in mana control and element strength. The next match is 18 versus 49, and the outcome that takes place is not what I expected. Applicant 49 is from the Phantom region. Just like the last two fighters, however, he doesn't have an elemental skill. When I look at his status, all I see is one called Shadow Step, and it is legendary grade. When the match begins, he lunges forward with a black sword in hand, then disappears right before 18 lands his attack. The Ice Mage in the ring is a strong fighter from the Viridian region that carries large white ice imbued axes. If the man in black robes was hit with the attack that was hurtling toward him, he would have been killed on the spot. However, he is nowhere to be found. The audience goes silent for a moment, and the Ice Mage looks around the ring, waiting for the announcer to call out his name as the winner. It looks as if this fighter was teleported away. Possibly the teleportation magic was just not present or masked by his black robes. Many theories are thought of, but when he reappears behind the Ice Mage and shoves his black sword through the hunter's back, thrusting upward to eliminate him on the spot in a flash of white light, the audience realizes what has happened. He puts his sword back in its sheath and bows, then walks back to his room as Rodrigo announces him as the winner of this match. No one claps, not even his own regional director, although I do see him give a subtle nod of approval. The room is eerily silent until the next match begins. Natalie walks into the white arena in new armor from the preparation room, along with 2 silver daggers in her hands. Number 48. Her opponent is another applicant from the Phantom region. All 4 of them are right next to each other in ranks. Given their abilities so far, it seems like they did very poorly on the written exam, decent on the physical, and all shared the same score for the simulation trials as they are clumped together here. However, their fighting capabilities are far higher than their base rank shows. Natalie is the opposite. Her knowledge in the written exams and contribution as a healer during the simulation trials is what brought her rank up so far. The worried expression on her face shows that she is thinking exactly the same thing. In a battle of pure strength and mana control, she has no chance of winning and moving on. After the verbal disagreement she had with Trax before this tournament even started, her losing a match like this will only add fuel to the fire. I do a quick scan of both of them as they face each other in the ring. The Phantom Region applicant has mana control higher than Nat's, and even an advanced Earth element skill that will make for even more of a tactical advantage. He uses an Earth-imbued longsword, and all of his dark robes are imbued with speed and agility buffs, just like the other applicants from this region. The match begins, and as he sprints forward, it is clear that Natalie is most likely going to lose this fight. There is a bright clash of mana and stone as they collide in the center of the ring, and the Earth Sword clashes with Nat's enchanted silver daggers. She manages to block the first incoming strike, but is blown flying backward by its force to slam back first into the side of the ring against a random transparent door about a dozen rooms away from me. She coughs up blood, but gets to her feet in time to see the Earth user ruthlessly coming in for another attack. My eyes wander around the ring, and I see all of the Apex elites watching the match with their arms crossed and smug looks on their faces. Their internal affairs have nothing to do with me, and as much as I want to see Nat win and rub it in their faces, I whisper to myself and try to think about the situation harder. Does it really matter if she wins or loses? In the same instance, Nat is hit with another heavy slash from the Earth user. Only one of her daggers manages to land a clean block, allowing his sword to slide by and rip a gash through her side. Blood stains the white floor as she jumps away to dodge his second incoming strike in the same motion. Her eyes are still sharp and her breathing is heavy. Nat grips a dagger with one hand while dropping the other and using her now free palm to heal up her side to make sure at least the bleeding slows before anything else. She could surrender at any time, but is still looking for a way to fight back. The muffled yell of Trax comes from behind his transparent door, as the direction Nat managed to flee from her attacker is right in front of his room. You'll lose. Ha! You'll lose to a lesser region, and you'll drop below ranking 20. Once I win this tournament and get a place on the Apex's B-Class board, I'll make sure you never get your license, no matter how many times you reapply. As he taunts her, another earth magic-filled slash comes toward her, and with only one dagger to block, she is hit again in the side and her previous wound opens up while another is created. Trax laughs and yells out as she flees again. And after today's showing, the Viridian region will never take you back either. This is what you get for betraying the Apex elites. She grits her teeth and tries to heal up both of the wide-open wounds in her stomach with one hand. But it isn't enough. Nat has to use both hands to stop the bleeding before it is too late and is completely unarmed for the attack that flies at her next. Even now, she stares the sword covered in earth magic, down without fear, but I am certain this hit will end the match. Even if her stare looks like it is full of resolve, there is nothing she can do, and she knows it. After thinking about Trax's words for a moment, and considering the prize of this tournament, a plan begins to formulate in my head. It includes securing a future trade partnership with the Viridian region, and at the same time will bring me one step closer to figuring out what really goes on within the higher-ups of the Apex region. To follow it out, Natalie can't lose this fight. So, I make the decision to open my telepathy link from across the ring and send her a message. Listen to me very carefully. If you want to win, you are going to have to do exactly what I say. Chapter 5, 43. Nat's eyes widen once she hears a foreign voice in her head, but she takes in a gasp of air and I continue talking to her before too much time passes. I can grant you the power to win, but you are going to have to put your full trust in me. Focus. To win this battle, you must visualize me as your leader and recite these words. Nat grits her teeth, conceptualizing the situation in slow motion, nodding while I tell her what to say. The words that travel through our link are words I didn't imagine I'd be saying during my time in the Apex region. But when an opportunity like this makes itself known, I can either take the risk or lose the chance. Her eyes widen more as she hears the order I've given, then replies through our link while she gets stabbed through the gut by an earth-imbued sword. Whoever you are, if this is true, I would do anything to win. I swear my loyalty to you, the Flame Emperor. Grant me power. Please help me. Blood gushes out from her mouth as she attempts to heal her wounds and get away from the attacker. Nat's eyes are filled with fear as her health drops dangerously close to the respawn trigger threshold. Trax's laugh echoes through the arena as the floor becomes stained red with blood. Nat mana steps toward my transparent door as the Earth user from the Phantom region follows her while charging up a final strike to kill. I speak through the link again. Out loud. Yell it out for all to hear. Give me your trust, and you'll make it home to the Viridian region. I promise you that. She coughs up blood to clear her throat, then does as I wish, yelling out for the whole arena to hear with tears in her eyes. Flame Emperor, I swear my loyalty to you. Grant me power, the power to win. While this isn't what it would take to actually create a link of loyalty, a simple verbal acknowledgement, or even a strong bond of trust, is usually enough to make the connection. I need something more for Nat's link to trigger in such a short amount of time. A much more simple display could have been done, even her whispering under her breath. But I want all attention to be on her once the link is created. The more flashy and dramatic, the better. As a notification rings and our link of loyalty forms, my eyes sparkle with excitement. I take a deep breath and begin mentally activating portions of my Rising Emperor's domain's interface to grant her 5% of all my base stats, 1% of my mana control, and the ability to now use extreme fire summoning. A full 10% of everything isn't necessary. The mana control I've shared is already overkill. The fire magic touch isn't needed either, but if eyebrows are already being raised, I might as well give them something to look at. The arena goes silent as Natalie's echoing yells, "Cease," and the only thing remaining is the earth blade aimed straight for her heart. It collides with the silver lightweight armor chestplate she took from the resting room and melts through the metal like butter. However, at the same time, she feels a warm surge of intense energy fill her body. Billions of MP worth of mana control energy enter her bloodstream, and her proficiency with shielding increases by over 1,000% in a matter of milliseconds. Her baseline stats all raise a noticeable amount and are multiplied by the full set of gear she has on. Nat's perception of the entire arena changes. With this added level of mana control coursing through her, she mana steps out of the way before the tip of the blade can touch her skin. She can feel each individual mana particle floating through the ring. Her breaths in and out feel deeper, and she can instinctually formulate entire battle strategies before she even breathes in again. The white-haired healer places both her hands on her stomach, healing all of her injuries on the surface while turning her gaze to see one of her daggers on the blood-stained ground less than 10 meters away. Her steps feel both light and filled with new limitless power. Before the earth magic user can even turn to attack again, she has already picked up her knife and turned in the air to make a counterattack. Mid-air, while pushing the blade in her grasp forward at her attacker's head, fire begins to flicker in her eyes. Every mana step she takes forward begins to pulse red and grow in brightness. By the time the silver blade in her hand makes contact with the Phantom region applicant's forehead, her steps are flickering with flames, and the blade she carries erupts into a massive dark red ball of fire. As she follows through and slashes downward, the white transportation magic of the item around the man's neck activates, and he disappears from the ring. At the same instant, I see him disappear. I deactivate my buff and take all of the stat enhancements and shared skills away from Natalie, and she falls to the floor panting as the mana-imbued flames in the air dissipate to leave the healer, lying in a pile of her own blood in the center of the ring. No applicants say a word. Everyone stares at the scene in the arena with disbelief. Even the regional leaders are surprised to see what happened. The Vice and Viridian region directors both stand up from their thrones to step forward and get a closer look into the ring. After over 10 full seconds of silence pass, whispers begin to build up, not only between the applicants surrounding the ring, but also the directors and their guests. No one understands what they just witnessed. Even as Rodrigo announces Natalie as the winner, I can hear in his tone that he too has no clue how this match turned around so quickly for such an explosive victory. Nat manages to get up off the floor and heal herself enough to walk slowly back to her room. The most entertaining expression in the arena is Trax's face, baffled by this display, with his mouth wide open. Rodrigo senses the tension and speaks up before announcing the next event. Today is a trial to show off our abilities. Remember, Applicants, there are no rules to this tournament. You may use whatever powers are at your disposal. Magic amplifiers, cursed items, and especially hidden abilities like the one shown here in the last round. Anything goes. Remember, you are fighting for your future. Only 12 of you will become B-class hunters this year. Give it everything you have. While he does this, the arena is cleaned by a pair of Apex region workers. Chatter begins to spread between everyone, and I feel my telepathy link with Ember open next. Are you sure that was a good idea? I stare forward, watching the men wipe away Nat's blood, and reply, helping her win. Yes, that is a good idea. Having all 8 regions hear the name of the Flame Emperor in broad daylight. On the other hand, I let out a sigh, looking over to Nat's room, then up at the black box above this dome. Then continue my reply to Ember. Well, it is neither good nor bad yet. It is just what has been done. I was planning on making an expansion out of the Dark Continent sooner or later. Might as well get people accustomed to this name and power now. It is not like I am showing my face. I am just giving them a teaser. Those who are not truly strong will fear unknown and unpredictable outcomes. My plan is now set in motion. I cross my arms and grin while staring up at the Apex region black box in the sky while the 7 regions below continue to discuss this round's events and make theories of everything they just witnessed. The leaderboards have information on each hunter's skills. Natalie says nothing about possessing any fire abilities, and this is what makes her prayer to summon this power all the more mystifying. While Rodrigo announces the next match, chatter dies down, and I share my mythic grade self-regeneration skill with Natalie next. It has passive properties to heal fatigue and minor injuries, even if the user is not consciously using it. I don't say a word as she is sat in the middle of her room staring down at her hands. After a few seconds, once I see the color come back in her face, I deactivate my buff and take the skill off of her status while opening another link. You did well. Her eyes open wide and I can tell she wants to look my way but doesn't. I reply before she does. You can ask me as many questions as you want once this is all over. I don't know your situation and you surely do not know mine. However, I have a hunch becoming a B-class hunter will solve a lot of your problems. She still stares at the ground when she replies, yes, it would. Good. I get you a B-class license, and you show me around the Viridian region after the exam is over, and it goes without saying you will never speak a word of how you received this power, understood? I see a smile come across her face as she stands to her feet and watches the next match start. Understood. Chapter 5. 44. All of the matches in the first round finish before the hour is up. The rankings get closer to even as the matches go on. So many of the final battles are evenly matched and take up the entirety of the 2-minute timer. Once the 33 vs. 34 match comes to an end with 33 winning in the last 10 seconds, the leaderboard screen shows up projected on the top of the Blue Mana Dome. There are 33 applicants left, so the scoreboard shifts and creates a brand new matchup between the 2 lowest ranked fighters. Rodrigo announces a final match to finish round 1. This is between fighter 33, who just won, and the fighter ranked 32. There were 66 applicants at the start of this trial, meaning in the second round there are 33 left. If the event organizers were to just allow 1 applicant to move on without fighting because of the odd number of matches, round 3 would be filled with 17 fighters, making there an odd number continuously. The best way to make things fair is to have an extra elimination match this round. The match is close, but Fighter 32 wins in the last 20 seconds of their long brawl. He walks back to his room, and the final matchups for the second round begin to shape up. All the fighters that defeated hunters at a higher rank than their own had their rank changed in real time. The most noticeable shift is that Phantom Region fighter who was in the high 40s last round, but moved up to slot 27 in just a single victory. Those that lost to fighters with lower ranks than them fall in rating too. The next round's matchups move around to make some of the matches far more fair. It is not only low versus high. This time around, it looks as if someone is pulling the strings to create exciting matchups for this event. Once the rounds start, this rank movement becomes far more apparent. One of the first matches in this event is Ember against an Apex region applicant ranked number 4. He puts on quite the fight, battling against an extreme wind magic user over level 680. Wind blades and fireballs fill the dome, but after a full minute of battling back and forth, Ember squeezes out a victory. His speed and power during this event reached peaks equivalent to the highest skill we showed off during the simulation trials, with mana control and speed peaking around that of a 750 to 800 hunter. The match finishes with Emery Carter being announced as the winner. The Apex Region's applicant falls down one slot in the ranking, hitting position 5, and in turn moving me up to the 4th slot without even taking part in the fight. Ember moves up 2 rankings for his victory, hitting the 7th slot while there are loud claps and cheers coming from the Bedrock region as he walks back into his room. Dane is matched up against a similarly strengthened opponent as he fought in the previous round, defeating fighter number 31 in under 15 seconds. Marcy also has an easy time taking out number 22 in her match, finishing the round in 4 solid blows without being struck even once. Natalie's picture matches up with a hunter ranked 28 from the Raya region. It seems like many of these matches are far more fair than the earlier round 1 matchups. As insurance during her fight, I still use my ranked up buff to share 5% of my base stats, but lower the mana control I share down to 0.25%. It is more than enough for her to have the advantage during the fight. While many hunters present are waiting to see her fiery display like last round, I decide not to give her this skill and let the audience believe this is her natural state. She keeps the round going for over a full minute before finally ending it in a flash of white light. I can see the regional directors watching with much more interest, but they seem disappointed when her massive burst of power like last time isn't shown. I smile inwardly, whispering to myself, knowing they'll get what they're looking for soon: patience. A few rounds after this, I have my own battle against the 3rd ranked fighter from the Apex region. He is an ice mage that uses 2 longswords to fight. His armor is all specially ice-imbued and crafted by a specialist. Once we enter the ring, he wastes no time before running forward and freezing the entire floor of the arena in an icy covering. I jump in the air, filling my feet with lightning, and dodge his attacks for over 30 seconds, while letting him get more and more comfortable getting closer to me. This fighter is very strong, with strength, power, and mana control rivaling that of a level 800 to 850 monster. Given the speed and power I've shown in all of the previous trials and stages of this exam, I really shouldn't be able to beat him. Using lightning in my footsteps and boosting my mana control just slightly, I managed to become agile enough to dodge all of his slower-moving long-range attacks without showing off mana control or abilities too far out of reason. My long-range attacks are all dispelled by sheets of ice every time I send them out, but I find that every time he gets close enough to me to try and send fatal blows my way, he leaves a weak spot open near the back of his left knee. When following through with his swings, he also leaves a small opening in his armor near his right shoulder, too. After a few exchanges, I decide to act on this weakness. While I could fake the activation of my ranked up buff, I want to save that for a future round. As my dagger slashes through his knee and shoulder, I let surges of electricity rattle through his body, narrowly missing his right ice sword swing by less than 3 millimeters from my neck. I laugh while lightning stepping up to the top of the dome and dodging his counterattacks. They're even slower than before, and once we exchange more near misses and he goes in for another fatal strike, I am able to pinpoint his weakness even easier. There is another yell as his insides are cooked, and his respawn item is triggered, leaving me in an icy ring with Rodrigo yelling my name out as the victor. I slowly walk back to my room, while my ranking moves up to 3, and the Bedrock region's cheers echo through the room. There is only one more notable fight that I witness before this second round is over. It is the man from the Phantom region that has that very odd skill called Shadow Step. He is faced up against the rank 10 applicant from the Vice region. The Water Wielder has an enchanted blade that I created for him, one of the strongest artifacts in this entire tournament. I am very surprised when I see the man in black robes disappear from everyone's eyes. The moment the Water Swordsman swings his blade, the same exact scenario plays out as the last match with this Phantom region applicant in it. He reappears right behind him, stabbing him in the back with his blade and thrusting upward to finish the match in just a few seconds. The director from the Phantom region gives him another nod of approval as his ranking moves up to the 20th slot. The man from the Vice region falls to 13th place, and from this movement, Marcy automatically gets pushed up in the rankings to 12th. Rodrigo announces the winner, then shows the matchups for the next round of this event with only 16 applicants remaining. There are 4 notable matchups this round. Dane faces the healer tank from the Vice region. Their skill levels are nowhere near equal. While Dane is capable of maneuvering away from the tank's attacks, the large man pulls out a hammer with multiple high-level enchantments that easily dispel every wind attack Dane throws in. The Wind Mage plays on the defensive for a majority of the match. I consider giving him a boost in power just like Natalie, but hold off. Dane is ranked 15. Even if he loses this match, there is no way he could fall below the 20th, ranked no matter how many more matches pass. As a matter of fact, all 16 applicants left now are in the top 20. No wins or losses will push anyone out of the exams. Everyone is just fighting now for a chance at winning first place in the tournament. I allow the match to go on as intended. In the final 15 seconds, Dane gets desperate and uses his ranked up buff, manifesting a massive Windblade, but at the same time, the tank activates his own ranked up buff too, and creates a white glowing shield around himself that deflects the attack. Seconds before the timer hits 0, the tank jumps in the air for the first time and lands a single deadly attack with immense speed that wasn't shown previously. Before, he was just playing defense. This attack makes direct contact with Dane's chest, and he is eliminated in a flash of white light instantly. After this match, surprisingly, both the Raya and Silka region's directors stand up to give an applause of respect to Dane for making it this far. Marcy has a very tough match too. She faces the Water Wielder from the Vice region, for whom I made the water armor. Its design is very similar to the set of armor she wears. Their defenses are equal, but the armored fighter from the Vice region doesn't have a weapon as powerful as Marcy's spear. She slowly tears away at the fighter's HP with very strategic blows. It takes over 45 hits, and she too is hit a few times by his counters, but almost 5 times less. The battle finishes with a flash of white light, and Marcy is declared the winner. She moves up to rank 11 after this victory. After Ember's tough matchup in the last round, he is given a far easier opponent this time, a random Viridian region applicant ranked 16th. He doesn't hesitate to take him out in a series of blows, finishing the match in under 5 seconds. Nat gets an opponent of similar strength. One of the Vice region applicants made it to 17th place. However, this is the strongest opponent she has faced all night. Just like the previous match, all eyes are on her. To prepare, as she walks into the ring, I match the power I shared with her in her first match, and even give her fire summoning, but give her instructions to follow out. As the 2 applicants are left in the ring, they slowly walk toward each other. I can see the fear on the Vice region applicant's face as he walks forward. Then, Nat looks to the sky and whispers under her breath. The moment she looks back down at her opponent, and the timer of the match begins, fire starts to flicker in her eyes, and gasps fill the arena again, as everyone witnesses the flames creep down her arms and into her daggers. Nat's mana control increases at a rapid rate, and her aura spreads throughout the ring, sending a wave of warning through her opponent. Less than a second later, a yell comes from the applicant. Across the ring, I give up. I surrender. I am not risking my life against a possessed fighter. I don't want anything to do with this Flame Emperor. He kneels on the ground and puts his hands in the air. I am already into the next round. There is no point in fighting a demon like this. Nat smirks and her flames disappear as the man is automatically teleported away from admission of defeat. While Natalie walks back to her room, there are many mixed reactions from the hunters, and even regional directors. Some are still mesmerized by this power, while others are angry and are starting to think it is all just a trick. These seeds of doubt are most likely coming from the angry yells pouring out of the number 1 rated room with tracks in it from across the ring. She is a fraud? Don't fall for her illusions. So what if she won in the first round? That guy was ranked in the 40s, of course. She'd beat him. That last round, too. You saw she took almost the whole 2 minutes to win. She didn't even use this so-called Flame Emperor's power. You are giving in to her tricks. She is fooling you all. These words are echoed and repeated throughout the ring. Even people in the audience begin to discuss if what they saw in that first round was real or not. Once she is back in her room, Rodrigo's voice rings out. Well, it seems we have some rumors going around about our applicants. He turns down to the lightning user that said these statements. That is enough. Let the fight speak for themselves. We will all know soon enough if these powers are real or just an illusion, as you say. There are 3 matches already made for the next round. Natalie is already set to go against one of the remaining Apex region fighters that was on the team of 6 in the simulation trials. Ember is set to fight the second-ranked fighter, Callum. Marcy is facing the healer tank that eliminated Dane this round. Then lastly, Trax's name is all alone, waiting for the winner of this round's final match to move up on the chart to face him. The final matchup is 3 versus 20. Me and the disappearing man from the Phantom region are up next. The door to my room opens, and I walk out into the empty ring, taking out my lightning-filled daggers and pointing them straight ahead at the man in black robes that has won every match up until now in a single strike. Whoever wins this matchup will be facing the number 1 ranked Apex Elite in the next round. Chapter 5, 45. The match starts, and I point my lightning daggers forward and wait for any sign of the applicant from the Phantom region to activate their skill. Every time this man disappeared in the previous matches, it was right after his opponent attacked. I can feel his mana control, and it is nearing that of a level 700. I witnessed him defeat an opponent from the Vice region stronger than himself in seconds. I am confident whatever skill he is using will have no effect on me. However, I do want to know how it works. We both stand in silence, eyeing each other down for a full 5 seconds. I even do an appraisal on his black sword, but it is nothing more than a 120% strength and 110% speed enchantment. He stares forward at me from behind his black mask. All I can see are his dark eyes waiting for me to make a move. I whisper under my breath, "All right, I'll humor you. Let me see that skill of yours." I run forward to mimic the other attacks I saw him defend earlier, and just before my dagger hits him, the same phenomenon occurs. He disappears from my vision, and less than a 1/10 of a second later, appears right behind my back with his sword pushing forward to kill. If I were to only use the perception of the Hunter Ray Anderson, I'd be killed by this attack in an instant. I didn't even see him move. This is because he didn't move around me at all. Upon activation of his skill, this hunter really disappeared. He teleported from in front of me to right behind me, mere millimeters away from my heels. While I could turn around and block this attack on the spot with the milliseconds I have left, there is a more believable move to make. I power up my lightning magic and sprint forward using speed nearing that of a level 800 to 850 hunter. My body crackles with lightning, and in my split-second decision, the hunter's black blade slices through the illusion of the cloak that I am wearing. The crowd of remaining applicants, and some of the guests from the 7 regions, begin to chatter amongst themselves as I narrowly miss this attack and turn toward the black swordsman again. I grin and point my daggers at him. Neat trick, but I think I am a little too quick for you. In all honesty, I think it is a useful ability. The only downside of it is that my reaction time is far faster than any average elite hunter. Even if he were to use that skill on a hunter with the mana control and speed I just showed, it is doubtful they could have reacted in time. That is, unless they were double ranked up or have some speed-based ranked up buff. I hear a grunt come from the man, as he is probably thinking the same thing. It is far more clear how he defeated those earlier applicants with such ease now. I take a step forward and get ready for our second exchange. This time, I send long-range lightning crescents his way, not wanting to do the same thing twice. Every time the yellow static attacks get close, the man disappears and reappears about a meter away, narrowly missing getting sliced in 2. After I send out about half a dozen crescents and watch him dodge them all, I figure out how his skill works. The only thing left behind every time he disappears is the dark absence of light beneath his feet. It seems as though he can completely vanish and shift his feet positioning anywhere along his shadow. My eyes track this phenomenon while I continue to throw lightning at him. I even allow him to get closer to me and throw a close-range attack toward him, too. Once my dagger and body are close enough to him, and our shadows from the large light source above meet, he is able to disappear and reappear behind me just like he did in our first exchange. I charge my body with lightning magic and make a dash forward to dodge his blade again. Then let out a sigh. As much as I really want this skill, right here and now isn't the place to take it. There are almost 100 pairs of high-ranking eyes all over me, and the only way for me to take his skill without actually killing him on the spot involves using soul energy, and is quite a flashy technique that I can't use without completely blowing my cover. So instead, the moment I get far enough away, I let out the most violent display of lightning magic I've shown in this entire event. It isn't meant as a pure offensive attack. I use it to cast an even light source all throughout the ring. Then, at the same time, I send a barrage of lightning crescents from my daggers, just like I did before when I was testing out his skill. Without anywhere to run, he realizes that I've discovered his weakness. I see a dark black mist start to seep from his body, most likely the activation of his ranked up buff, but 6 crescents of mana-imbued lightning magic make contact with him from every direction before I get to see what he'll do. A bright flash of white transportation magic fills the ring, and I let my yellow static energy die down to stop the blinding light display. The Phantom region applicant is defeated, but he is in the top 20 ranking, so I'll most likely get a chance to face this man again in the 5th stage of the exams. Rodrigo announces my victory while I slowly walk back to my room, slotting me in the next round of this event to fight the strongest fighter here. That is right. The winner is Ray from the Bedrock region. That means he will be fighting our #1 ranked fighter next round. 2 lightning users will be facing off next. I, for one, have never seen 2 people that share the skill ever fight it out, so I am sure it will be an exciting match. He smiles as I walk back into my transparent holding room and continues to speak. But first, let's get to the other matches in this upcoming round. 2 fighters from the Apex region will be facing off. Reynard, the Earth Mage, versus Natalie, the healer with newfound power granted to her by a mysterious Flame Emperor. Please, enter the ring. The final member of the 6-man squad in the simulation trials enters the ring. He is shaved bald and doesn't talk much. He wears armor that looks like it is made of stone and carries a longsword on his back that is almost as long as he is tall. I can feel immense strength and mana control coming off of him, similar to the Ice Mage ranked #3 that I fought a few rounds back. Knowing this, I grant Nat 10% of my base stats and 2% of my mana control, along with the extreme fire magic for show, as she walks into the ring to face the huge earth magic wielder in her midst. The rush of power from my buff flows into her, and her timid expression turns to one of determination and confidence. She grips both of her daggers and yells for the arena to hear the message I whisper in her ear. Those who doubt the Flame Emperor's power will not be saved, for what you see now is a mere spark. The doors close, and the timer starts. Nat's eyes burst with flames, and the red-hot fire gets darker and darker as it travels through her arms and legs. The only color left in her figure comes from the shiny silver in her daggers, and her bright white hair flowing beneath the flames. The Earth Swordsman lets out a deep laugh and lifts his blade, forming mana-dense stone all around it while dozens of sharp spears form around his shoulders, and over his head, he swings it downward before Nat even gets within 10 meters of him, and a barrage of earth blades come rushing forward at the healer. Her flames grow, and her perception of the arena has improved even more drastically than her last matches, with close to 10 billion worth of mana control experience coursing through her system. Fire stepping through the shards of moving earth is nothing but a graceful movement, as easy as walking in a straight line. Her daggers imbued with fire collide with stone as she twists and weaves through the flying maze of mana-charged rock shards. Mana explosions fill the entire blue dome with plumes of fire and shards of rock. Then, there is a collision in the center of the arena that is shielded from everyone's vision. So much debris flies through the air that it is impossible to see who just killed whom. Gasps come out of the applicants, and over half of the directors get up from their seats to move closer to the dome to get a better look. The Vice, Viridian, Silka, Raya, and Bedrock Region's leaders all are interested in seeing what happened in the results of this match. Their eyes widen even more when the only person left in the ring, once the clouds of mana and fire clear, is Natalie. Sitting on a pile of rock, twirling her daggers. I smile and deactivate my buffs while the arena erupts into discussion about her words before the fight. After a display like that, it is certain the Flame Emperor's power is real. I could feel her mana control rise when she spoke his name. This Emperor, they can grant much more than just fire. However, there are some skeptics. Don't you think it is odd? The only strong fighter she defeated was from the Apex region, too. This could all be a ploy. Yeah, you heard what this year's #1 said. It is illusions. They're both in on it. Nat walks back to her room while even more questions arise. But Rodrigo calms down the room with a wave of his hands. That is enough. Return to your seats. Get ready for our next fighters to face off. The winner of this next match between Emery from the Bedrock region and Callum from the Apex region will decide who faces Natalie, follower of the Flame Emperor, in the semifinals. Rodrigo grins as he slips in a nickname to continue stirring the emotions of the crowd. He looks like he is enjoying himself, because if anyone would know if there were tricks at play, it would be him. I have a hunch the reason he is playing along with my games is because he knows exactly who is causing this havoc. I cross my arms and look forward to another exciting match as Ember walks into the ring to face the second-ranked applicant, a water mage from the Apex region. This element is fire's direct weakness, so I am curious what kind of show he'll put on to make this a convincing fight. Chapter 5, 46. The fight between Ember and Callum starts off very standard. Both of them taunt each other at the start, activating their fire and water magic and circling the ring a few times. Both opponents have seen the other fight in this tournament multiple times already, and know the strength levels are higher than any other competitors they've faced so far. Callum takes out a massive spiked mace imbued with water magic, coating his whole body in a thick mana, imbued layer of blue, fast-flowing shielding. Ember stands with his fists flickering with dark flames, and behind his eyes, I see him strategizing how he'll make this a believable show for the people watching. I send him a wave of telepathy, then cross my arms and get ready for the greatest fight of the day to begin. I need you to win this one, but don't make it seem easy. Everyone needs to know he is the best of the best. Let the man shine and show off. If he is anything like Trax, he is going to have a ranked-up buff reaching levels similar to a double ranked-up hunter. It is time for you to use that fake ranked-up buff of yours, too. Show this crowd Emery Carter's infinite inferno. A grin grows across Ember's face, and a burst of dark flames cover his whole body as a reply to my words. At the same time, Callum runs forward and swings his mace to create a wave of dense water magic launched at Ember. Behind it, the water wielder summons dozens of jets of dense water magic to curve around the central attack to make sure he can't dodge in any direction. The closer the water gets, the hotter Ember's flames begin to grow. His whole body burns bright, and I feel his mana control and fire output rise near the levels of a double ranked-up hunter. The heat in the ring rises dramatically, and as the wall of water collides with Ember, it begins to evaporate into the air. He jumps upward and punches through every water jet sent his way while moving closer and closer to Callum with every fire step. Instead of being surprised or thrown off by this display, Callum jumps upward to meet Ember in the air and activates his ranked-up buff as well. The density of water magic around his body grows to over 3 times what it was moments ago, and it compacts into a secure liquid layer of armor around every centimeter of his body, including the spiked mace he holds in his grasp. Loud hums of intense mana vibrate throughout the dome, drowning out the audience's gasps and looks of awe as the most intense powers of today's fights are being displayed before them. Ember's fist collides with the water-infused mace, and the twang of mana ripples through the air, followed by the eruption of hot steam filling the blue dome. A series of cracks and vibrations resound from the dome at multiple beats per SEcond as flashes of blue and red light zip around the ring. Ember's fists collide with the reinforced mace, and the two of them let out auras that increase in intensity as the battle goes on. While all logic pushes toward the immense amounts of water, putting out the raging flames in the ring, the temperature only rises. Ember incrementally increases his mana control to match the water user's intensity, and everyone's eyes are glued to the epic battle that rages on. At a certain point, reaching the mana control of level 1100 hunters, surpassing the power I even saw Trax reach earlier today, Callum hits a plateau. Ember pushes his mana control just 10% higher and stops there, slowly breaking the water user down, slipping in hits every few exchanges. Over a minute and a half passes on the battle clock above the dome before the exchanges slow, and the mist begins to clear, while Callum's expression is stern, and he keeps blocking like his life depends on it. The water user's mana stores can't keep up with Ember's near-endless supply. Both of them are going all out, but Ember's level is nearly 4 times Callum's, and his ability to absorb mana from the atmosphere naturally surpasses the water user by a serious degree. The battle ends as Callum's ranked-up buff forcefully deactivates as his mana stores get too low. Ember sends him away in a fiery punch that triggers the teleportation magic, proving that both opponents have immense strength. But stamina is what decided the end of this battle. After some matches, there are stares of bad blood, but this one feels very different. All directors from the 7 regions surrounding the ring clap out of respect at their performance, while Ember walks back to his room, and he is announced as the winner. Many stand up, and even the Phantom Region director nods and turns to one of the guards by his sides to give them props. Ember even keeps the show going, pretending to breathe heavily while he walks back to his room, and Rodrigo continues hyping up the next fight. I smile, too, as I watch the live leaderboards shift. Callum drops to 3, while I hit 2 automatically. Ember jumps up to 5, the healer tank from the Apex region, and Marcy approach each other in the ring. Once it has been cleaned of fire residue and excess water left over from the last match. This matchup doesn't go quite as I expected or wanted it to, but without a link of loyalty attached to Marcy, there is nothing I can do about it. The two are evenly matched in strength and speed. Even their raw mana control is very similar. The only clear advantage I see at the start of the fight is the strength of Marcy's spear. It easily makes scratches and dents in the tank's hammer, and even pierces holes through his armor to land solid hits every few attacks. The only downside here is, every attack that has landed, once the tank manages to take a step back, he heals his injured area entirely like it never happened. The tank manages to land a few heavy blows to Marcy's chestplate too. It is strong enough to block the attacks, and at most, it just pushes her backward from the pure force of the impact. One of these hits is what took Dane out in the previous round with this healer. Marcy manages to withstand 5 by the time there are seconds left on the timer, but she is in much worse shape than the healer. Her breathing is heavy. She is coughing up blood from the impact shockwaves. And even when both of them activated their ranked-up buffs for a 30-second all-out battle, they came out on equal footing. The tank covered its body in a dense white shielding, while Marcy's attack power and speed skyrocketed, while her mana manipulation skill created a massive pink extension to her spear. If we hadn't just witnessed the massive display of fire and water the match before, this battle would have been equally as riveting, showing spikes in mana control reaching close to that of level 900 to 950 hunters at their peaks. However, once the timer hits 0, both the warriors are left standing, and the decision of this match goes to a vote from the regional directors. Marcy is eliminated from the tournament by a 6-1 vote. The Talton region's leader votes for her underling, but all of the remaining regions believe that the ability to continue healing as their opponent grows weaker gives the tank from the Apex region the advantage if this match were to go on. She is teleported away in a flash of light after this decision, and the tank walks back to his room. I agree with this assessment, but if the two of them were in a real life or death battle outside of this ring, I have a feeling things may have ended differently. I can't quite put my finger on why. But even though this is the highest amount of power I witnessed her use this entire exam period, it felt like Marcy was still holding something back. Whatever it may be, no one else noticed, and the sound of Rodrigo's voice announcing the next match rings through everyone's ears. What an exciting round. Mac will be moving on. Now, the final match to decide who will be fighting this invincible healer tank in the semifinals. The door to my room opens, and I see a door on the other side of the ring open too. Please welcome Ray, ranked number 2 from the Bedrock region, and Trax ranked number 1 from the Apex region. 2 Lightning users at the top of the leaderboards that will be battling it out. If you thought the matches before this one were intense, I believe you are in for quite the show. The doors behind both of us close, and static yellow lightning fills the ring. I hold my daggers in front of me while Trax points a long yellow sword my way. His demeanor has completely changed from before or in any of his other matches. He yells across the ring once the 2-minute timer starts. It is all because of you. I saw you at the pre-trials. That is where it all began. You are the one pulling the strings. I don't know how you managed to change your written exam scores to climb this high. And the simulation trials, you are just manipulating everyone. No more games. No more fake Flame Emperor illusions. No more cheats. Just a pure battle. You versus me. This is my day. My exams. You won't ruin this for me. I'll kill you before you even know what hits you. He runs forward, not wasting any time, and activating his ranked up buff, covering his entire body with electricity, and moving toward me with the speed of a level 1200 hunter less than 3 seconds into the match. I don't react until he is cleared over 3 sit-ins between us. Then, I sharpen my gaze and my eyes meet his. I let over 4 times the mana control surge out from my body and copy his ranked up buff, surrounding myself in a veil of yellow lightning, and lunge forward to match his speed. Chapter 5, 47. My yellow blades clash against his glowing sword of static energy. Arcs of electricity, filling the blue dome and shifting the color to an eerie light green visible to the audience. Instead of being surprised like the last time he saw me move at this speed, his expression shifts to a wide smile, with a battle-crazed look in his eyes. The clang of our blades echoes throughout the ring as we bounce off each other and zip through the air, colliding over 10 times a second as more and more static electricity fills the ring. So you really are strong. This proves it. Even a backwater region applicant from the Bedrock mines can become a rank worthy if they have a lightning skill. His sword thrusts grow stronger and angrier with every exchange. Seconds go by, and I don't respond, while he is leagues below me in strength, and this is nothing more than a spar or an act to me. When dealing with power that reaches above a double ranked up hunter, it never hurts to be cautious. I continue blocking his attacks and matching his exact speed. Then he yells out again. It is odd. I could have sworn we got rid of you back in the catastrophe, and there was word that the only lightning user in the Vice region happened to die during the C-class exams. There wasn't supposed to be any others. He grits his teeth, and I feel genuine rage surging out through his blade this time as his static energy ripples through my daggers and vibrates through my body. At these words, as I counter, I consider what he means by this. Are lightning users really this rare? Every mention of them today has made me think so even more. And the fact that he is quoting events where the only lightning users in the 8 regions I know of have died, it only adds to the case. My expression shifts to one of wonder as I think, but this only pisses Trax off more as the battle continues. I allow him to push me back and make my movement speed about 10% slower than his. Because it seems when he feels he has the upper hand, he keeps running his mouth to leak valuable information. Hey, are you listening to me? Just because you are going to lose this match doesn't mean we're going to ignore all the tricks you've been pulling to make the Apex region look bad. I told you I am supposed to be the only lightning user in these exams. The strongest, too. It doesn't even matter if you win or lose this match anyway. I have enough points ahead of you that a second place beating me wouldn't even move me down the live rankings. The Apex director's full attention will be all mine. Still, since you made my life difficult, I am going to beat you and send you back to the Bedrock region without a B-class license once I get on the board. As we clash blades again, I decide to activate Lifesteal and Plunderer to a very low degree. It is so slight that he doesn't even notice when he slashes back again and his sword collides with my blades. You know what? All of you, your whole little group in those simulation trials, when I make it to first in this tournament and get a say on the board, You'll wish you never even thought about laying a finger on the Apex region's business. He smirks and swings his blade down hard again. I block with both my daggers and let him push me from high in the air, where we collide all the way down to the shielding at the base of the ring. It looks as if he is the one doing damage, but we're making contact with our blood-bonded weapons for almost a full half-second. And in this time, I drain large percentages of MP and HP away from his status, masked by the violent releases of lightning magic coming off of both of us. Only a few seconds have passed in this match so far, but for those who have good enough perception to see what is happening, it is the most dangerous and exciting fight of the whole tournament. There are only a few regional directors and their B-class subordinates who can truly see the exchanges taking place. While bright yellow light emerges from the blue dome in a green hue, it looks like a strobe light show to those who aren't powerful enough to perceive the action. One thing is for sure, the density of the mana auras seeping out from the dome reaches heights higher than anyone else today. Another full 15 seconds go by as I continue to absorb the health and mana out of Trax, while he believes he is the one wearing me down. Instead of every 20 shots, I start to let him hit me every 15, then 10, then 5. But in reality, I am making contact with him for longer and draining his life force while not showing mana control or speed outside of a believable range. Meanwhile, his words earlier repeat in my head. Of course, I don't want him to win this tournament, because giving an unstable, power-hungry menace like him a seat of authority can only lead to bad things later down the line. I've promised the new allies I met in these exams that I'd help them get their hunter IDs. Allowing him to win would put that in jeopardy. However, what Trax said about a second-place applicant not having enough ranking points to push him down in the live leaderboards could be true. Some hunters didn't move at all when they were defeated by applicants 1 or 2 ranks below them. So, a new plan comes to mind of how I'll move up the leaderboards while still humiliating this arrogant hunter, not only here and now, but in the finals again, even if I am not the one fighting him. My main goal in this exam is to get closer to the upper management of the association. Making it to this B-class board myself is possibly one way to do it, but hints about this final selection, and training with the Apex Region's director himself, is more appealing to me. It is just a hunch, but being the #1 ranking on the live leaderboard by the end of the exams will probably give me a better shot at receiving this prize than just scoring first place in a single stage. I let out a laugh as I am thrown to the ground again by Trax, and I drain his HP and MP even further down as he taunts me with meaningless garbage of him being the chosen elite that will lead the new generation of the association. By the time another 30 seconds goes by, I am letting him push me around the ring all he wants, landing every single hit, but his eyes widen once his ranked-up buff automatically deactivates. The immense static in the ring stops crackling, and fear comes over his face as there is over a minute left on the fight clock. But this hunter has seemingly used up all of his MP by the pale look on his face and slower motions. It is clear I've also drained his HP to below 20%, making it dangerously close to triggering Rodrigo's respawn item. I deactivate my buff as well, but in a more graceful and controlled manner to make sure he knows I am doing it on purpose, then point my blades forward. The static yellow mana in the ring dissipates, and it leaves us facing each other just as we were when the match started. I yell out for the whole arena to hear. Would you look at that? The chosen elite of the Apex region blew through all of his mana before the match was halfway over. Not much of a genius prodigy, are you? His eyes widen more and more. Then he yells back. How? This is impossible. I was winning. I timed my attacks perfectly. I shouldn't have run out for another full 2 minutes. This isn't happening. He reaches into a small pouch tucked into the back of his chest plate and pulls out a pink potion. But I activate my fake ranked-up buff again and throw a lightning blade its way, shattering the MP potion in midair. Some of it absorbs into his skin, but it is a few hundred MP at most. He tries to pull out another, but this time I crush the bottle with even more efficiency, and not a drop of the liquid manages to be absorbed. Trax yells out as I walk closer. No, this isn't how it ends. My legacy won't be tainted. I am the strongest lightning mage in the world. I'll win this match. I'll do whatever it takes. He stares back at me with an angry gaze still filled with resolve. I am unsure why, but it doesn't matter. To guarantee moving up the leaderboards to reach the first slot, I need someone of a much lower ranking than me to defeat him. In the next few seconds, once Trax and the whole crowd realize there is no way for him to win, I'll announce that I surrender this match and allow another member of this tournament to finish him off for good in the finals. I speak up, pointing my daggers forward and crackling head to toe in my fake ranked up buff. Any last words? He glares at me and shakes his head. With the few hundred MP absorbed from the broken mana potion, Trax activates his ranked up buff again and reaches into his item box a third time. I catch his movements and throw a blade of lightning toward the MP potion he takes out again, just before it reaches his lips, and it shatters while being destroyed by the waves of static that rush through it. However, there's a small red gem in the palm of his hand that I didn't sense him pull out from the item box. Even now, as he pushes the shiny ruby-like stone into his mouth, I don't perceive any energy coming off of it. To all of my enhanced perception skills, it just looks like an ordinary red rock. He swallows it, then I hear a wave of telepathy come from Ember watching from the sidelines. Surrender right now. If you attempt to fight him in the form he is about to take, our cover is blown. Chapter 548. The instant the red gem is swallowed by my opponent, his eyes begin to glow the same crimson shade. Next, the static yellow energy that surrounds his body shifts to the same shade of red. It looks extremely disturbing, and even intimidating, but the odd thing is that I can't sense any extra mana coming off of it. However, with Ember's warning fresh in my ear, now isn't the time to question whether it is dangerous or not to continue fighting him. I jump back and avoid the red arcs of electricity that start to grow and pulse out of Trax. A devious grin comes across his face, and when his mouth opens up, all that can be heard is a mind-bending shriek. It doesn't even sound human. His body still holds the same form, but the red light coursing through it makes his skin ripple and vibrate. I yell out while putting my hands in the air, continuing with my original plan while listening to Ember's warning. That is it. I surrender. Match over. Get me out of here. I am cut off by an extremely large red thunderbolt that travels up Trax's blade and comes shooting toward me with the speed of a level 1400 hunter. With enough time to see it, I decide to spin out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the outer bits of the crimson charge nearly hits my left side. As the red energy whizzes past, I hear a very familiar faint ringing of a bell, and a vibration ripples all around my body as, for a fraction of a second, a small portion of my true mana control leaks out from my divine limiter. My heart skips a beat at this realization. However, it is unlikely anyone noticed it, considering the main attraction right now is the massive red lightning bolt that narrowly missed me is now piercing through the blue dome at the top of the ring. I still can't sense a drop of mana within his attack, but it is tearing through the blue barrier around us like butter and surging up high into the air. Another bolt flies out from his blade at the same speed, hitting the velocity of a 1500 or even 1600 hunter now. His attacks are getting even faster. I begin to look back and forth for a way to dodge again. That seems to be within the realm of possibilities for the level 600 Hunter Ray Anderson. But all feasible escape routes from this close-range blast do not seem likely without releasing a noticeable portion of my full power. Right as I am about to cause another scene and release enough mana control to dodge this attack, I feel the sensation of two sharp golden eyes staring down on me from above. I stop what I am doing as the bottom of the black box, with the Apex Region's members inside of it, opens up and two beings float out. The bottom of the box shuts fractions of a second later, and the overwhelming aura that was watching me vanishes. The golden eyes disappear from my senses. However, there is still a massive red lightning bolt surging my way. The two figures that float down from the box above catch my attention, and their levels read LV 2759 and LV 2840. They're both well-built middle-aged men, and stare down into the ring with bored, emotionless expressions. The lower-leveled one wields wind magic, along with countless blood-bonded A-class items, while the higher-level one is a fire user with many enchanted pieces of gear too, rivaling some of the 500 to 600% enchantments of my own unique items. Their necks are covered in golden soul energy, and in the blink of an eye, two massive golden orbs are formed around both myself and Trax by each of the men who emerged from the black box. The soul energy surrounding me is so dense that it feels almost on par with the shielding around the Crimson City. If I were to release my full power and use my greater form, I could break out of it, but it wouldn't be easy. Both of them use soul energy from the Sunday god that surpasses anything I felt from Rodrigo in our brawl. It feels very similar to that of the level 3000 plus Mountain King I battled in the Vice City Labyrinth weeks back. Despite this surprise, I know that I am not the threat they're attempting to contain right now. The shrieks that echo out of Trax become muffled by the orbs of soul energy, but his erratic releases of energy only increase in volume and frequency. The red light in his eyes overtakes him, and it gets so bright that I can't even see his body's outline anymore. The red lightning bolts collide with the golden soul energy surrounding him, and some even break through the first hunter's orb and scatter in many directions throughout the arena. But the second, a class hunter, contains the weaker releases with large amounts of his golden light. Many of the arcs of red electricity that break through the first orb collide with the orb that I am inside, but none of it is strong enough to break through a second time. Hundreds of violent charges of red energy pour out of Trax, but none of it can be sensed with my perception skills. It just looks like a harmless, pretty light show. But I am positive that these looks are very deceiving. About 60 full seconds go by as these red charges erupt out of the fighter, and the two A-class hunters continuously pulse with golden soul energy to contain this blast. Meanwhile, many B-class association workers start to mend the blue dome, like barrier around the ring, while discussion erupts from the regional directors and guest hunters by their sides. The entire room fills with questions, laughter, streams of excitement, and many hunters leaning in to get a closer look at the action. The talk is not that they're scared of the results. They all want to know what the powers they're seeing in front of them are, and many want to try whatever that red gem was for themselves. It is hard to make out exactly what they're saying, as the dense golden soul energy around me acts as a noise and energy suppressor. All I can do is wait and watch the red energy bursting out of Trax wear down and stop after about 90 seconds pass. Once it does, he collapses onto the arena floor, and the two A-class hunters glide upward while taking away the golden soul energy barriers. They float back up and out of the large hole in the top of the blue dome. Then the opening in the black box allows them to go back inside. The dangerous golden eyes I felt before aren't there. Whatever was watching the match with such intensity before has lost interest. The doors shut, and Rodrigo yells out like nothing out of the ordinary happened. The winner by verbal submission of this match is Trax, from the Apex region. Congratulations. You will be moving on to fight Mac the Battle Healer in the next semi-final round. However, we will have a quick intermission while our shielding dome is repaired. I watch Trax cough and shake while he pushes himself up off the ground slowly. There are small wisps of red light coming from his mouth and eyes, but it dissipates quickly, and it is clear that all the power from that display has left his body. His movements and mana control aura feel human again. Then, I feel the respawn item around my neck begin to rattle and pulse with energy. Moments later, after a flash of white light, I find myself in a white room with 15 other people. There is clear mana reinforced glass in front of me, and about 200 meters away, looking down from above the makeshift stadium, I see exactly where I was just fighting. On the other side of the ring, I see another box similar to this one with about 40 other applicants in it. They all look down on the match too with similar looks of awe. Dane's voice hits my ear as I watch Trax walk back to his room in the ring. I thought you had him there. I've never seen a fight like that. The wind user from the Silka region walks up next to me with his arms crossed, and I turn around to see all of the other applicants in the top 20 ranking that were eliminated out of the tournament in earlier rounds behind him. Marcy's eyes meet mine, and we both give each other a nod. But I turn back to the fight ring and reply to Dane. Yeah, you are right. I haven't seen anything like that either. The violent display of red lightning repeats in my mind over and over. And the feeling I felt when one of the attacks nearly collided with me continues to eat away at the back of my mind. Somehow, the attacks that came out of that gem reacted with my divine limiter. I am not sure how or why, but one thing is for sure. I want to figure out what that red gem was that Trax ate to give him all this power. I even witnessed the red lightning bolts pierce through soul energy barriers, dozens of times more powerful than any mana attacks he was throwing during that match. The A-class hunters that came to control the situation didn't look bothered by the display at all either. Whatever this power is, it isn't foreign to the higher-ups of the Apex region. The only conclusion I come to while staring down at the arena as the dome is completely mended is that somehow, that Crystal allowed Trax to tap into some kind of divine energy. It was hardly controllable, and from the state I still see him in, shivering and curled up in a ball on the floor of his private room, it was definitely not safe for him to consume. After the second lightning bolt he threw, the hunter turned into a ball of incoherent rage. The A-class hunters that glided down to stop the match didn't even attempt to talk with him. They just let him use up all of the red substance that coursed through his body. So many things still don't make sense about all of this, but Rodrigo's voice echoes through the ring to make me concentrate on the immediate task at hand again. Thank you all for waiting. As you know, all cursed items and hidden powers are permitted in these fights. We only intervene to provide safety when an applicant surrenders his right to fight back. The ring is silent. Many other regional directors and their subordinates are in awe of the display that was just shown. Not only the mana-less lightning, but I am sure many of them are impressed by the golden orbs of light the A-class hunters used. Soul energy isn't a well-known resource either, so there are most likely too many oddities for the average B-class hunter to comprehend in this ring. Rodrigo reads the room and continues with a smile. The show must go on. Our first semi-final match of the night is about to begin. A fight between Natalie Sterling, the follower of the Flame Emperor from the Apex region, and Emery Carter, the Extreme Flame Summoner from the Bedrock region. One applicant has gained their flames tonight, while the other has had them all his life. Who will come out on top? At these words, the fighters step out into the arena. I open up 2 telepathy links, sending messages into Ember and Natalie's minds. Then the fight clock above the arena begins counting down. Chapter 5, 49. The other applicants in the smaller viewing area become restless as the match begins. They whisper to each other about both of the hunters in the ring as the 2-minute timer starts to count down. Their comments are either guesses about whether the Flame Emperor's power is real or just some hidden artifact Natalie is using to scare her opponents. Others comment on how well Emery, the Bedrock applicant, fought in his last few matches. The confusion and concern in the voices of the Vice, Viridian, and Apex applicants that talk about this cements the idea that the Bedrock region really is a weak region. The fact that 2 of their fighters are actually within reach of claiming a B-class license is apparently a big deal. There are 4 armed guards at the back of the box we stand in. Their levels all between 800 and 999. One of them is the wind user I met at the gate when I first entered this exam site. Another is the long-haired healer with dead eyes that tried to heal me before this tournament, and the other 2 I don't recognize, but they are of similar strength. They stand unmoving, watching all of us, not paying attention to the fight that is about to begin, most likely tasked with making sure no applicants here get into quarrels. Silence fills the room as both fighters in the ring receive my telepathy message, and I apply my ranked-up buff to Natalie, sharing 1% of my base stats and 1% of my mana control with her. She looks up to the sky, pretending to pray, then her whole body erupts into flames. Ember stares back at her from the far side of the ring, putting his hands up to fight, and bursts into far less powerful flames, using mana control hardly 10% as powerful as the aura Nat gives out. He grins, then looks up to the sky and yells, "Hey, Flame Emperor, grant me power to make this a fair fight." Nothing happens, and his dull-looking flames pale in comparison to the hot ball of fire burning around Nat. He yells again, just this once. "I swear my loyalty to you, and will follow you as my leader. You can grant this power to anyone who believes, can't you?" Silence fills the ring. A full 5 seconds go by, then people start to whisper and laugh in the crowd. Ember continues to stare up at the sky, putting on the act I asked him to. More words of doubt begin to spread as nothing happens, and people start to yell out and complain. "See, she has been faking it." It is all a facade. See, why wouldn't the Flame Emperor do it again if they could? especially for a fire user. It has to be some kind of trick, an artifact. Yeah, that is right. She is from the Apex region. We can't forget what the #1 fighter said. They're just playing us. Then, a wide grin appears on Ember's face as he opens up his limiter and allows a growing amount of power to leak out. Over the next 3 seconds, everyone's chatter and words of doubt cease as the flames around Ember grow to match Natalie's, looking almost identical. Both of them run forward at each other, and the entire blue dome is filled with flames while dense auras of mana clash. The vibrations of mana that ripple through the arena now cannot be faked by mere illusions. It is the raw mana control that is being released in each attack. All of the regional directors stand up from their seats, similar to the time they did the first time Nat showed this power. Then, chatter fills the stands again with a very different tone. It is real. His mana control increased by over 10 times in a few seconds. I've never seen anything like it. Just like the Apex region girl in the first round. It is replicable. It looks real. Even if this is an artifact, I must have it. Cracks and twangs erupt through the ring as Ember's fists collide with Nat's daggers. I secure a telepathy link between both of them so they can coordinate their attacks. In the last matches, when I gave Natalie enough mana control to win, she only managed to do so by overpowering her opponents with brute strength and a large perception increase. Now, I want to give her the chance to get used to fighting with these heightened powers for longer periods of time while managing her MP output and increasing the density of her mana shielding to the proper level. Even now, with perfectly matched mana controls, I can see that her daggers are being batted away by Ember's bare fists. The timer hits 145 remaining, and I increase her control and buffed stats to 2%. Ember matches it immediately, and the intensity ramps up even further. The flames that fill the arena grow darker, and the waves of mana that seep out into the crowd are far more deadly than anything any of these regional directors are even capable of producing. I smirk while watching Nat's blades clash with Ember's fists, with more confidence now. In just a few dozen exchanges and a rapid telepathic conversation between the two of them, her technique improves with every exchange. Every 10 to 15 seconds, I increase her output by 0.5 minus 1%, bringing them to about 6.5% of my mana control by the time the timer hits the last 30 seconds of the match. By this time, the radiation of mana bursting out of the dome is overwhelming for some visitors. All of the regional directors watch in awe, and even the guards that stand at the back of the display box here take a step forward to witness the incredible exchange taking place before them. I send another wave of telepathy into their minds. All right, that is enough. Wrap it up. By now, Natalie is far more accustomed and confident using these extreme levels of power, so her flash training exercise is complete. Now, it is time to follow out the strategy to finish up this tournament. I smile and cross my arms while red flashes of light reflect off the glass in front of me onto my face from a distance. Ember's perceived mana control output begins to dwindle, and it appears as though Nat is landing more and more hits on him than she did in the beginning. As the seconds tick down, their apparent gap in strength grows wider. Ember throws himself around the ring while Nat lands attacks from long and short distances, throwing crescents of flames his way. The last 10 seconds are the most brutal. It is almost hard to believe they're acting, which is perfect. As the timer hits 0, Ember is still standing, but his concealment cloak portrays a battered and beaten hunter from the Bedrock region that collapses on the ground without any flames left to burn on him. Nat goes in for a finishing blow, but the timer runs out and Rodrigo's voice echoes throughout the ring. At the same moment, I release my buff and take away Nat's flames and power. That ended our first semi-final match, another unexpected chain of events. It seems the Flame Emperor will bestow its power to anyone who calls its name. They just have to believe. He grins, turning to all of the regional directors. Nonetheless, this match has ended without a kill. We will count a vote from our directors to find out who has won. After about half a minute, the votes come back with Natalie being the winner 6-1. The Bedrock director voted for his applicant, even though it was clear he had no hope of pulling out a victory in the end. I whisper under my breath, An expected turnout? Dane stares wide-eyed at the dome that still crackles with flaming residue. You expected that? A flash of white light brings Ember away and into the room we stand in about 5 meters to my left. And immediately I watch the healer at the back of the room approach him. I can't help but let out a small laugh at the reactions of other hunters' surprise when he refuses her heals, then walks over to us covered in burns and sear marks on his cloak. He stares forward at the ring just like me, crossing his arms while I give Nat self-regeneration, and she walks back to her room. He speaks to me through our link. I hope you had a good reason for all of this. I wanted to take a crack at that lightning user too. I wonder where he managed to get a divine fragment. Even if it was a weak one, mortals shouldn't be playing around with power like that. Especially at this low of a level, that easily could have killed him. I raise an eyebrow and reply to him through our link while the arena is cleaned up to prepare for the next match. So it was divine energy. It messed with that concealment item you made when one of the bolts got close. Yeah, it might have even completely unraveled the barrier if it was a direct hit. My eyes widen, but I continue to stare forward with a blank expression. What do you mean unravel? What are those things? What is divine energy anyway? I can't even perceive it. If I wasn't already suspicious, and didn't see the light show that followed, that stone looked like nothing more than a red rock. He grunts and shrugs, looking over his shoulders, then back toward the arena as the Apex workers leave a shiny brand new arena behind. It is more complicated than just simple energy like mana or chi or even demonic energy. It shouldn't even be manifested in such a rudimentary form on this world. Something is very wrong about all of this. Ember's face twists a bit, and I can tell he is genuinely in deep thought. Meanwhile, Rodrigo speaks up and 2 more fighters enter the ring. Trax limps his way to the center of the arena, and Mac, the battle healer, walks in to face him with a confident stride. I reply to Ember while their room doors close and the fight clock starts to count down. I am going to need more of a response than that. Now isn't the time to be withholding information. However improbable it may be, it just happened. You saw how unbothered the Apex region was after that light show, didn't you? Those golden eyes, I know you felt them too. Are you sure the Sunday God isn't one of you divine beasts? He shakes his head and continues to stare forward. I am sure of it. He isn't. At the same time as these words hit my mind through our link, I witness the healer from the Apex region walk forward and place both of his hands on Trax's chest, and a blinding series of light pulses fill the ring. It is not teleportation magic. It is healing skills being activated. Seconds pass, and the lights fade. Trax is now the one standing tall with a determined and evil smirk across his face, while Mac falls onto the ground pale, sweating and shaking just as Trax looked moments ago. A whisper escapes from his lips. I surrender. I've done my duty. He is teleported out of the ring, and into the finishers stands right behind us. Trax makes a slow walk around the ring while Rodrigo yells with an excited tone to the crowd. That settles it. An unorthodox win. But Trax is now moving on to the finals to face Natalie. 2 applicants from the Apex region will be facing each other in a final bout. The self-proclaimed strongest lightning mage in the world, and the follower of the Flame Emperor, who will claim this year's prize and win it all. Chapter 550. The tension in the air is impossible not to notice, both inside the viewing room above the stadium and down below in the regional director's viewing area too. No one speaks a word, but their silence and wide-eyed stares into the arena from everyone waiting to see what happens next says it all. 2 anomalies have shown themselves during this 4th stage of the exams. This whole event is supposed to be a simple display of what the new talent from all 8 regions can do. A competition to give not only the 12 applicants that pass after the exams are over a bright future, but also the 50 or so others that have come out here this year, a chance to display their fighting talent to be hired for various jobs by other regions. It is certain that special contracts have already been drawn up and planned to be sent out to some of the promising talent in the ranks of 21 to 40, and many in the top 22. But not as much as there could be. Everyone is distracted by the 2 Apex region applicants that stare each other down in the center of the arena, waiting for the final match to begin. one is a healer that shouldn't have the combat prowess to have even made it past the first round on her own, but has now been blessed with great power by some unknown entity calling themselves the Flame Emperor. The other is an elite at the top of his class with one of the rarest combat elements awakened. He was nearly bested by a lesser region applicant in the last round. However, using a special gem, he was able to release power that even broke through unknown spells cast by the Apex region's class hunters. It is an understatement to say every soul in this arena is looking forward to seeing what happens in this final match to come. The fight clock starts, and a flash of yellow light bursts through the ring as Trax pulls the same move he did when facing me. He has activated his ranked up buff to go all out from the start. Nat's body fills with power as I give her the same amount of mana control that she had at the peak of her spar with Ember, while upping the shared base stats to their max, imbuing 10% of my own stats into her while keeping her shared mana control at 6.5%. The increase in her basic speed and base strength is not enough all by itself to contend with the massive boost that Trax's buff gives him. However, the mana control coursing through her veins increases her perception and mana shielding density enough that she can interpret and predict every one of Trax's strikes before they're dangerous. Despite her being slower than her attacker, every time the Lightning Mage's yellow static sword comes flying down at her, a massive wall of impenetrable shielding covered in dark flames blocks it from making contact. Her eyes track his movements, and the formation of mana barriers are just quick enough despite her physical body lagging behind. The lightning user's movements look like a blur of yellow light to everyone in the crowd. But Nat's movements are a little easier to see with their less honed eyes, however, they still seem incredibly fast. The density of mana that collides in each attack can be felt when the releases of energy vibrate through the ring. It is made clear to everyone that the walls of fire are much stronger than every attack of lightning by a very high degree. This is the only true way they can judge the fight taking place when the exact movements are too fast for some to perceive. However, those that are able to perceive the entire fight realize that it is even more impressive that she is able to block these attacks even when her speed and base strength is at such a disadvantage. The mood in the arena shifts in words between the directors and their guest hunters in the stands spread. It becomes easy to overhear them down below in the ring. Trax's face twists with anger, and he yells out for all to hear as he continues to send a barrage of attacks at the healer with his full power. It is impossible. I trained with you trailing behind me for almost half a year before these exams. You were never a fraction of this strength. I don't believe it is possible to gain such power from a prayer. This is all a trick. I won't be the butt of a joke. I won't. His anger grows and grows, while Nat's eyes stay calm to track his movements, and the fight clock ticks all the way down to show only 1 minute remaining. I feel the lightning aura pour out at even more extreme frequencies than when I fought him in the ring. He is burning through his MP supplies much faster in a desperate attempt to try and catch her off guard. Even so, as Trax forcefully increases his speed and power by another 30%, Nat adjusts her movements and blocks to continuously keep him at bay. At any point during this match, Nat could release waves of fire that stretch to all edges of the dome and take Trax out in less than a second. But I am waiting to give her the order for the perfect strike. I want to give the crowd a show, and at the same time, see if Trax does anything rash again. The audience is all standing up from their seats again in awe, looking down into the ring and continuing to discuss their theories on how the Flame Emperor's power could work. Even the applicants in both viewing areas are leaning up against the mana-imbued glass to get a closer look. The pulsing light show of yellow static and dark flames goes on for another full 30 seconds before Trax's movement speed starts to slow down. Despite throwing everything he has at the healer, not a single shockwave makes it through her flaming mana barriers. His face grows almost as red as the flame residue flickering throughout the ring. Trax looks up to the sky, staring directly at the black box, and yells out in anger. You know what? I don't care if it kills me. If I lose this match in front of everyone here, and now I am already as good as dead. I am the strongest lightning mage in the world. No one will ever defeat me as long as there is breath still in my lungs. He grits his teeth and his movement patterns change. Instead of constantly attacking Nat, his lightning step patterns start to shift further and further away from her. He yells at her while reaching into his item box beneath his armor. Your friend might have gotten lucky, but nothing can stop what is about to come. If you get to artificially boost your talent with some hidden artifact, then so can I. Say your last words. My eyes widen when I see another stone come out of Trax's pouch, not even trying to hide what he is about to do. This time, it isn't the same ruby red color as the one before, but a shimmering vibrant orange. I still don't sense a drop of energy coming off of it, but Ember's words in my inner ear kick me into action. That one is far stronger. He could obliterate this entire arena if the guards cannot control it. The twisted smile on Trax's face, and single-focused mind for showing others that he is the strongest, makes me believe he'd do it without thinking twice. I still don't understand the power in that gem, but if Ember says it is stronger than the last one that competed with the power of an A-class hunter's soul energy, it is best not to test my luck in finding out what this one does. So, in response, I instantly shift my ranked-up buffs numbers and give Nat 10% of my mana control, maxing it out, while shifting her shared skill from fire summoning to mythic grade extreme speed. "Kill him, now!" is all that I yell in her inner ear as the yellow glowing mage brings the glossy orange stone to his lips. Nat speeds forward in a blue flash of light from her new skill through the leftover waves of flame residue, slashing her daggers across her body with the newfound mana control and increased speed stats added to her status. Everything in the ring slows down in my perception as I watch the exchange unfold frame by frame. Debating whether to let all of my power loose and burst down there to stop it myself, I wouldn't be considering it so seriously if the Apex region's box opened up. But Nat never surrendered, so they're allowing the fight to go on without interference. My heart beats loudly in my ears while the orange gem touches Trax's lips. At the same time, two crescents of pure mana rocket out of Nat's daggers and collide with Trax's neck and heart in perfect unison. The collision results in a massive flash of white teleportation magic, both in the ring and right behind me inside the viewing area. My eyes widen, and my full body turns to face the danger as I activate my own lightning magic to mask the speed and power that I am about to release. Despite Nat killing him and taking him out of the ring, the respawn item brought him here unharmed, and this fighter's killing intent and overflowing mana control has not wavered one bit. I feel all four of the guards in the back of the room begin to react, while activating their ranked-up buffs to stop him. But from the fact that the orange gem has already made it into his mouth, and they're all over 5 meters away, I am positive I have to take things into my own hands. I run forward at him while releasing static all over my body and pull my daggers from my fake item box, not hesitating to send a slash of dense mana his way over twice as strong as anything I released in the ring. It rockets toward him over 4 times faster than his top speed in the arena, and out of the corner of my eye, I watch Ember charging up a fist full of flames right behind me. My curved crescent of lightning magic collides, directly centered on Trax's face, and I use my new mythic-grade telekinesis skill to curve the attack, making sure I carve out only the portion of his lower jaw and the front half of his face that has the orange gem inside. Half of his right eye is melted away, and the rest of the downward-moving attack slices through his flesh like butter, taking off his shoulder and arm, too. I let the static energy vibrate and flow out of control while activating Conceal at long-range skill to give the appearance of his flesh dissolving, while in reality, I open up a small spatial magic portal and let the gem fall inside. Simultaneously, a fiery fist from Ember collides with his stomach, sending the hunter's mutilated body flying backward into the outstretched arms of the Apex region, guards at the back of the room. Fire spreads all over his body as the force of Ember's blow pushes all of the guards that catch him back to hit the furthest wall of the viewing room. Next, there is a loud crashing sound. Then, an abrupt deactivation of my lightning magic. It leaves nothing of his partially lost face and limb behind, putting the whole room in a panic. The healer woman with emotionless eyes begins work on the lightning mage right away before he bleeds out, while Callum activates his skill to start putting out Ember's flames with large amounts of water. I let out a sigh and turn back to the stadium below to see the residue of flames and lightning still fading away. The room is full of angry yells and glares of confusion and rage hit my back. But all I see is the winner of the tournament standing tall in the center of the ring. Nat smiles as I talk to her through my link and watch the shifting live leaderboard overhead, bringing Ray Anderson, the Bedrock region applicant, up to first place while the loser of this match drops down to second. In the rankings, Chapter 5, 51. Pulses of water and healing magic flash behind me as I take Nat's buffs down from their max to 0 while giving her self-regeneration to instantly heal her fatigue. Rodrigo's voice yells out to the arena as the flame residue dissipates. That is it. The winner of the entire 4th stage tournament is Natalie Sterling of the Apex region. You've now earned yourself a seat on the association's B-Class board, automatically receiving a B-Class Hunter's ID, and have the choice of a long-term contract with any region of your choosing. Slow claps begin to sound from the audience of directors. I grin while watching the Bedrock region's director point at the leaderboard and celebrate while the claps from his section echo the loudest. The last moments of the battle happened so fast, it was almost impossible to see. Even the 40 or so applicants in the second viewing area are particularly confused when the fire and lightning residue clears. They all begin to clap slowly, too. The other directors and their guests are still discussing the Flame Emperor's power, and many have more faith that there is something mystical behind it, and it is not just a powerful artifact. However, in the top 20 viewing area, there is a far different reaction. All of the hunters present are either partially paralyzed by the lightning residue that ricocheted off my attack, or they're stunned by the fact that 2 hunters just mutilated the top-rated Apex region's hunter without thinking twice. Many of them yell at Ember and me with anger in their voices. Why would you do that? What is wrong with you? A cheap shot like that when he was disoriented from losing the match. Nice way to kick a man when he is down. Just because you lost to his artifact doesn't give you the right to make such a brutal assault when he is unguarded. I shrug off the insults and watch Nat make her victory lap around the ring. None of the Apex guards have anything negative to say to me or Ember. Neither Callum nor Mac, the battle healer, say a word to us either. They're the only ones that understand we just saved all of them from being at the mercy of whatever that orange gem would have produced from tracks. Nat's respawn item begins to flash and blink. Then she is also teleported into the viewing area with all of the other top 20 finishers. Rodrigo continues to speak to the crowd. Thank you all for coming out this evening. I know your travels out to the Apex region were rather abrupt, but I believe the show tonight was well worth it. More chatter comes to the crowd as the arena is cleaned up of the leftover residue and Rodrigo floats down into the ring to speak directly to the directors. Our winner will have time to decide which contract to draw up once the exams are over. He points toward the box of 40 or so applicants across the ring. These fighters, however, have already been disqualified from reaching B-Class status this year. All of their contact information has been provided before this event. Their test scores and marking from the first 3 trials have also been provided for your leisurely study as well. Please do reach out and know that all short-term contracts that are done outside of one's home region below 1 year long will have their payouts doubled by the Apex region. The friendly trade of resources between the 8 great regions is recommended and rewarded. He smiles and turns to the viewing area where us, the rest of the applicants, watch. As for the top 20, the filing and offers of these new contracts must wait. We will be moving on to Stage 5, the final event of these exams. The entire area begins to close in on itself, while Rodrigo floats up in the air out of its center, and the blue dome protecting it disappears. All of the directors that are seated on the outer edges move closer to the middle of the ring, while the large box of applicants that failed the exams floats down toward the center of the ring. It opens up once the arena has shrunk enough, and all of the applicants come out in 4 single-file lines led by Apex region guards. They reunite with their home regions and are met with mixtures of responses. Many of the lesser regions like Raya, Silka, and Bedrock are rather uplifting and give their failed recruits a pat on the back to do better next time. However, the Vice, Viridian, and Phantom regions give cold, unwelcoming reactions to their failed applicants. The few Apex region hunters that failed disappear behind the guards that lead them and wait for instruction. The Talton region leader looks straight at our top 20 viewing area, while the glass front of it begins to be blocked by a layer of mana shielding to make the whole room solid. I watch Rodrigo fly over and hear a light thud on top of the box, while the sensation of floating comes over me, and the entire room starts to shift and move. Rodrigo's voice resonates in all of our ears as a new leaderboard of the top 20 ranking is projected onto the ceiling and his face right next to it. Congratulations, you've made it to the final stage. You all did incredible in the tournament, and I am sure no matter what happens from here on out, you will all be offered very good contracts for your time with us. In order to get proper results for the last trial, we will be giving you all a suite to rest in for 12 hours and a personal high-grade healer to negate your fatigue. The only hint I can give you now is that you will all be participating in this final stage simultaneously. So make sure to keep your remaining allies in mind, moving forward. As the cube floats up through the sky, the outlines of doors form on all of the walls numbered 1 to 20, and Rodrigo's voice calls out again. Due to the events taking place inside the viewing area, we need to immediately split you up into safe rooms and review the footage. No one is at fault. This is only standard safety protocol. Despite these words, everyone in the room stares at Ember and me, the only notable applicants other than the Apex applicants, and guards that don't are Dane, who was standing next to us the whole time and has blind trust in me. Nat, who is still in partial disbelief of what just happened in the last few hours, and Marcy, who smirks with her arms crossed, enjoying the scene caused in the room, not caring enough to pick sides. The Phantom Region applicant that made it into the top 20 watches me curiously from the back of the room too. He doesn't speak or move, and the ominous black mist of his ranked-up buff has been active since such a commotion started. This all changes once the feeling of soaring through the air in this room speeds up and we're all transported far away from the arena. Many applicants hold onto the wall as the room shifts and creaks. The outlines of all of the doors fully form, and a few seconds later, there is a sensation of landing and the room coming to a halt. All 20 of the doors click and swing open to provide hallways twisting off in opposite directions. I turn to look at Ember and speak through our link. Well, the orange gem is intact. I feel it in my storage, but it still isn't releasing any energy. I'll be able to study it once we finish this 5th stage. His eyes track around the room while I walk over to the door labeled 1, then he replies. Good. Don't take it out of suspended animation until we're away from this exam site. It could easily disrupt the barrier I created just by making contact with it for too long. I know we had to act fast to subjugate that mage, but it may have been overkill. From Rodrigo's hint, my guess is it is going to be some kind of battle royale. My advice: we do the bare minimum to stay in the top 12 during stage 5 while helping your allies just barely get by too, then leave before they question our abilities any further. His eyes still wander around the room while applicants walk through their doors. Trax is carried into door number 2 by the wind magic of the Apex Guard, while the emotionless healer walks beside him, continuing to pulse white magic into his face inside. I nod at him, then reply while we walk into separate rooms. We're almost there. I just want a single chance to be in the room across from those golden eyes. I want to see how strong the Apex Region's director really is. All 20 doors shut, and the room is emptied, leaving just 2 of the guards behind inside. I walk down the narrow hallway behind door 1 and find myself inside another suite with a lounge area with chairs, couches, a bed, bathroom, wall of B-class gear, and a mountain of perfectly preserved food in transparent containment cases. A 12-hour clock ticks down on the ceiling, and a door closes behind me, cutting off the exit to the hallway. There are multiple messages stating that I should stock up on food, water, and as many items as I need for the next stage, but no actual clues as to what the stage will be show up. I let out a sigh and jump onto the couch at the back of the lounge and begin to meditate and slowly take in the mana that comes off the shielding from the walls flowing through the air. About 2 hours pass before the healer woman comes in after knocking. She doesn't comment on the situation from before at all, and offers to heal me many times before my rude refusals are enough to make her leave. Over the next 10 hours, I shut my eyes and think. While most hunters are in dire need of these resting times and healing opportunities, it is rather boring to me. I fake being asleep and think about the possibilities of what this next round may be like. Ember's guess of some kind of battle royale seems likely. but I doubt there won't be some kind of twist to it. The presence of the golden eyes I felt, power level of the 2A class hunters, and mystery of the orange stone floating in my item storage rise to the surface above any worries I have for the 5th stage. I can't quite understand why and how divine energy has anything to do with these exams. And the comment from Trax much earlier about the director's obsession with healers and a special ability don't stop surfacing in my mind either. Once the timer hits 0 and the door opens, leading me back down the winding hall, I am still not a single step closer to making a connection between any of this new info. If anything, I am even more confused. I don't bother taking any food or gear from the piles and displays on the wall. The door labeled 1 opens up back to the room where we all left from, and once I walk inside, there is quite the surprise waiting for me. Lining the walls, all of the other hunter applicants line up just like I am, rejuvenated and fully geared up. In the center of the room now, there is a small white circular table with a large cyan gem on top of it. It appears to be a sphere at first glance, but there are so many sides where light comes into it. The gem must have 30 or 40 edges. It doesn't give off any energy at all, and given today's events, I have a good guess as to why. Both of the A-class hunters that intervened in the fight earlier stand behind the bright blue stone on guard. They stare forward with blank expressions on their faces while waiting for all of the doors to shut behind us and for all applicants to arrive. Chapter 552. More applicants come out from their resting rooms, and the doors close, sealing the rooms behind them one by one. The last door to open and reveal its hunter is the one right next to me labeled 2. Trax comes walking out with a slow stride. His right arm and side are fully healed and regrown. However, there is a large white scar on the side of his face. He glares at me as he walks out, crackling with electricity, trying to show the entire room that the attack wasn't the end of our disagreements. I stare at his face with an unsettled expression. Not because I am scared of his measly aura, but because I wasn't expecting my attack to leave such a permanent mark. It appears even this soft heal skill at legendary grade, and near the A-class rating, has its limits in healing delicate portions of the body. I am so used to using mythic grade self-regeneration and relying on Abby's restoration skill that I didn't realize it wouldn't be able to be mended. It is clear everyone else in the room knew this beforehand, and their anger from hours before makes much more sense to me now. Even so, I shrug and turn to the center of the room. He deserves worse. I was being generous not going for the kill shot when I had the chance. The scarred lightning user grunts and looks away from me, staring forward at the 2A class hunters standing behind the light blue stone. On this note, the ceiling lights up to show the rankings and Rodrigo's image talking to us. I hope you all had a peaceful rest and have stocked up on all the items necessary for this final stage of the exams. Small circles open up in the floor below each applicant, and a silver tablet rises from the floor on thin white tables. Here, to compete in the 5th stage, we require each of you to sign a contract, ensuring that any artifacts you manage to obtain in our next trial are property of the Apex region. There are no exceptions. If you do not agree to a full body and item box search before and after this stage is complete, you may leave now and consider your hopes for a B-class ID terminated. He smiles and pauses. That is, except for our first place finisher in the last event. You may leave now if you wish and accept your B-class ID without partaking in the final event. Nat's eyebrows raise from across the room, and instantly a link between us opens. While Rodrigo pauses again, and many applicants begin reading the contract on silver tablets in front of them, we discuss whether or not she should take part in this stage. Something tells me leaving her alone, unable to tap into the Flame Emperor's power right now, isn't the safest bet. Both of us agree that entering this next stage of the exams so we can stick together is a better plan. I look down at the contract after this too, flipping through the digital pages and signing the Hunter Ray Anderson's name in each spot where it is necessary. Most of the text is just allowing access to our item boxes and penalties that will occur if we try to smuggle out any materials gained from this stage after this portion of the exams. If there is this much prep beforehand, I assume the exam site will be heavily surveilled too. I wasn't planning on taking any of their worthless C and B grade items before, but now they've piqued my interest. If there is any way or good reason for me to breach this contract in the future, I am doing it without batting an eye. The name I am signing isn't even mine. Once everyone finishes up, Rodrigo continues talking. As many of you may have suspected, this final stage will be in a large open-air simulation zone. All applicants will be present at once and competing against each other. Eyes start to dart across the room as people scope out their enemies and potential allies. Taking out your fellow applicants won't score you any points. The only way to win this event is to collect the artifacts that you've just signed agreements for. Rodrigo takes out a blue recording crystal and plays a moving holographic image. It is a bit odd seeing a video within a video, but he points at the recording as it plays to describe certain images shown of 3 different colored stones on a table. The red stones are worth 1 point, the orange are worth 10, and the yellows are 100. If you manage to find anything else, it will be judged by our A-class hunters and given unique ratings. Any artifacts not matching those shown in this recording will be awarded 1,000 points minimum. Discussion murmurs throughout the room, questioning what the stones are, and some applicants that were watching the tournament closely enough recognized the resemblance of these stones to the red one that tracks 8 in his match against me. Rodrigo continues as the chatter grows. These stones will not produce any energy. They are merely tools used to power our simulation. At this, as the whispers and tension in the room grow even more, the 2 A-class hunters behind the large blue gem place their hands into item boxes by their sides and pull out small red gems of their own. Trax's eyes widen, and I even see Callum and the battle healer instantly react. They're in the dark on this matter as much as I am. Ember's eyes track the gems as they enter both of the guards' mouths, whose levels surpass both of ours. I get into a ready fighting stance and prepare for the worst. However, when their eyes light up red, they don't lose control like the lightning user did down in the ring during the last stage. They both turn toward each other, nod once, then place their hands down on the blue stone. The red light is siphoned out of their bodies and into the crystal, making their eyes return to their normal state almost instantly after. Nothing happens for a few seconds, but everyone in the room stops talking so Rodrigo continues while he has our attention. As I said, there is nothing to worry about. They are worthless stones that power the simulation machine. Think of this as a vast dungeon to hunt inside. Many monsters will spawn, and the further away from your starting region you venture outward, the stronger these manifestations will be. He shows a thin smile, but it doesn't look as genuine as the ones he usually shows. At the same time, the blue gem in the center of the room starts to pulse with a light blue, almost cyan tint. As the light gets brighter and brighter, the A-class guards take a step back, and a wide tear in space begins to form and grow at a slow and steady rate. No energy at all can be felt, and the only thing I can visually relate it to is the demonic rift that brought me to the demonic realm for game-like trials, or the void creeper rift I stepped through with my body. Double that teleported me into a very strange fortress filled with an army of titans, being controlled by their king. An invisible wave that feels like heavy pressure crashes against my divine limiter, and I hear bells ringing in my ears while the thin layer that keeps my mana control at bay violently ripples. I take deep breaths and concentrate much harder to keep it at bay, but the waves of invisible gravity keep crashing into me from within wherever this rift leads to. Rodrigo's voice continues as the rift grows in size to about 3 meters high. The simulation gate will be open for 28 days. You may use any artifacts you wish, any hidden powers, and may even kill your opponents to take their loot to steal their points. At this last remark, the chatter in the room starts again, but Rodrigo shuts it down quickly. Nothing you see inside the gate is real. A respawn item, like in the last round, isn't necessary. If you die, you will find yourself back in this room. However, the artifacts we're looking for can only be brought back through the gate manually. If you die, they will not teleport back with you. One of the A-class guards walks forward toward the rift and motions like he is about to jump through, but his hand hits the bright blue energy barrier as if there is an invisible wall blocking him. Our A-class helper took the same test as you in the same simulation years ago. It is programmed to only let each user enter and leave once. So no, once you manually leave or die inside, your trial is over. Your current rankings are where you all start, But points gathered during this final portion of the exams are weighted far more heavily than any other stage. Given a high enough point gap, the 20th ranked applicant has the potential to reach first place. He walks back to stand next to the other hunter, and an eruption of questions from applicants fills the room. Many more bounce around in my head, too. His insistence on this being a simulation sounds less and less true the more he talks, and the use of 2 red divine fragments to trigger the activation of this large blue device doesn't help mask that point. Whatever Rodrigo is saying, it feels like it is being forced out of him through a script. He takes a few minutes to answer everyone's questions and concerns, but they're all met with general responses that don't add anything of substance to the matter. To add to all of my confusion, the look on Ember's face after the rift appeared isn't of concern like any of the other appearances of divine energy so far. His eyes are practically sparkling at the sight of it. Even worse, this trial is meant to last 28 days, which by now is far beyond the natural decay point that the mana control and soul energy suppression items Ember made for us will last. The only words I get out of him through our link between him analyzing the blue gem and staring through the rift are, "We should go through." Divine rifts like this one are too rare to pass up. What he is saying is correct. The fact that it was opened in such close proximity to us means we'll never get a chance to jump through it again, even if we wanted. The heavy waves of gravity that pour out of it, threatening to release my mana control's full power, only grow stronger the longer we wait in this room. Rodrigo's explanations finally stop, and he speaks to all of us again. There will be no supervision within the simulation. Your efforts will only be judged on the amount of artifacts you bring back. There is nothing more to be explained any further. Please, line up in front of the rift in your ranking order and present your item boxes to be searched and documented before the trial begins. At this, everyone in the room starts to shift, and a final reply comes out of Rodrigo. Good luck, hunters. I look forward to seeing 12 of you again in 28 days once our B-class graduation ceremony begins. Every step I take closer to the rift. The waves of pressure that ripple against my barrier become stronger and stronger. The conversations in the room fade away as I concentrate fully on aligning myself, keeping my limiter at bay and handing over my fake item box to the A-class guards to search. All they find inside are a few C and B grade items and a dozen or so MP potions I brought along as decoy items. And both of the guards don't react at all. They just log down exactly what is inside on silver tablets before giving it back to me. One of them does a probing scan with a large amount of dense aura, and also notes down no abnormalities in my gear being worn, showing that they're all low B grade at best thanks to my conceal skill. Then, the other hands back my item box and motions for me to walk through. Chapter 5, 53. Every step I take closer to the light blue tear in space before me sends more high-pressure waves of gravity against my concealment barrier. It makes me focus more and more of my physical and mental capacity on keeping the limiter stable, drowning everything out in the room. The chatter of applicants behind me goes completely mute. Even the 2 A-class guards by my sides fade out of my senses, and all I focus on is walking forward. My foot hits the blue space, and it falls through, as if there is nothing there. My next step follows, and my full body falls through the rift. Instead of the hard mana-shielded floor, my foot hits rock covered in moss and dirt. My head comes through, and I take a deep breath of the cool, crisp air, feeling a large gust of wind hit my face. As I walk further away from the rift, the waves of gravity start to cease, and reality around me hits my senses again. A loud whistling sound hits my ears, and I turn my head to find myself on a cliff's edge. Down below me, large white clouds drift by. Looking off into the distance, even with all of my advanced perception upgrades, looking out into the horizon almost a full 70 kilometers, there is nothing but open air and rolling clouds with a light blue sky backdrop. To both my left and right, I see the cliff's edge go on further than I can see as well. I am on a triangular peninsula of land in the sky, with the bright blue rift at the very tip of it, and the only direction I can travel is further inland. From the point where I stand, the land stretches outward for a few hundred meters before I see the dirt and moss grow much greener and lush trees, pools of crystal clear water, rock formations, and all kinds of shrubbery grow. Looking even further in the distance, even bright-colored fruits grow on some of the trees. Other than the whistling wind below me, everything is silent. Some high sailing clouds in the distance move over the edges of the land, but they clear away and dip back down beneath the cliff. As it looks like the morning sun is revealing more and more land, the more I internalize everything. I take more steps forward and begin analyzing the air and my surroundings with my buffs and skills now. The air is far less dense with mana than any environment I've ever been in. It feels like there is even less than being out in the isolated desert of the Dark Continent. There are still small particles to absorb here and there, but it isn't enough to sustain me for any long-term battles, like dungeons or the simulation rooms I practiced in earlier. I'll have to use mana crystals and MP potions to re-up my MP bar occasionally. My aura of enemy detection and all-seeing eye spreads out through the wilderness, making scans of anything moving or made of mana for many kilometers through the trees and clouds. And what I get back as readings is unclear. There are small pockets of mana that my enemy detection picks up as living organisms, but there is no level nor visuals to support it. I only get rough location readings and relative strength levels based on how much mana control they're putting out. I am not too concerned, as the readings I detect have the mana control strength of a barely ranked up hunter, but in using so many detection perks at once, another realization hits me. My Rising Emperor's domain is deactivated. I can't sense any of my links of loyalty at all, nor can I see their geolocations. I pull up the menu in a hurry, but this doesn't help my confusion at all either, as everything is still there, showing my teammates and citizens of the Crimson City's names, vitals, and level. But they're all grayed out and frozen in the positions they were when I was back in the exam site. While looking down, scrolling through all of the inactive options, one of the masses of mana in the nearby forest shifts from its normal path and begins running my way. It isn't fast, but it breaks me from my concentration on my status, and I pull my daggers from my item storage to get ready for a fight. The readings are not strong, but whatever this may be, I am not going to underestimate it. My daggers are charged up, and static electricity courses through my body while my perception is focused on the single point of mass coming my way. The bushes move, then a few tree branches above shake, and a jet-black jaguar comes running out covered in a white aura of wind magic. Its sharp eyes stare me down as it doesn't hesitate to send half a dozen wind blades my way. They're slow and weak, at least compared to the fights I was in during the tournament. However, I still use the speed and power I used to face Trax in the final round, just in case there is energy in this monster I can't sense. I dodge every one of its wind blades and send 2 lightning crescents back its way at speeds impossible to dodge. The yellow crescents slice it to pieces in an instant, and its remains fall to the rocky floor in front of the forest. A blue text box pops up above it. Use absorption, CP 52,596. Yes. No, it is not much at all, but it is more than the 0 I was expecting. The minimum 0.1% absorption rate of my skill activated. Despite there being no level rating above this monster, it still has mana control to spare. This means it isn't a body double or mere hologram of manifested mana like the monsters in the simulations prior to this one. My gaze tightens as I walk closer to the creature, and the waves of gravity, just like I felt near the barrier, begin to ripple off its corpse. They're nowhere near as strong as the waves from the rift. I am even able to touch the jaguar with my boot once I am close enough, and it doesn't take much concentration to keep my limiter active. I accept the MCP, and the status screen disappears. I am even able to plunder the mana left in its body to bring my MP bar back up to full. After about a minute, the remains start to dissolve away into the air. The waves of gravity don't stop until it is fully disappeared. For a fraction of a second, it looks like a small clear crystal has dropped to the ground. However, it doesn't give off any readings, and dissolves into the air as well before I can get a closer look. I was fully expecting one of those red gems to drop, but nothing is left behind. I am left standing alone as the wind whistles, staring into the trees. At the same time, I feel a new presence on my enemy detection radar, with a level spawn in behind me, and see Trax wander out with the same look of wonder I did just a few minutes earlier. After he begins to piece together where he is, he immediately senses me, but I yell out first. We can either get this over with right now, or we can go our separate ways and battle it out once we have some artifacts to actually fight over. I point my daggers at him once he pulls out his sword and steps closer, glaring at me but not replying. What is it going to be? Your choice. He keeps walking closer, eyeing me up and down. So I let a surge of lightning out to show that my ranked up buff is activated. And I mean what I said. Then the lightning mage looks back toward the rift, then at me, and lets out a grunt through his gritted teeth while putting his sword down by his side. You were right. It would be a waste to fight now. I'll find you once you've farmed artifacts for me. Then he runs off into the woods with his feet covered in static. I smirk and power down my lighting, but continue to watch him on my enemy detection skill as he ventures off into the forest alone. Every few minutes, more applicants come out, and I wait by the tree line. Most of the Apex region hunters confront me just like Trax did, but instead of instigating a fight and taking them out, I point them off in the direction their leader ran off to. The other Vice and Viridian applicants that made it into the top 20 don't bother talking to me. They just run off into the forest and avoid eye contact. Once Ember makes his way through the rift, he slowly walks over to me while his eyes wander the woods and look high up into the sky above us. As soon as his reading pops up in my enemy detection skill, his vitals and geolocation reappear and update in my Rising Emperor's domain too. His first words to me through our link once he gets near are, "This isn't what I was expecting." This is quite an old rift. It seems the association has been forcefully keeping it open for a while. We're not in the divine realm, but we're not too far away from it either. His gaze keeps looking up into the blue sky above us, but there is nothing up there to see, I reply. Then where are we? Is this another world, like the demonic realm, or wherever that void creeper's rift brought us to? My ranked up buff isn't registering anyone's presence but yours. Ember nods. Something like that. It makes sense that you wouldn't be able to contact anything outside this realm. I doubt teleportation crystals will work here either. His eyes lock onto something far away in the trees. Don't worry. What Rodrigo said is true. No matter what happens in here, we'll be right back where we left once this realm rejects us. If we make it far enough in, we won't have to worry about our concealment barriers decaying either. Okay, but that still doesn't answer any of my questions. What is this place? Where are we really? Ember grins, but his mind still looks preoccupied, and his eyes are glossed over as he scans the horizon. To be honest, I am not sure. It is a construct made by a divine beast. Kind of like a simulation. But really, it is the half-finished creation of an entire realm. I've never seen an artificial one. This massive. I am in the dark about the rules of this place. So you can ask as many questions as you want, and the best I can answer with would be guesses. Every construct has its unique limits set by its creator. I just know we need to head that way to reach its center. More people start coming out of the rift one by one. Nat walks over next, and her vitals and stats come rushing into my consciousness. Then even Marcy wanders by soon after. A few minutes after she does, another jaguar attacks, and she is able to defend and defeat it with ease. This one wields water magic instead of wind, and Marcy is equally as disappointed when nothing drops from its remains. Ember speaks through our link once he sees my expression, while looking at the dissolving monster. Monsters down here won't have what we're looking for. He points off into the forest, but his finger is angled upward. If we want to find any of those so-called artifacts, we'll have to venture out in that direction and find stronger monsters with fully developed cores. I nod and watch the woods as every few minutes more black jaguars attack the new applicants that come through the rift and enter the forest. The large black cats all wield different elements, but share the same sharp eyes. Some use earth, others use fire, and I even watch one of them use light magic to make illusions of itself while attacking. Yet, they all fall and drop nothing when they die all the same. Finally, Dane comes out of the rift and meets us. His vitals and geolocation update in my mind as well. I nod as he approaches, then use lightning magic beneath my feet to levitate upward to try and get a better vantage point while coming up with some basic ground rules and a strategy to rely on if we're going to take this on as a team. My first instinct is to go on ahead with Ember and reap the rewards of this construct all for myself. But an even better idea comes to mind. while having lower levels tag along may hold me back at first, it doesn't mean they'll be weak for long. If I am able to gain Meki P from killing these monsters, that means anyone with a link of loyalty can use my skill and become stronger very quickly as well. Chapter 554. We'll wait until everyone else enters the woods. I have something I want to test out before we go hunting. Ember still stares off into the wilderness while Dane and Nat both patiently wait near him. Marcy watches the rift far off in the distance with one hand on her spear and the other on her waist while she replies. Why wait? And what is in it for me to join up with all of you? Wouldn't splitting the loot 5 ways make us a lot slower than any of the other groups out there, other than the Apex elites? I didn't see any teams over 3 members. I shrug, considering the fact that she is the only one here that hasn't formed a link of loyalty with me, and reply, possibly. If you want to go out there alone, be my guest. I just think it'd be more beneficial to stick together. You saw just as well as I did how powerful that artifact was when Trax ate it during the tournament. These weaker monsters don't drop anything of substance either. It is clear that whatever we're looking for in this stage is going to be a lot stronger than you can handle alone. I look over at Nat, then back to the spear wielder. We have the power of the Flame Emperor on our side. After all, I am sure if you joined us, he'd be generous enough to share his power. I smirk, and at the same time, another random hunter comes out of the rift and makes his way into the woods alone. Marcy doesn't seem amused by my comment, so I speak more while looking at everyone around me. I am not kidding. Each of us is closely linked to the Flame Emperor. If you join my team and trust me as your leader, you'll be granted the same power Nat showed in the ring. I want to have Marcy as an ally, but she has never given me back the same sentiment. While I can rely on slowly building a relationship with the Talton region from monthly trade deals, making a direct link through these exams seems like a much more efficient strategy. She laughs at my remark and turns toward the forest. Yeah, right? Prove it or I am leaving to hunt on my own right now. I float down to meet her at eye level and think carefully about my next words. Another hunter walks out of the rift, and at the same time I open a telepathy link to Ember. There is really no surveillance in this place, right? Whatever I say won't be heard or seen by the association. He shakes his head and replies while staring at the sky. If they're not in the realm, they definitely can't interact with it. Whatever you are about to do or say can only be perceived from inside. Good. I want to fill my teammates in somewhat, giving them the impression that I am linked to the Flame Emperor in some way, but don't want to give out enough information to completely blow my cover. I can say and show a lot more considering the fact that the association can't spy on me here. But I still want these new teammates to believe I am Ray Anderson from the Bedrock region. For as long as possible, I nod and activate my buff to give 5% of my stats and mana control to Nat, then 5% of both to Dane as well. On cue, I weaken my limiter and raise the perceived amount of my mana control to match theirs, and so does Ember. It is a familiar feeling to Natalie, and once she feels the fire magic skill add to her status, she knows what to do. The only one shocked at this revelation is Dane. His eyes widen as a massive amount of power flows into him, unannounced, and I send a wave of telepathy into his mind. You chose the right people to put your faith in. Ever since the simulation trials, you've been accepted as a follower of the Flame Emperor as well. Test out your borrowed power. I smirk. And in unison, all 4 of us burst with flames and let out a sickeningly dense aura. After 5 seconds, I power everyone down and return to normal too. Assuming I've made my point, I reply to Marcy out loud. I believe this is more than enough proof for you. In fact, you've even come in contact with followers of the Flame Emperor in the past as well. His reach spans further than you'd expect. I put a finger in the air and let electricity stream out of it into a ball around my finger. Using the advanced perks of my Conceal skill, I move and shape the mana coming out of my hand into a perfect replication of Bry's face, then point to her armor and spear. Your high-grade items were crafted by a new Dark Continent leader, were they not? Marcy's eyes turn much sharper at this statement, and I make the image disappear while letting her reply. How do you know that? Who are you? I shrug. Even if I could explain it all to you plain and simple, I doubt it'd make a difference. Just know I am an ally that wants to create a friendly relationship with as many regions as I can while partaking in these exams. Follow me as a leader, and you'll stay in the top 12, plus gain more power than you imagined possible. Then, I turned toward the forest. I know your loyalty stands with your regional leader, but in order to share this power with you, you are going to need to at least temporarily put your trust in me. Marcy stares at me, contemplating my words over and over in her head. Then, as I am about to speak again, a final hunter comes out from the rift covered in a veil of darkness. The Phantom Region hunter disappears the moment he enters the realm, then reappears a few meters ahead, and continues to blip in and out of existence until he reaches the forest and his readings completely vanish from my senses. I turn my head back and continue what I was saying. That is the last one. We either head out together or go our separate ways. What is it going to be? She looks at me again, this time with a million questions flashing behind her eyes, but I slowly feel a connection growing just like Dane's did between the third and fourth stage. There is a notification in my inner ear and I see all of her stats and vitals appear in my mind while her exact location shows she is standing right in front of me. Then, she puts out her free hand and I shake it. At this point, I'd be stupid to say no. I'll join you. Just for this last stage. Perfect. Now that we're all on the same page, let's see if my theory about this place stands true. I walk over to the edge of the forest and pull out a few items from my item storage through my fake item box, while I shape high-grade shielding, a heap of mana crystals, and a pile of luminite inside a containment case into a circle. There are a few looks of awe, but no one says a word. After a few minutes pass and a bright flash of light follows, a brand new teleportation platform and about 100 crystals to go with it come into existence in front of our eyes. I stand back about 10 meters, then crush one of the white gems. It flashes me away in a blinding white light and brings me onto the base of the platform instantly. Nice. That takes care of that problem. In a matter of seconds, I pull out more shielding and shape it into a dome around the platform with a small door opening. I imbue the structure with a mythic-grade stealth attribute, then cover the entire structure in a layer of rock identical to the forest environment. Not a drop of mana comes off of it, and it looks just like a normal boulder except for a tiny opening that faces directly toward a clump of nearby trees. The looks of awe and disbelief grow, but I just turn to throw each of my teammates a few teleport crystals for themselves, then speak up. It is for if we venture too far into the simulation, like Rodrigo said, the only way to get crystals out will be back through the rift. It'd be a waste to make it 14 days in and have to turn back. Now we don't have to worry about getting lost either. They catch the crystals, and I grant each of them about 0.5% of my mana control, along with my absorption skill, while turning to walk into the forest. Come on, we have some work to do. I'll explain what I can on the way. Ask any questions you want. I'll answer what I can. They follow me into the dense forest, and we begin moving at a steady rate. With the shared mana control I am giving them, they can conserve much more mana and move through the terrain far more efficiently. However, I don't want to grant them so much that they're totally reliant on my power. Every kill they make now adds about 250 to 500 KMP to their total control, while my kills only give me 0.1%. My teammates are lower leveled than me, so they reap far higher rewards. The system grants Nat 1% of their max CP, because she is perceived as even lower level than these monsters, while both Marcy and Dane get 0.5%. From the range of my enemy detection readings, this forest is endless. There are millions of max CP waiting to be absorbed for them the further we travel. A few questions are asked about this shared power, and the fact that I just made a teleport platform out of thin air is also a hot topic. Most of the questions come from Dane and Marcy, but even Nat has a few things to ask. I avoid giving direct answers to most of them, as the feats I've just shown in front of them defy all logic taught by the association and general information on what a single hunter is capable of. However, with some long-winded answers, help from Ember, and the obvious avoidance of some explanations, no matter how many times it is asked, they all come to the conclusion that this Flame Emperor tale I've been weaving is far more complicated than the surface makes it seem. We're all here for different reasons, and the scenario we're in now benefits all of us. So after about an hour, no more questions come rolling in. We just continue to venture through the forest at a very quick rate and farm jaguars. As hours pass, We do pass by a few other solo hunters in even squads, but I make sure to curve our path away from them to only interact with the monsters that spawn in these woods. The jaguars are all the same strength. No matter how far into the woods we travel, they grant us Maypee. And every time they dissolve away, the same small waves of gravity hit my limiter, and the outline of a clear crystal is present for a few fractions of a second before there is nothing left. After about 6 hours, we stop for a break so those that need can eat food and rest for a moment. I temporarily activate self-regeneration on everyone too, so it can heal their fatigue once we start our travel inward again. Another 6 hours pass, and the forest doesn't change. The rocks look identical to the paths we took when we entered, and the trees are still lush green and filled with bright-colored fruits. I can't even sense the area we left from anymore. It is far out of range. We stop again for a food and potion break, and I take this time to push my senses to their limits, probing out far into the endless forest to see if there are any anomalies, stronger monsters, or unique structures in sight. For a full minute, I continue pushing my range outward, even flying into the air to try and get a better vantage point. It seems to really just be an endless flat jungle full of black jaguars, as far as the eye can see. I use my stealth skill to disappear in midair, then activate my second ranked up buff to use my greater form, boosting my senses even further, and I finally see what I am looking for. There is an end to the forest in sight. We're over halfway through it, but my gaze tilts upward as I see what Ember was pointing to before. Chapter 555. At the edge of the forest, an impossibly high mountain stretches up into the sky. It is too wide for me to see its edges, so the structure just looks like a stone wall that tilts back at a hardly noticeable angle and fades up into the pale blueness of the realm above. My enemy detection skill picks up on monsters that are stronger than the jaguars in the forest. High above as well, they're ugly-looking scavenger birds, 5 to 10 meters in wingspan, slowly gliding through the sky in circles, waiting patiently while looking at the forest below. Some of the birds even higher up perch on various ledges, with tired eyes and permanent scornful expressions on their faces. I can't see every bird that I can sense with my enemy detection skill, but of the few that fly very high, a dim red glow radiates off some of them. Their energy ratings don't differ from any of the others, and this makes me believe maybe we're closer to finding the source of these divine fragments than I thought. Aside from the birds themselves, there is hardly any life on this endless mountain into the sky. There are small shrubs and old trees that grow on the wall of stone every few hundred meters, but they look as starved of nutrients as the monsters that perch near them. My gaze continues to travel upward, and I use all of my buffs while continuously replenishing my MP bar with mana crystals. But I can't sense the top of the mountain. Even so, there is nowhere else to move forward, so I know this is where we need to go next. I deactivate my buffs and stealth skill, then float down to meet the others after they've had their rest. Even in the last 12 hours, they've each grown significantly stronger, gaining tens of millions of MECP each, but it is not enough to make any noticeable impact yet. They're still heavily relying on the small mana control I am sharing with them. If we can make it to the mountain soon, that will expedite their growth process significantly. We're halfway there. I see a change in terrain coming up. Once we make it through these woods, we're finally going to fight some monsters that drop some loot. We're hours ahead of any other teams, so push through, and we'll get first picks on the monsters in the new zone. Everyone does as I say, but despite my constant use of self-regeneration on them after each of their battles, and even more food and rest breaks, it takes us 14 more hours to make it to the base of the mountain. Natalie and Dane are visibly the most tired while Marcy's outward appearance holds up strong, but I can tell they're all exhausted from traveling through this rocky terrain and fighting hundreds of ranked-up monsters. What I mentioned before still stands true. At the rate we've been going, now that the upward-tilted stone cliff into the sky is right in front of us, the closest team behind us is over 8 hours away. Other solo hunters and parties have already stopped to take long breaks to sleep, while their travel partners keep watch and alternate. However, an odd phenomenon has shown itself over the 26 hours that pass. The bright blue sky and sunlight coming down on us from an unknown source continues to light up the day. There have been small moments of shade as rogue clouds pass by, but for the entirety of the time we've been here, the day has never turned to night. If this is just a simulation like everyone believes it to be, an endless day makes sense. However, another oddity I find makes me wonder about the physics of this construct even more. I am not sure if anyone else has noticed, but the total number of monsters coming our way has greatly diminished the longer we're here in the forest. We're at the front of the pack, so we get to face the monsters head on, and it is less noticeable. The woods spread out further than I can even sense now to either side of us, so teams that take other paths won't be affected by our overhunting. However, once we kill these jaguars, replacements don't spawn in on a timer like they do in dungeons. From the data I've gathered so far, either there is a finite amount of creatures that was predetermined when we entered this realm, or the respawn rate is far lower than that of dungeons, considering the trees and earth we stand on are real and not created from pure mana like the dungeons themselves. I can't even fathom either option being sustainable. So, once we make this final stop at the base of the mountain, I don't bother telling anyone my findings. Rest up. You all did well today. Emery and I will stand guard for a few hours, then we'll start climbing the mountain before any other teams arrive. A small camp is set up, and lots of items from the resting rooms before the exams are taken out to create a perfect sleeping environment for the three of them. Surprisingly, they fall asleep quickly in a matter of minutes, exhausted from the day, and I activate stealth again and use my greater form to enhance my senses to get another look at the mountain above me, now at a much closer range. The birds still fly in circles near the cliffside, and I can see more and more the higher I look up the mountain. I still can't see its top, but I can definitely see the red glow many of them give off now without any doubt. I reappear back at our camp to be greeted by Ember with a link of telepathy, the moment I deactivate my stealth skill and come back to the ground. We could be traveling much faster alone. This forest could have been cleared in just a few hours if we skipped the low-level fights and flew above it. Not to mention their excessive need for sleep. I nod, replying through the link while staring up the mountain. I agree. I want to set off alone just as much as you do. Once I train them to become stronger than any other hunters here, we can leave them to farm for points and keep all of the other applicants at bay. There is red energy coming off of the monsters on this mountain. I can't sense it, but I assume that is no coincidence. Ember stares upward to match my gaze into the sky. Yes, we'll find monsters that have fully formed cores soon. The higher up this mountain goes, the denser the air is with divine energy. I couldn't see it before, but I sensed a very strong presence in the sky at the top of this mountain. I recommend we spend as little time as possible wasting away with this dead weight. As profitable as it may be to make these connections, our time in a realm like this isn't one to be taken for granted. I grin. I know. We'll wake them up in 8 hours and continue. I don't plan on wasting our time here at all. Watch them sleep. Until then, I want to see what these monsters with fully formed cores can do. Ember nods. Very well. Just don't make physical contact unless you want to prematurely decay your barrier. Long-range attacks are the safer option. Your mana alone should be more than enough to handle a fully awakened red core. I jump up into the air again, activating stealth and rocketing up into the sky at speeds that far surpass anything I've used during this entire time within the realm. In just a few minutes, I've already made my way 20 kilometers up the cliffside and find myself coming toward one of the scavengers. Its mana control readings are far stronger than the jaguars below, but I don't see any red energy coming off of this one, so I don't hold back to slice it in two with an upward slash while continuing my ascent. The absorption pop-up I receive allows me to take in 112,366 MCP, meaning this creature had double the mana control of any jaguar down below me. A full hour passes, and I reach the height of about 150 kilometers off the ground, tearing through over a dozen more vultures in the sky and watching the make CP reading I absorb increase every time I get higher. It isn't until this height I finally see one of the vultures with the mysterious red mist surrounding its chest. Instead of slashing through it like all of the others in stealth mode, reducing it to a pile of burnt meat and feathers before it even knows what hits it, I stop to hover in midair about 100 meters in front of it, directly blocking its flight path. Turning off my stealth skill, I blip into existence in front of the creature, and its survival instincts kick in. Instead of trying to intimidate me or create a direct attack, it flaps its wings and soars upward while letting out a shriek. I didn't give any of the other birds on the way up a chance to attack. But this one lets out 2 crescents of wind magic with the flap of its wings as a distraction while changing direction. The waves of mana are tinted red, and I watch as it comes closer and feel weak waves of gravity ripple against my limiter as I airstep out of the way. It is slow and nowhere near as intense as the red energy in Trax's attacks in the arena. I let it swerve around the air to observe its following attacks too, and get the same feeling every time the light red, almost pink-colored crescent comes near. By the 5th attack, the air blades get less and less colorful until they're just made of pure mana again, and no red aura surrounds the bird at all. How interesting! I fly upward and kill it without hesitating at all, and continue my ascent, even with my 0.1% absorption rate. The last one I killed brings in 199,706 MAP, meaning if any of the 3 new links of loyalty below me were to make this kill and receive a full 1%, they'd be gaining close to 2 million MAPP per kill. Just to make sure, I wait behind and use telekinesis to hold the bird's corpse to watch it disintegrate. But nothing more than the faint outline of a clear core remains for a brief instant before it is all completely gone. Another 2 full hours pass, climbing an additional 200 meters, while burning through large amounts of mana crystals to maintain my speed upward, and I come face to face with many more of these birds with red coloring in their attacks. The higher I fly, the more common they become. I do many tests to evaluate their strength and abilities. Without the red light, their power is similar to a strong level 600 to 700 hunter. With the red light, their attack power and even speed increases to heights nearing level 800 to 900, but it is quickly extinguished once the energy within them is spent. Just like the jaguars, their elements vary. While over 50% of them use wind magic, occasional birds send jets of water and balls of fire too. I send long-range attacks at some to kill them before they use up this power, and wait to see what happens with them as well. To my surprise, when they dissolve, the faint outline of a clear core remains for a few seconds in some of them, and the faint pink outline of energy, trying to consolidate into a red crystal core, is left over floating in space. I said I'd be back to meet Ember again in 8 hours, and I've burned through almost half of that time already. But with every scavenger creature I kill up here, the half-formed cores left over stay in physical form much longer every time. The last bird I kill grants me over 250,000 CP, and the red light surrounding it nearly covers its whole body at the start of the battle. I am using full-powered attacks, so I still kill it in a single slash, but the remnants of a red core left behind stay in physical form for over 10 full seconds. All right, I am getting close. I decide to do one last push before turning back, activating my greater form and rocketing up the mountain at full speed to try and find a vantage point to aim for once I return to the others. A full hour passes, and the flashes of red light I pass get brighter and brighter until a clumping of extremely dense mana control readings finally reaches the edge of my senses, which may be what I am looking for. I change my direction and diverge from my straight path to head right for the only anomaly on the mountain. Once within range, I slow my flight speed and take in the view of an enormous flaming bird. Its wings stretch over 15 meters across, and bright red flames engulf its entire body. Despite being the same species as the disgusting scavengers that cover this cliff, the bright fire that crackles on it and glowing crimson eyes of this monster are quite beautiful. To my surprise, this monster isn't what caught my attention when I was doing my scan. The high volume of mana control I sensed in my enemy detection skill earlier becomes clear when 5 far smaller birds with less bright red auras and varying elements show themselves circling around it in close proximity, feeding off the aura of dazzling red light. Their mana controls are some of the highest I've seen on this mountain so far. However, the flaming bird at their center doesn't have a drop of mana in it at all. Waves of pressure come rippling off it once it notices my arrival and lets out its echoing screech. Rock falls from the nearby cliffside from the disruption, and the mana-less flames grow in size. I stare in awe as I take in the beauty of a creature with a natural, fully awakened red core.